Section 15 of Bismarck and the Foundation of the German Empire by James Headlam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim. Managed by Shaw, Portugal. Chapter 9. The Treaty of Gastein, 1864 to 1865. Bismarck always looked back with peculiar pleasure on the negotiations which were concluded by the Peace of Vienna. His conduct of the affair had in fact been masterly. He had succeeded in permanently severing the duchies from Denmark. He had done this without allowing foreign nations the opportunity for interfering. He had maintained a close alliance with Austria. He had pleased and flattered the emperors of Russia and France. What perhaps gave him most satisfaction was that, though the result had been what the whole of the German nation desired, he had brought it about by means which were universally condemned, and the rescue of the duchies had been a severe defeat to the Democratic and National Party. With the peace, a new stage begins. The duchies had been transferred to the Allied powers. How are they now to be disposed of? We have seen that Bismarck desired to acquire them for Prussia. If it were absolutely necessary, he would accept an arrangement which would leave them to be ruled by another prince, provided very extensive rights were given to Prussia. He would acquiesce in this arrangement if annexation would involve a war with one of the European powers. If, however, a Duke of Schleswig-Holstein was to be created, he was determined that it should not be the Prince of Augustenburg, whom he distrusted and disliked. The real object of his diplomacy must be to get the duchies offered to Prussia. It was, however, very improbable, as the Tsar once said to him, that this would happen. He wished for annexation, but he wished to have it peacefully. He had not forgotten his own resolution to have a war with Austria, but he did not wish to make the duchies the occasion of a war. Austria, however, refused to assent to annexation unless the King of Prussia would give her a corresponding increase of territory. This the king positively refused. It was an unchangeable principle with him that he would not surrender a single village from the Prussian monarchy. His pride revolted from the idea of bartering old provinces for new. If Austria would not offer the duchies to Prussia, neither would the Diet. The majority remained loyal to Augustenburg. The people of the duchies were equally determined in their opposition to the scheme. Attempts were made by Bismarck's friends and agents to get up a petition to incorporate them with Prussia, but they always failed. Even the Prussian people were not really very anxious for this acquisition, and it required 2 years of constant writing in the inspired press to bring them into such a state of mind that they would believe that it was, I will not say the most honorable, but the most desirable solution. The king himself hesitated. It was true that ever since the taking of the Duppel, the lust of conquest had been aroused in his mind. He had visited the place where so many Prussian soldiers had laid down their lives, and it was a natural feeling if he wished that the country they had conquered should belong to their own state. On the other hand, he still felt that the rights of Augustenburg could not be neglected. When he discussed the matter with the Emperor of Austria and the subject of annexation was raised, he remained silent and was ill at ease. If Bismarck was to get his way, he must first of all convince the king. This done, an opportunity might be found. There was one man who was prepared to offer him the duchies, and that man was Napoleon. It is instructive to notice that as soon as the negotiations at Vienna had been concluded, Bismarck went to spend a few weeks at his old holiday resort of Biarritz. He took the opportunity of having some conversation with both the emperor and his ministers. He required rest and change after the prolonged anxieties of the 2 years. At no place did he find it so well as in the south of France. "It seems like a dream to be here again," he writes to his wife. "I'm already quite well, and would be quite cheerful if I only knew that all was well with you. The life I lead at Berlin is a kind of penal servitude when I think of my independent life abroad. Sea bathing, expeditions across the frontier, and sport past 3 weeks. I have not for a long time found myself in such comfortable conditions, and yet the evil habit of work has rooted itself so deeply in my nature that I feel some disquiet of conscience at my laziness. I almost long for the Wilhelmstrasse, at least if my dear ones were there." On the 25th, he left dear Biarritz for Paris, where he found plenty of politics awaiting him. Here he had another of those interviews with Napoleon and his ministers on which so much depended, and then he went back to his labors at Berlin. At that time he was not prepared to break with Austria, and he still hoped that some peaceful means of acquisition might be found, as he wrote some months later to Goltz. "We have not got all the good we can from the Austrian alliance." Prussia had the distinct advantage that she was more truly in possession of the duchies than Austria. This possession would more and more guarantee its own continuance. It was improbable that any power would undertake an offensive war to expel her. On the whole, therefore, Bismarck seems to have wished for the present to leave things as they were, gradually to increase the hold of Prussia on the duchies, and wait until they fell of themselves into his hands. In pursuit of this policy, it was necessary, however, to expel all other claimants, and this could not be done without the consent of Austria. This produced a cause of friction between the two great powers, which made it impossible to maintain the co-dominion. There were in Holstein the Confederate troops who had gone there a year ago and had never been withdrawn. Augustenburg was still living at Kiel with his phantom court. And then there were the Austrian soldiers, Prussia's own allies. One after another they had to be removed. Bismarck dealt first with the Confederate troops. He had, as indeed he always was careful to have, the strict letter of the law on his side. He pointed out that as the execution had been directed against the government of Christian, and Christian had ceased to have any authority, the execution itself must ipso facto cease. He therefore wrote asking Austria to join in a demand to Saxony and Hanover. He was prepared, if the states refused, to expel their troops by force. Hanover, for the king strongly disliked Augustenburg, at once acquiesced. Saxony refused. Bismarck began to make military preparations. The Saxons began to arm. The crown treasures were taken from Dresden to Königstein. Would Austria support Saxony or Prussia? For some days the question was in debate. At last, Austria determined to support a motion at the Diet declaring the execution ended. It was carried by 8 votes to 7, and the Saxons had to obey. The troops on their return home refused to march across Prussian territory, and from this time Boist and the King of Saxony must be reckoned among the determined and irreconcilable enemies of Bismarck. The first of the rivals was removed. There remained Austria and the prince. Just at this time, a change of ministry had taken place in Austria. Lechberg, who had kept up the alliance, was removed, and the anti-Prussian party came to the front. It was therefore no longer so easy to deal with the prince, for he had a new and vigorous ally in Austria. Menstorff, the new minister, proposed in a series of lengthy dispatches his solution of the question. It was that the rights of the two powers should be transferred to Augustenburg, and that Schleswig-Holstein should be established as an independent Confederate state. The Austrian position was from this time clearly defined, and it was in favor of that policy to which Bismarck would never consent. It remained for him to propose an alternative. Prussia, he said, could only allow the new state to be created on condition that large rights were given to Prussia. What these were would require consideration. He must consult the different departments. This took time, and every month's delay was so much gain for Prussia. It was not till February 1865 that Bismarck was able to present his demands, which were that Kiel should be a Prussian port, Lenzburg a Prussian fortress, and the canal was to be made by Prussia and belong to Prussia. The management of the post and telegraph service to be Prussian, and also the railways. The army was to be not only organized on the Prussian system, but actually incorporated with the Prussian army, so that the soldiers would take the oath of allegiance not to their own duke, but to the King of Prussia. The Duchies were to join the Prussian customs union and assimilate their system of finance with that of Prussia. The proposals were so drawn up that it would be impossible for Austria to support, or for the Prince of Augustenburg to accept them. They were in fact, as Bismarck himself told the Crown Prince, not meant to be accepted. "I would rather dig potatoes than be a reigning prince under such conditions," said one of the Austrian ministers. When they were officially presented, Caroli was instructed to meet them with an unhesitating negative, and all discussions on them ceased. Prussia and Austria had both proposed their solution. Each state even refused to consider the suggestion made by the other. Meanwhile, since the departure of the Confederate troops, the administration of the duchies was in their hands. Each power attempted so to manage affairs as to prepare the way for the final settlement it desired: Prussia for annexation, Austria for Augustenburg. Prince Frederick was still living at Kiel. His position was very anomalous. He assumed the style and title of a reigning prince. He was attended by something like a court and by ministers. Throughout Holstein, almost without exception, and to a great extent also in Schleswig, he was looked upon and treated by the population as their lawful sovereign. His birthday was celebrated as a public holiday. He was often prayed for in church. All this the Austrians regarded with equanimity and indirectly supported. Bismarck wished to expel him from the country, but could not do so without the consent of Austria. At the end of March, the matter again came up in the Diet. Bavaria and Saxony brought in a motion that they expected that Austria and Prussia would transfer the administration to Frederick. The Prussian envoy rose and explained that they might expect it, but that Prussia would not fulfill their expectations. He moved that the claims of all candidates should be considered by the Diet, not only those of Augustenburg and of the Duke of Oldenburg, but also of Brandenburg. The claims of Brandenburg were a new weapon of which Bismarck was glad to avail himself. No one supposed that they had really any foundation. They were not seriously put forward. But if the motion was carried, the Diet would be involved in the solution of a very complicated and necessarily very lengthy legal discussion. but the result would be known from the beginning. But the Diet and its committees always worked slowly, and Bismarck could with much force maintain that. Until they had come to a decision, there was no reason for handing over the administration to Augustenburg. It was at least decent not to do this till the claims of the rivals had been duly weighed. In the months that must elapse, many things might happen. In the meantime, the Diet would be helpless. When it had come to a decision, he would then be able to point out, as he had already done, that they had no legal power for determining who was the ruler of any state, and that their decision therefore was quite valueless, and everything would have been again exactly as it was before. Austria supported the motion of Saxony, which was carried by 9 votes to 6. Prussia answered by sending her fleet from Danzig to Kiel and occupying the harbor. The government asked for a vote for the erection of fortifications and docks and for the building of a fleet. The Chamber refused the money, but Horn declared publicly in the House that Prussia would retain Kiel. They had gone there and did not intend to leave. The occupation of Kiel was an open defiance to Austria. That it was intended to be so is shown by the fact that a few days later Bismarck wrote to Usedom, the Prussian minister at Florence, instructing him to sound the Italian government as to whether they would be willing to join Prussia in war against Austria. At the same time, he wrote to Goltz to find out in Paris whether there was any alliance between Austria and France. It would be some time before foreign relations could be sufficiently cleared up for him to determine whether or not war would be safe. He occupied the intervening period by continuing the negotiations as to the principles on which the joint administration should be conducted. He came forward with a new proposal, and one which was extremely surprising, that the estates of the duchies should be summoned and negotiations entered into with them. It is one of the most obscure of all his actions. He did it contrary to the advice of those on the spot. Everyone warned him that if the estates were summoned, their first action would be to proclaim Augustenburg as duke. Some suppose that the king insisted on his taking this step. That is, however, very improbable. Others that he proposed it in order that it might be rejected by Austria, so that Austria might lose the great influence which, by support of Augustenburg, she was gaining in Germany. Austria, however, accepted the proposal, and then negotiations began as to the form in which the estates should be called together. What should be the relations to them of the two powers? This gave rise to a minute controversy which could not be settled, and no doubt Bismarck did not wish that it should be settled. One of his conditions, however, was that, before the estates were summoned, Augustenburg should be compelled to leave Holstein. Of course, the prince refused, for he well knew that if he once went away, he would never be allowed to return. The Duke of Oldenburg, who was always ready to come forward when Bismarck wished it, himself demanded the expulsion of the prince. The King of Prussia wrote a severe letter to Augustenburg, intimating his displeasure at his conduct and warning him to leave the country. The prince answered, as he always did to the king, expressing his gratitude and his constant loyalty to Prussia, but refused, and his refusal was published in the papers. It was still impossible to remove him except by force, but before he ventured on that, Bismarck had to make secure the position of Prussia. At the beginning of July, events began to move towards a crisis. Bismarck had appointed a commission of Prussian lawyers to report on the legal claim of the different candidates for the ducal throne. Their report was now published. They came to the conclusion, as we might anticipate that they would, that Augustenburg had absolutely no claim, and that legally the full authority was possessed by the two powers who had the de facto government. Their opinion did not carry much weight even in Prussia itself, but they seemed to have succeeded in convincing the king. Hitherto he had always been haunted by the fear lest, in dispossessing Augustenburg, he would be keeping a German prince from the throne, which was his right, and that to him was a very serious consideration. Now his conscience was set at rest. From this time the last support which Augustenburg had in Prussia was taken from him, for the Crown Prince, who always remained faithful to him, was almost without influence. Bismarck was henceforward able to move more rapidly. On the 5th of July, the prince's birthday was celebrated throughout the Dutch with great enthusiasm. This gave bitter offense to the king. Shortly afterwards, Bismarck left Berlin and joined the king, who was taking his annual cure at Karlsbad, and for July 28 a council of state was summoned to meet at Regensburg. Probably this is the only instance of a king coming to so important a decision outside his own territories. The council was attended not only by the ministers, but also by some of the generals and by Goltz, who was summoned from Paris for the purpose. It was determined to send an ultimatum to Austria. The chief demand was that Austria should withdraw all support from Augustenburg and agree immediately to eject him from the duchies. If Austria refused to agree, Prussia would do so herself. He was to be seized, put on board a ship, and carried up to East Prussia. To show that they were in earnest, a beginning was made by seizing in Holstein Prussian subjects who had written in the newspapers in a sense opposed to the wishes of the Prussian government, and carrying them off to be tried at Berlin. In order to be prepared for all possibilities, an official request was sent to Italy to ask for her assistance in case of an outbreak of war. After these decisions were arrived at, the king continued his journey to Gastein to complete his cure. There, on Austrian territory, in company with Bismarck, he awaited the answer. In Austria opinions were divided. The feeling of annoyance with Prussia had been steadily growing during the last year. The military party was gaining ground. Many would have been only too glad to take up the challenge. It would indeed have been their wisest plan to do so, openly to support the claim of Augustenburg, to demand that the estates of Holstein should be at once summoned, and, if Bismarck carried out his threats, to put herself at the head of Germany, and in the name of the outraged rights of a German prince and the German state, to take up the Prussian challenge. There were, however, serious reasons against this. The emperor was very reluctant to go to war, and as so often, the personal feelings of the rulers had much to do with the policy of the government. Then the internal condition of Austria, both politically and financially, was very unsatisfactory. It would have been necessary to raise a loan, and this could not be easily done. There was also the constant danger from Italy, for Austria knew that even if there were no alliance, as soon as she was attacked on one side by Prussia, the Italians on the other side would invade Venetia. Count Metternich was instructed to ask Napoleon, but received an answer that they could not hope for a French alliance. The Austrians feared that he might already be engaged on the side of Prussia. For all these reasons it was determined to attempt to bring about a compromise. A change of ministry took place, and Count Blome, one of the new ministers, was sent to Gastein. He found both the king and Bismarck not disinclined to some compromise. The reports both from Florence and Paris did not seem to Bismarck to be entirely satisfactory. He did not find such readiness as he had hoped for. He feared that some secret understanding might be arrived at between Austria and Napoleon, and then, as we have seen, he was really anxious to avoid war for the sake of the Duchies. He had not given up his intention of war with Austria some day, but it would be impossible to find a less agreeable excuse for it. Halbuber and Augustenburg are acting so that we shall soon have to apply force. This will cause bad blood in Vienna. It is not what I wish, but Austria gives us no choice. He had written a few days before. After a few days of indecision, a compromise therefore was agreed upon. The joint administration of the duchies was to be given up. Austria was to administer Holstein, Prussia Schleswig. They both undertook not to bring the question before the Diet. The Duchy of Lauenburg was to be handed over absolutely to the King of Prussia, the Emperor of Austria receiving $2,000,000 for his share. Lauenburg was the first new possession which Bismarck was able to offer to the king. The grateful monarch conferred on him the title of Count, and in later years presented to him large estates out of the very valuable royal domains. It was from Lauenburg that in later years the young German emperor took the title which he wished to confer on the retiring chancellor. End of section 15. Section 16 of Bismarck and the Foundation of the German Empire by James Headlam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Manik Baisho, Portugal. Chapter 10. Outbreak of War with Austria, 1865 to 1866. The arrangement made at Gastein could not be permanent. It was only a temporary expedient to put off the conflict which henceforward was inevitable. Inevitable, that is, if the Emperor of Austria still refused to sell Holstein to Prussia. It was, however, so far as it went, a great gain to Prussia, because it deprived Austria of the esteem of the other German states. Her strength had hitherto lain in a strict adhesion to popular feeling and to what the majority of the Germans, princes and people alike, believed was justice. By coming to a separate agreement with Prussia, she had shaken their confidence. Bavaria especially was much annoyed by this change of front, as it seemed probable that the most important of the southern states would soon be ranged on the side of Prussia. This was a consummation which Bismarck ardently desired, and to which he addressed himself with much energy. The attitude of France was more important than that of the German states, and in the autumn Bismarck made a fresh visit to that country. Just as he had done the year before, he went to take the sea bath at Biarritz. This step was the more remarkable because Napoleon had received the news of the Treaty of Gastein with marked displeasure and had given public expression to his opinions. Bismarck now saw Douang de Lys at Paris and then went on to Biarritz, where the Emperor was. For 10 days he lived there in constant association with the imperial family. The personal impression which he made was very favorable. A really great man, wrote Mérimée, free from feeling and full of esprit. He saw Napoleon again on his return through Paris. The two succeeded in coming to an understanding. Napoleon assured him that he might depend on the absolute neutrality of France in case of a war between Prussia and Austria. It was agreed also that the annexation of the duchies to Prussia would not be an increase of territory which would cause any uneasiness at Paris. Napoleon would view it with favor. Bismarck went farther than this. He opened the subject of a complete reform of the German constitution on the lines that Prussia was to have a free hand in the north of Germany. He pointed out that the acquisition of the duchies would only be an earnest for the fulfillment of the pledge which history had laid upon the state of Prussia. For the future prosecution of it, we need the most friendly relations with France. It seems to me in the interest of France to encourage Prussia in the ambitious fulfillment of a national duty. The Emperor acquiesced. As you know, the division of Europe into large national states was what he meant by Napoleonic ideas. He was willing enough to help in Germany a change such as that he had brought about in Italy. It was agreed that events should be allowed to develop themselves. When the time came, it would be easy enough to come to some definite agreement. This, however, was not all. It was not to be expected that Napoleon should render Prussia so valuable a service without receiving something in exchange. We know Bismarck's opinion of a statesman who, out of sympathy for another country, would sacrifice the interests of his own. The creation of a strong consolidated state in the north of Germany could not be in the interests of France. The power of France had always been founded on the weakness of Germany. Even if Napoleon himself, with his generous and cosmopolitan sympathies, was willing to make the sacrifice, France was not. Napoleon knew, and Bismarck knew, that Napoleon could not disregard the feeling of the country. His power was based on universal suffrage and the popularity of his name. He could not, as a king of Prussia could, brave the displeasure of the people. France must then have some compensation. What was it to be? What were to be the terms of the more intimate and special understanding? We do not know exactly what was said. We do know that Bismarck led both the emperor and his ministers to believe that Prussia would support them in an extension of the frontier. He clearly stated that the king would not be willing to surrender a single Prussian village. He probably said that they would not acquiesce in the restoration to France of any German territory. France, therefore, must seek a reward in a French-speaking people. It was perhaps an exaggeration if Durand de Lis said he offered us all kinds of things which did not belong to him. But Napoleon also in later years repeated that Bismarck had promised him all kinds of recompenses. No written agreement was made. That was reserved for later negotiations, but there was a verbal understanding which both parties felt was binding. This was the pendant to the interview of Plombières. But Bismarck had improved on Cavour's example. He did not want so much. He asked only for neutrality. The King of Prussia would not be called upon, like Victor Emmanuel, to surrender the old possessions of his house. Bismarck returned to Berlin with his health invigorated by the Atlantic winds and his spirits raised by success. The first step now was to secure the help of Italy. He had seen Nigra, the Italian minister at Paris, and told him that war was inevitable. He hoped he could reckon on Italian alliance, but there was still, however, much ground for anxiety that Austria might succeed in arranging affairs with Italy. The relations of the four powers at this time were very remarkable. All turned on Venetia. The new kingdom of Italy would not rest until it had secured this province. Napoleon also was bound by honor to complete his promise and free Italy to the Adriatic. Neither his throne nor that of his son would be secure if he failed to do so. A war between Austria and Prussia would obviously afford the best opportunity, and his whole efforts were therefore directed to preventing a reconciliation between the two German powers. His great fear was that Austria should come to terms with Prussia and surrender the duchies on condition that Prussia should guarantee her Italian possessions. When Bismarck visited Napoleon at Biarritz, the first question of the emperor was, "Have you guaranteed Venetia to Austria?" It was the fear of this which caused his anger at the Treaty of Gastein. On the other hand, Bismarck had his reasons for anxiety. It was always possible that Austria, instead of coming to terms with Prussia, might choose the other side. She might surrender Venetia in order to obtain French and Italian support in a German war. The situation indeed was this. Austria was liable at any moment to be attacked by both Italy and Prussia. It would probably be beyond her strength to resist both assailants at the same time. A wise statesman would probably have made terms with one or the other. He would have either surrendered Venetia, which was really a source of weakness to Italy, or agreed with Prussia over the duchies and the German problem, thereby gaining Prussian support against Italy. The honorable pride of Mansdorf and the military party in Austria refused to surrender anything till it was too late. Nonetheless, the constant fear lest Austria should make terms with one of her enemies for a long time prevented an alliance between Prussia and Italy. The Italians did not trust Bismarck. They feared that if they made a treaty with him, he would allow them to get entangled in war, and then, as at Gastein, make up his quarrel with Austria. Bismarck did not trust the Italians. He feared that they and Napoleon would even at the last moment take Venetia as a present, and, as very nearly happened, offer Austria one of the Prussian provinces instead. It was impossible to have any reliance on Napoleon's promises, for he was constantly being pulled two ways. His own policy and sympathies would lead him to an alliance with Prussia. The clerical party, which was yearly growing stronger and had the support of the Empress, wished him to side with the Catholic power. In consequence, even after his return from France, Bismarck could not pass a day with full security that he might not find himself opposed by a coalition of Austria, France, and Italy. The Austrians felt that they were to be made the victims of a similar coalition between Prussia, France, and Italy. France always feared a national union between the two great German powers. Bismarck began by completing and bringing to a conclusion the arrangements for a commercial treaty with Italy. At the beginning of January, the King of Prussia sent Victor Emmanuel the Order of the Black Eagle. Bismarck also used his influence to induce Bavaria to join in the commercial treaty and to recognize the Kingdom of Italy. Then, on January 13th, he wrote to Usedom that the eventual decision in Germany would be influenced by the action of Italy. If they could not depend on the support of Italy, he hinted that peace would be maintained. In this way, he hoped to force the Italians to join him. Affairs in the duchies gave Bismarck the opportunity for adopting with good grounds a hostile attitude towards Austria. Gablenz, the new governor of Holstein, continued to favor the Augustenburg agitation. Many had expected that Austria would govern Holstein as a part of the empire. Instead of doing so, with marked design, the country was administered as though it was held in trust for the prince. No taxes were levied. Full freedom was allowed to the press, and while the Prussians daily became more unpopular in Schleswig, the Austrians, by their leniency, won the affection of Holstein. At the end of January, they even allowed a mass meeting, which was attended by over 4,000 men, to be held at Altona. This made very unfavorable impression on the king, and any action of Austria that offended the king was most useful to Bismarck. Bismarck is using all his activity to inspire the king with his own views and feelings, wrote Benedetti, the French ambassador at this time. At the end of January, he felt sufficiently secure to protest seriously against the Austrian action in Holstein. Why, he asked, had they left the alliance against our common enemy, the revolution? Austria in return refused peremptorily to allow Bismarck any voice in the administration of Holstein. Bismarck, when the dispatch was read to him, answered curtly that he must consider that henceforth the relations of the two powers had lost their intimate character. We are as we were before the Danish War, neither worse nor better. He sent no answer to the Austrian dispatch and ceased to discuss with them the affairs of the duchies. This was a fair warning to Austria, and it was understood. They took it as an intimation that hostilities were intended, and from this day began quietly to make their preparations. As soon as they did this, they were given into Bismarck's hand. The Prussians, owing to the admirable organization of the army, could prepare for war in a fortnight or 3 weeks' time, less than the Austrians would require. Austria, to be secure, must therefore begin to arm first. As soon as she did so, the Prussian government would be able, with full protestation of innocence, to point to the fact that they had not moved a man, and then begin their own mobilization, not apparently for offense, but as it were to protect themselves from an unprovoked attack. In a minute of February 22nd, Moltke writes that it would be better for political reasons not to mobilize yet. Then they would appear to put Austria in the wrong. Austria had now 100,000 men in Bohemia, and it would be impossible to undertake any offensive movement against Prussia with less than 150,000 or 200,000. To collect these, at least 6 weeks would be required, and the preparations could not be concealed. 6 days later, a great council was held in Berlin. A war with Austria must come sooner or later. It is wiser to undertake it now, under these most favorable circumstances, than to leave it to Austria to choose the most auspicious moment for herself, said Bismarck. The rupture, he explained, had already really been effected. That had been completed at his last interview with Caroli. Bismarck was supported by most of the ministers. The king said that the duchies were worth a war, but he still hoped that peace would be kept. The arrangement of the foreign alliances was now pushed on. The king wrote an autograph letter to Napoleon saying that the time for the special understanding had come. Goltz discussed with him at length the terms of French compensation. Napoleon did not ask for any definite promise, but suggested the annexation of some German territory to France. It was explained to him that Prussia would not surrender any German territory, but that if France took part of Belgium, the Prussian frontier must be extended to the Maas, that is, must include the northeast of Belgium. Again, no definite agreement was made, but Napoleon's favoring neutrality seemed secure. There was more difficulty with Italy, for here an active alliance was required, and the Italians still feared they would be tricked. It was decided to send Moltke to Florence to arrange affairs there. This, however, was unnecessary, for Victor Emmanuel sent one of his generals, Govone, nominally to gain some information about the new military inventions. For the next 3 weeks, Govone and Barrel, the Italian minister, were engaged in constant discussions as to the terms of the treaty. Of course, the Austrians were not entirely ignorant of what was going on. The negotiations with Italy roused among them intense bitterness. Without actually mobilizing, they slowly and cautiously made all preliminary arrangements. A dispatch was sent to Berlin accusing the Prussians of the intention of breaking the Treaty of Gastein, and another dispatch to the German court asking for their assistance. Caroli waited on Bismarck, assured him that their military preparations were purely defensive, and asked point-blank whether Prussia proposed to violate the treaty. The answer, of course, was a simple no, but according to the gossip of Berlin, Bismarck added, "You do not think I should tell you if I did intend to do so." On March 24th, a dispatch was sent to the envoys at all the German courts, drawing their attention to the Austrian preparations, for which it was said there was no cause. In view of this obvious aggression, Prussia must begin to arm. That this was a mere pretext is shown by a confidential note of Moltke of the same date. In it, he states that all the Austrian preparations up to this time were purely defensive. There was as yet no sign of an attempt to take the offensive. 2 days later, a meeting of the Prussian Council was held, and the orders for a partial mobilization of the army were given, though some time elapsed before they were actually carried out. Under the constant excitement of these weeks, Bismarck's health again began to break down. Except himself, there was in fact scarcely a single man who desired war. The king still seized every opportunity of preserving the peace. England, as so often, was beginning to make proposals for mediation. All the Prussian diplomatists, he complained, were working against his warlike projects. He made it clear to the Italians that the result would depend on them. If they would not sign a treaty, there would be no war. The great difficulty in arranging the terms of the treaty was to determine who should begin. The old suspicion was still there. Each side expected that if they began, they would be deserted by their ally. The suspicion was unjust, for on both sides there were honorable men. The treaty was eventually signed on April 9th. It was to the effect that if Prussia went to war with Austria within the next 3 months, Italy would also at once declare war. Neither country was to make a separate peace. Prussia would continue the war till Venetia was surrendered. On the very day that this treaty was signed, Bismarck, in answer to an Austrian dispatch, wrote, insisting that he had no intention of entering on an offensive war against Austria. In private conversation, he was more open. To Benedetti, he said, "I have at last succeeded in determining a king of Prussia to break the intimate relations of his house with that of Austria, to conclude a treaty of alliance with Italy, to accept arrangements with Imperial France. I am proud of the result." Suddenly, a fresh impediment appeared. The Austrians, on April 18th, wrote, proposing a disarming on both sides. The Prussian answer was delayed for many days. It was said in Berlin that there was a difference of opinion between Bismarck and the king. Bismarck complained to Benedetti that he was wavering. When at last the answer was sent, it was to accept the principle, but Bismarck boasted that he had accepted it under such conditions that it could hardly be carried out. The reluctance of the king to go to war caused him much difficulty. All his influence was required. It is curious to read the following words which he wrote at this time. "It is opposed to my feelings, I may say to my faith, to attempt to use influence or pressure on your paternal feelings with regard to the decision on peace or war. This is a sphere in which, trusting to God alone, I leave it to your Majesty's heart to steer for the good of the fatherland. My part is prayer rather than counsel." And then he again lays before the king the insuperable arguments in favor of war. Let us not suppose that this letter was but a cunning device to win the consent of the king. In these words, more than in anything else, we see his deepest feelings and his truest character. Bismarck was no Napoleon. He had determined that war was necessary, but he would not go to the terrible arbitrament with a light heart. He was not a man whom, from personal ambition, would order thousands of men to go to their death or bring his country to ruin. It was his strength that he never forgot that he was working not for himself but for others. Behind the far-sighted plotter and the keen intriguer, there always remained the primitive honesty of his younger years. He may at times have complained of the difficulties which arose from the reluctance of the king to follow his advice, but he himself felt that it was a source of strength to him that he had to explain, justify, and recommend his policy to the king. All anxiety was, however, removed by news which came the next day. A report was spread throughout the papers that Italy had begun to mobilize, and that a band of Garibaldians had crossed the frontier. The report seems to have been untrue. How it originated we know not. When Rohn heard of it, he exclaimed, "Now the Italians are arming, the Austrians cannot disarm." He was right. The Austrian government sent a message to Berlin that they would withdraw part of their northern army from Bohemia, but must at once put the whole of their southern army on a war footing. Prussia refused to accept this plea, and the order for the mobilization of the Prussian army went out. As soon as Austria had begun to mobilize, war was inevitable. The state of the finances of the empire would not permit them to maintain their army on a war footing for any time. Nonetheless, another 6 weeks were to elapse before hostilities began. We have seen how throughout these complications Bismarck had desired, if he fought Austria, to fight not for the sake of the duchies, but for a reform of the German Confederation. In March he had said to the Italians that the Holstein question was not enough to warrant a declaration of war. Prussia intended to bring forward the reform of the Confederation. This would take several months. He hoped that among other advantages he would have at least Bavaria on his side. For the kind of proposal he had in his mind, though at this time he seems to have had no clear plan, was some arrangement by which the whole of the north of Germany could be closely united to Prussia, and the southern states formed in a separate union with Bavaria at the head. He had always pointed out, even when he was at Frankfurt, that Bavaria was a natural ally of Prussia. In a great war, the considerable army of Bavaria would not be unimportant. At the beginning of April, Bismarck instructed Savigny, his envoy at the Diet, to propose the consideration of a reform in the Constitution. The proposal he made was quite unexpected. No details were mentioned as to changes in the relations of the princes, but a parliament elected by universal suffrage and direct election was to be chosen to help in the management of common German affairs. It is impossible to exaggerate the bewilderment and astonishment with which this proposal was greeted. Here was the man who had risen into power as the champion of monarchical government, as the enemy of parliaments and democracy, voluntarily taking up the extreme demand of the German radicals. It must be remembered that universal suffrage was at this time regarded not as a mere scheme of voting. It was a principle. It was the cardinal principle of the Revolution. It meant the sovereignty of the people. It was the basis of the French Revolution of 1848. It had been incorporated in the German Constitution of 1849, and this was one of the reasons why The King of Prussia had refused then to accept that constitution. The proposal was universally condemned. Bismarck had perhaps hoped to win the liberals. If so, he was disappointed. Their confidence could not be gained by this sudden and amazing change. They distrusted him all the more. A government that, despising the laws of its own country, comes forward with plans for Confederate reform cannot have the confidence of the German people, was the verdict of the National Party. The moderate liberals, men like Zibel, had always been opposed to universal suffrage. Even the English statesmen were alarmed. It was 2 years before Disraeli made his leap in the dark, and here was the Prussian statesman making a far bolder leap in a country not yet accustomed to the natural working of representative institutions. He did not gain the adhesion of the liberals, and he lost the confidence of his old friends. Napoleon alone expressed his pleasure that the institutions of the two countries should become so like one another. There was indeed ample reasons for distrust. Universal suffrage meant not only democracy, it was the foundation on which Napoleon had built his empire. He had shown that the voice of the people might become the instrument of despotism. All the old suspicions were aroused. People began to see fresh meaning in this constant visit to France. Napoleon had found an apt pupil not only in foreign but in internal matters. It could mean nothing more than the institution of a democratic monarchy. This was Bonapartism. It seemed to be the achievement of that change which, years ago, Gerlach had foreboded. No wonder the King of Hanover began to feel his crown less steady on his head. What was the truth in this matter? What were the motives which influenced Bismarck? The explanation he gave was probably the true one. By universal suffrage, he hoped to attain a conservative and monarchical assembly. He appealed from the educated and liberal middle classes to the peasants and artisans. We remember how often he had told the Prussian House of Commons that they were not the true representatives of the people. Direct election and universal suffrage I consider to be greater guarantees of conservative action than any artificial electoral law. The artificial system of indirect election and elections by classes is a much more dangerous one in a country of monarchical traditions and loyal patriotism. Universal suffrage, doing away as it does with the influence of the liberal bourgeoisie, leads to monarchical elections. There was in his mind a vague ideal, the ideal of a king, the father of his country, supported by the masses of the people. He had a genuine interest in the welfare of the poorest. He thought he would find in them more gratitude and confidence than in the middle classes. We know that he was wrong. Universal suffrage in Germany was to make possible the Social Democrats and Ultramontanes. It was to give the parliamentary power into the hands of an opponent far more dangerous than the liberals of the Prussian Assembly. Probably no one had more responsibility for this measure than the brilliant founder of the Socialist Party. Bismarck had watched with interest the career of Lassalle. He had seen with admiration his power of organization. He felt that here was a man who, in internal affairs and in the management of the people, had something of the skill and courage which he himself had in foreign affairs. He was a great demagogue, and Bismarck had already learnt that a man who aimed at being not only a diplomatist but a statesman and a ruler must have something of the demagogic art. From Lassalle he could learn much. We have letters written 2 years before this in which Lassalle, obviously referring to some previous conversation, says, "Above all, I accuse myself of having forgotten yesterday to impress upon you that the right of being elected must be given to all Germans. This is an immense means of power, the moral conquest of Germany. Obviously, there had been a long discussion in which Lassalle had persuaded the minister to adopt universal suffrage. The letters continue with reference to the machinery of the elections and means of preventing abstention from the poll, for which Lassalle professes to have found the magic charm. One other remark we must make: this measure, as later events were to prove, was in some way characteristic of all Bismarck's internal policy. Rohn once complained of his strokes of genius, his unforeseen decisions. In foreign policy, bold and decisive as he could be, he was also cautious and prudent. To this he owes his success. He could strike when the time came, but he never did so unless he had tested the situation in every way. He never began a war unless he was too sure to win, and he left nothing to chance or good fortune. In internal affairs he was less prudent. He did not know his ground so well, and he exaggerated his own influence. Moreover, in giving up the simpler conservative policy of his younger years, he became an opportunist. He would introduce important measures in order to secure the support of a party, even though he might thereby be sacrificing the interests of his country to a temporary emergency. He really applied to home affairs the habits he had learned in diplomacy. There, every alliance is temporary. When the occasion of it has passed by, it ceases, and leaves no permanent effect. He tried to govern Germany by a series of political alliances, but the alliance of the government with a party can never be barren. The laws to which it gives birth remain. Bismarck sometimes thought more of the advantage of the alliance than of the permanent effect of the laws. Even after this, there was still delay. There were the usual abortive attempts at a Congress, which, as in 1859, broke down through the refusal of Austria to give way. There were dark intrigues of Napoleon, who even at the last moment attempted to divert the Italians from their Prussian alliance. In Germany, there was extreme indignation against the man who was forcing his country into a fratricidal war. Bismarck had often received threatening letters. Now an attempt was made on his life. As he was walking along Unter den Linden, a young man approached and fired several shots at him. He was seized by Bismarck, and that night put an end to his own life in prison. He was a South German who wished to save his country from the horrors of civil war. Moltke, now that all was prepared, was anxious to begin. Bismarck still hesitated. He was so cautious that he would not take the first step. At last the final provocation came, as he hoped it would, from Austria. He knew that if he waited long enough, they would take the initiative. They proposed to summon the estates of Holstein, and at the same time brought the question of the duchies before the Diet. Bismarck declared that this was a breach of Treaty of Gastein, and that that agreement was therefore void. Prussian troops were ordered to enter Holstein. Austria appealed for protection to the Diet, and moved that the federal forces should be mobilized. The motion was carried by 9 votes to 7. The Prussian envoy then rose and declared that this was a breach of the federal law. Prussia withdrew from the Federation and declared war on all those states which had supported Austria. Hanover and Hesse had to the end attempted to maintain neutrality, but this Bismarck would not allow. They were given the alternative of alliance with Prussia or disarmament. The result was that when war began, the whole of Germany, except the small northern states, was opposed to Prussia. "I have no ally but the Duke of Mecklenburg and Mazzini," said the king. End of section 16. Section 17 of Bismarck and the Foundation of the German Empire by James Headlam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Manuscript Portugal. Chapter 11. The Conquest of Germany, 1866. Part 1. Bismarck had no part in the management of the army. This the king always kept in his own hands. He was himself commander-in-chief, and on all military questions he took the advice of his Minister of War and the Chief of the Staff. When his power and influence in the state were greatest, Bismarck's authority always ceased as soon as technical and military matters arose for consideration. He often chafed at this limitation and even in a campaign was eager to offer his advice. There was soldier's blood in his veins, and he would have liked himself to bear arms in the war. At least he was able to be present on the field of battle with the king and witness part of the campaign. With the king he left Berlin on June 30th to join the army in Bohemia. Already the news had come of the capitulation of the Hanoverians. The whole of northwest Germany had been conquered in a week, and the Prussian flank was secure. The effect of these victories was soon seen. His unpopularity was wiped out in blood. Night by night, as the bulletins arrived, crowds collected to cheer and applaud the minister. The king and his suite reached the army on July 1st. They were just in time to be present at the decisive battle. At midnight on July 2nd, it was known that the Austrians were preparing to give battle near Königgrätz with the Elbe in their rear. Early the next morning, the king, with Bismarck, Roon, and Moltke rode out and took up their positions on the hill of Dub, whence they could view what was to be the decisive battle in the history of Germany. Here, after the lapse of more than 100 years, they were completing the work which Frederick the Great had begun. The battle was long and doubtful. The army of Prince Frederick Charles attacked the Austrian division under the eyes of the king, but could make no advance against their powerful artillery. They had to wait till the Crown Prince, who was many miles away, could come up and attack the right flank of the Austrians. Hour after hour went by, and the Crown Prince did not come. If he delayed longer, the attack would fail and the Prussians be defeated. We can easily imagine what must have been Bismarck's thoughts during this crisis. On the result depended his position, his reputation, perhaps his life. Into those few hours was concentrated the struggle to which he had devoted so much of his lifetime, and yet he was quite helpless. Success or failure did not depend on him. It was the crudest trial to the statesman that he must see his best plans undone by the mistakes of the generals. Bismarck often looked with anxiety at Moltke's face to see whether he could read in it the result of the battle. The king, too, was getting nervous. Bismarck at last could stand it no longer. He rode up to Moltke, took out a cigar case, and offered it to the general. Moltke looked at the cigars carefully and took the best. "Then I knew we were all right," said Bismarck in telling this story. It was after 2 when, at last, the cannon of the Crown Prince's army came into action, and the Austrian army, attacked on two sides, was overthrown. "This time the brave grenadiers have saved us," said Roon. It was true. But for the army which he and the king had made, all the genius of Moltke and Bismarck would have been unavailing. "Our men deserve to be kissed," wrote Bismarck to his wife. "Every man is brave to the death, quiet, obedient, with empty stomachs, wet clothes, little sleep, the soles of their boots falling off. They are friendly towards everyone. There is no plundering and burning. They pay what they are able, though they have moldy bread to eat. There must exist a depth of piety in our common soldier, or all this could not be. Bismarck might well be proud of this practical illustration, which was given of that which he so often in older days maintained. This was a true comment on the pictures of the loyalty of the Prussian people and the simple faith of the German peasants, which from his place in Parliament he had opposed to the new skeptical teaching of the liberals. As soon as he was able, he went about among the wounded. As he once said, the King of Prussia was accustomed to look into the eyes of wounded men on the field of battle, and therefore would never venture on an unjust or unnecessary war. And in this Bismarck felt as the king. He writes home for cigars for distributing among the wounded. Personally, he endured something of the hardships of campaigning, for in the miserable Bohemian villages there was little food and shelter to be had. He composed himself to sleep, as best he could, on a dung heap by the roadside, until he was roused by the Prince of Mecklenburg, who had found more acceptable quarters. It was not for long that this life, which was to him almost a welcome reminiscence of his sporting days, could continue. Diplomatic cares soon fell upon him. Not 2 days had passed since the great battle when a telegram from Napoleon was placed in the king's hands informing him that Austria had requested France's mediation, that Venetia had been surrendered to France, and inviting the king to conclude an armistice. Immediately afterwards came the news that the surrender of Venetia to France had been published in the Moniteur. If this meant anything, it meant that Napoleon intended to stop the further progress of the Prussian army, to rescue Austria, and to dictate the terms of peace. It could not be doubted that he would be prepared to support his mediation by arms, and in a few days they might expect to hear that the French corps were being stationed on the frontier. What was to be done? Bismarck neither doubted nor hesitated. It was impossible to refuse French mediation. West Germany was almost undefended. The whole of the southern states was still unconquered. However imperfect the French military preparations might be, it was impossible to run such a risk. At his advice, the king at once sent a courteous answer accepting the French proposal. He was more disposed to this because, in doing so, he really bound himself to nothing. He accepted the principles of French mediation, but he was still free to discuss and refuse the special terms which might be offered. He said that he was willing to accept an armistice, but it was only on condition that the preliminaries of peace were settled before hostilities ceased, and to them the king could not agree except after consultation with the King of Italy. It was a friendly answer, which cost nothing, and meanwhile the army continued to advance. An Austrian request for an armistice was refused. Vienna was now the goal. Napoleon, if he wished to stop them, must take the next move, must explain the terms of peace he wished to secure, and show by what measures he was prepared to enforce them. By his prompt action, Bismarck, who knew Napoleon well, hoped to escape the threatened danger. We shall see with what address he used the situation so that the vacillation of France became to him more useful than even her faithful friendship would have been, for now he felt himself free from all ties of gratitude. Whatever services France might do to Prussia, she could henceforth look to him for no voluntary recompense. Napoleon had deceived him. He would henceforward have no scruples in deceiving Napoleon. He had entered on the war relying on the friendship and neutrality of France. At the first crisis this had failed him. He never forgot and he never forgave. Years later, when the news of Napoleon's death was brought to him, this was the first incident in their long connection which came into his mind. Intercourse with Paris was slow and uncertain. The telegraph wires were often cut by the Bohemian peasants. Some time must elapse before an answer came. In the meanwhile, as the army steadily advanced towards the Austrian capital, Bismarck had to consider the terms of peace he would be willing to accept. He had to think not only of what he would wish, but of what it was possible to acquire. He wrote to his wife at this time: "We are getting on well. If we are not extreme in our claims and do not imagine that we have conquered the world, we shall obtain a peace that is worth having. But we are easily intoxicated as we are discouraged, and I have the thankless task of pouring water into the foaming wine, and of pointing out that we are not alone in Europe, but have three neighbors." Of the three neighbors, there was little to fear from England. With the death of Lord Palmerston, English policy had entered on a new phase. The traditions of Pitt and Canning were forgotten. England no longer aimed at being the arbitress of Europe. The leaders of both parties agreed that unless her own interests were immediately affected, England would not interfere in continental matters. The internal organization of Germany did not appear to concern her. She was the first to recognize the new principle that the relations of the German states to one another were to be settled by the Germans themselves, and to extend to Germany that doctrine of non-intervention which she had applied to Spain and Italy. Neither France nor Russia would be so accommodating. France, as we have already seen, had begun to interfere. Russia would probably do so. If they came to some agreement, they would demand a Congress, and as a matter of fact, a few days later, the Tsar proposed a Congress both in Paris and in London. Of all issues, this was the one which Bismarck dreaded most. A war with France he would have disliked, but at the worst he was not afraid of it. But he did not wish that the terms of peace he proposed to dictate should be subjected to the criticism and revision of the European powers, nor to undergo the fate which fell on Russia 12 years later. Had the Congress, however, been supported by Russia and France, he must have accepted it. It is for this reason that he was so ready to meet the wishes of France, for if Napoleon once entered into separate and private negotiations, then whatever the result of them might be, he could not join with the other powers in common action. With regard to the terms of peace, it was obvious that Schleswig-Holstein would now be Prussian. It would scarcely be doubted that there must be a reform in the Confederation, which would be reorganized under the hegemony of Prussia, and that Austria would be excluded from all participation in German affairs. It might, in fact, be anticipated that the very great successes of Prussia would enable her to carry out the program of 1849 and to unite the whole Germany in a close union. This, however, was not what Bismarck intended. For him, the unity of Germany was a matter of secondary importance. What he desired was complete control over the North. In this, he was going back to the sound and true principles of Prussian policy. He, as nearly all other Prussian statesmen, looked on the line of the Main as a real division. He therefore, on the 9th of July, wrote to Goltz, explaining the ideas he had of the terms on which peace might be concluded. The essential thing, he said, was that they should get control over North Germany in some form or other. I use the term North German Confederation without any hesitation, because I consider that if the necessary consolidation of the federation is to be made certain, it will be at present impossible to include South Germany in it. The present moment is very favorable for giving our new creation just that delimitation which will secure it a firm union. The question remained what form the union should take. On this he writes, Your Excellency must have the same impression as myself that public opinion in our country demands the incorporation of Hanover, Saxony, and Schleswig. He adds that this would undoubtedly be the best solution of the matter for all concerned, if it could be effected without the cession of other Prussian territory, but he did not himself consider the difference between a satisfactory system of reform and the acquisition of these territories sufficient to justify him in risking the fate of the whole monarchy. It was the same alternative which had presented itself to him about Schleswig-Holstein. Now, as then, annexation was what he aimed at, and he was not the man easily to reconcile himself to a less favorable solution. At the same time that he wrote this letter, he sent orders that Falkenstein should quickly occupy all the territory north of the Main. It is important to notice the date at which this letter was sent. It shows us that these proposals were Bismarck's own. Attempts have often been made since to suggest that the policy of annexation was not his, but was forced on him by the king, or by the military powers, or by the nation. This was not the case. He appeals indeed to public opinion, but public opinion, had it been asked, would really have demanded not the dethronement of the kings of Hanover and Saxony, but the unity of all Germany, and we know that Bismarck would never pursue what he thought a dangerous policy simply because public opinion demanded it. It has also been said that the dethronement of the King of Hanover was the natural result of the obstinacy of himself and his advisers, and his folly in going to Vienna to appeal there to the help of the Austrian emperor. This also was not true. We find that Bismarck has determined on this policy some days before the king had left Thuringia. This, like all he did, was the deliberate result of the consideration. What would tend most to the growth of Prussian power? He had to consider three alternatives: that these states should be compelled to come into a union with Prussia on the terms that the princes should hand over the command of their forces to the Prussian king. But he knew that the King of Hanover would never consent to this, and probably the King of Saxony would also refuse. He might also require the reigning kings to abdicate in place of their sons, or he might leave them with considerable freedom, but cripple their power by taking away part of their territory. These solutions seemed to him undesirable because they would leave dynasties who would naturally be hostile, jealous, and suspicious, with the control of large powers of government. Surely it would be better, safer, and wiser to sweep them away altogether. It may be objected that there was no ground in justice for so doing. This is true, and Bismarck has never pretended that there was. He has left it to the writers of the Prussian press to justify an action which was based purely on policy, by the pretense that it was the due recompense of the crimes of the rival dynasties. Sibyl says that Bismarck determined on these terms because they were those which would be most acceptable to France, that he would have preferred at once to secure the unity of the whole of Germany, but that from his knowledge of French thought and French character, he foresaw that this would be possible only after another war, and he did not wish to risk the whole. So far as our information goes, it is against this hypothesis. It is rather true to say that he used the danger of French interference as a means of persuading the king to adopt a policy which was naturally repugnant to him. It is true that these terms would be agreeable to Napoleon. It would appear in France and in Europe as if it was French power which had persuaded Prussia to stop at the Main and to spare Austria. Bismarck did not mind that, because what was pleasant to France was convenient to him. He knew also that the proposal to annex the conquered territories would be very agreeable to Napoleon. The dethronement of old established dynasties might be regarded as a delicate compliment to the principles he had always maintained and to the traditional policy of his house. If, however, we wish to find Bismarck's own motives, we must remember that before the war broke out, he had in his mind some such division of Germany. He knew that it would be impossible at once to unite the whole in a firm union. If Bavaria were to be included in the new confederation, they would lose in harmony what they gained in extent. As he said in his drastic way, we cannot use these ultramontanes, and we must not swallow more than we can digest. We will not fall into the blunder of Piedmont, which has been more weakened than strengthened by the annexation of Naples. Of course, he could not express this openly, and even now German writers obscure the thought, for in Germany, as in Italy, the desire for unity was so powerful that it was difficult to pardon any statesman who did not take the most immediate path to this result. It was fortunate for Germany that Bismarck was strong enough not to do so, for the Confederation of the North could be founded and confirmed before the Catholic and hostile South was included. The prize was in his hands. He deliberately refused to pick it up. Supposing, however, that after all France would not accept the terms he suggested, during the anxious days which passed, this contingency was often before him. It was not till the 14th that Goltz was able to send him any decisive information, for the very good reason that Napoleon had not until then made up his own mind. Bismarck's anxiety was increased by the arrival of Benedetti. He had received instructions to follow the king, and after undergoing the discomfort of a hasty journey in the rear of the Prussian army, reached headquarters on the 10th at Zwittau. He was taken straight to Bismarck's room, although it was far on into the night. He found him sitting in a deserted house, writing, with a large revolver by his side, for, as Kohn complains, even during the campaign, Bismarck would not give up his old custom of working all night and sleeping till midday or later. Bismarck received the French ambassador with his wonted cordiality, and the conversation was prolonged till 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, and continued on the following days. Bismarck hoped that he had come with full powers to treat, or at least with full information on the intentions of his government. That was not the case. He had no instructions except to use his influence to persuade Prussia to moderation. Napoleon was far too much divided in his own mind to be able to tell him anything further. Bismarck, with his usual frankness, explained what he wished, laying much stress on the annexations in North Germany. Benedetti, so little did he follow Napoleon's thought, protested warmly against this. We are not, he said, in the times of Frederick the Great. Bismarck then tried to probe him on other matters. As before, he assumed that Napoleon's support and goodwill were not to be had for nothing. He took it as a matter of course that if France was friendly to Prussia, she would require some recompense. He had already instructed Goltz to inquire what non-German compensation would be asked. He was much disturbed when Benedetti met his overtures with silence. He feared that Napoleon had some other plan. Benedetti, in his report, writes, "Without any encouragement on my part, he attempted to prove to me that the defeat of Austria permitted France and Prussia to modify their territorial limits and to solve the greater part of the difficulties which continued to menace the peace of Europe. I reminded him that there were treaties and that the war which he desired to prevent would be the first result of a policy of this kind. Monsieur de Bismarck answered that I misunderstood him, that France and Prussia united and resolved to rectify their respective countries, binding themselves by solemn engagement henceforth to regulate together these questions, did not fear any armed resistance either from England or from Russia. What was Bismarck's motive in making these suggestions and inquiries? German writers generally take the view that he was not serious in his proposal, that he was deliberately playing with Napoleon, that he wished to secure from him some compromising documents which he might then be able, as in fact was to happen, to use against him. They seem to find some pleasure in admiring him in the part of agent provocateur. Perhaps we may interpret his thoughts rather differently. We have often seen that it was not his practice to lay down a clear and definite course of action, but he met each crisis as it occurred. The immediate necessity was to secure the friendship of France, believing, as he did, that in politics no one acted simply on principle or out of friendship. He assumed that Napoleon, who had control of the situation, would not give his support unless he had the promise of some important recompense. The natural thing for him, as he always preferred plain dealing, was to ask straight out what the emperor wanted. When the answer came, then fresh questions would arise. If it was of such a kind that Bismarck would be able to accept it, a formal treaty between the two states might be made. If it was more than Bismarck was willing to grant, then there would be an opportunity for prolonging negotiations with France and haggling over smaller points, and he would be able to come to some agreement with Austria quickly. If he could not come to any agreement with France and war were to break out, he would always have this advantage, that he would be able to make it appear that the cause of war arose not in the want of moderation of Prussia, but in the illegitimate claims of France. Finally, he had this to consider, that so long as France was discussing terms with him, there was no danger of their accepting the Russian proposal for a Congress. Probably the one contingency which didn't occur to him was that which in fact was nearest to the truth, namely that Napoleon did not care much for any recompense, and that he had not seriously considered what he ought to demand. He was, however, prepared for the case that France should not be accommodating. He determined to enter on separate negotiations with Austria. As he could not do this directly, he let it be known at Vienna, by way of St. Petersburg, that he was willing to negotiate terms of peace. At Bonn, where he was living, he opened up a new channel of intercourse. An Austrian nobleman who was well disposed towards Prussia undertook an unofficial mission, and announced to the emperor the terms on which Prussia would make peace. They were extraordinarily lenient, namely that with the exception of Venetia, the territory of Austria should remain intact, that no war indemnity should be expected, that the Main should form the boundary of Prussian ambition, that South Germany should be left free and might enter into close connection with Austria if it chose. The only condition was that no intervention or negotiation of France should be allowed. If the negotiations with France were successful, then the French and Prussian armies united would bid defiance to the world. If those with France failed, then he hoped to bring about an understanding with Austria. The two great powers would divide Germany between them, but present a united front to all outsiders. If both negotiations broke down, he would be reduced to a third and more terrible alternative. Against the union of France and of Austria, he would put himself at the head of the German national movement. He would adopt the program of 1849. He would appeal to the revolution. He would stir up rebellion in Hungary. He would encourage the Italians to deliver a thrust into the very heart of the Austrian monarchy, and while Austria was destroyed by internal dissensions, he would meet the French invasion at the head of a united army of the other German states. End of section 17. Section 18 of Bismarck and the Foundation of the German Empire by James Headlam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Manict Baisho, Portugal. Chapter 11. The Conquest of Germany, 1866. Part 2. After all, however, Napoleon withdrew his opposition. It was represented to him that he had not the military force to carry out his new program. Italy refused to desert Prussia or even to receive Venetia from the hands of France. Prince Napoleon warned his cousin against undoing the work of his lifetime. The emperor himself, broken in health and racked by pain, confessed that his action of July 5th had been a mistake. He apologized to Goltz for his proclamation. He asked only that Prussia should be moderate in her demands. The one thing was that the unity of Germany should be avoided, if only in appearance. This, we have seen, was Bismarck's own view. Napoleon accepted the terms which Goltz proposed, but asked only that the kingdom of Saxony should be spared. If this was done, he would not only adopt, he would recommend them. An agreement was quickly come to. Benedetti went on to Vienna. He and Gramont had little difficulty in persuading the emperor to agree to terms of peace by which the whole loss of the war would fall not upon him, not even upon his only active and faithful ally, the King of Saxony, but on those other states who had refused to join themselves to either party. What a triumph was it of Bismarck's skill that the addition of 4,000,000 subjects to the Prussian crown and complete dominion over northern Germany should appear, not as the demand which, as a ruthless conqueror, he enforced on his helpless enemies, but as the solution of all difficulties which was recommended to him in reward for his moderation by the ruler of France. On the 23rd of July, an armistice was agreed on, and the conference was held at Nikolsburg to arrange the preliminaries of peace. There was no delay. In olden days, Bismarck had shown how he was able to prolong negotiations year after year when it was convenient to him that they should come to no conclusion. Now he hurried through in 3 days the discussion by which the whole future of Germany and Europe was to be determined. When all were agreed on the main points, difficulties on details were easily overcome. It remained only to procure the assent of the king. Here again, as so often before, Bismarck met with more serious resistance. He drew up a careful memorandum, which he presented to the monarch, pressing on him in the very strongest terms the acceptance of these conditions. Up to the last moment, however, there seems to have been a great reluctance. Sibel represents the difficulties as arising from the immoderate demands of the military party at court. They were not prepared, after so great a victory, to leave Austria with undiminished territory. They wished at least to have parts of Austrian Silesia. This account seemed misleading. It was not that the king wanted more than Bismarck had desired. He wanted his acquisition of territory to come in a different way. He was not reconciled to the dethronement of the King of Hanover. He wished to take part of Hanover, part of Saxony, part of Bavaria, and something from Darmstadt. To his simple and honest mind, it seemed unjust that those who had been his bitterest enemies should be treated with the greatest consideration. It was the old difficulty which Bismarck had met with in dealing with Schleswig-Holstein. The king had much regard for the rights of other princes. This time, however, Bismarck, we are surprised to learn, had the influential support of the crown prince. The scruples which he had felt as regards Schleswig-Holstein did not apply to Hanover. He was sent in to his father. The interview lasted 2 hours. What passed we do not know. He came out exhausted and wearied with the long struggle, but the king had given in, and the policy of Bismarck triumphed. The preliminaries of Nicolsburg were signed, and 2 days afterwards were ratified, for Bismarck pressed on the arrangement with feverish impetuosity. He had good reason to do so. He had just received intelligence that the Emperor of Russia was making an official demand for a congress, and fresh news had come from France. On the 25th, Benedetti had again come to him, and had sounded him with regard to the recompense which France might receive. On the 26th, just as Bismarck was going to the final sitting of the conference, the French ambassador again called on him, this time to lay before him a dispatch in which Drouin de Lys stated that he had not wished to impede the negotiations with Austria, but would now observe that the French sanction to the Prussian annexations presupposed a fair indemnification to France, and that the Emperor would confer with Prussia concerning this as soon as his role of mediator was at an end. What madness this was! As soon as the role of mediator was at an end, as soon as peace was arranged with Austria, the one means which France had for compelling the acquiescence of Prussia was lost. What had happened was this. Napoleon had, in conversation with courts, refused to consider the question of compensation. It was not worth while, he said. The gain of few square miles of territory would not be of any use. He therefore, when he still might have procured them, made no conditions. Drouin de Lys, however, who had disapproved of the whole of the Emperor's policy, still remained in office. He still wished, as he well might wish, to strengthen France in view of the great increase of Prussian power. He, therefore, on the 21st, again approached Napoleon and laid before him a dispatch in which he brought up the question of compensation. He was encouraged to discourse by the reports which Benedetti had sent of his conversations with Bismarck. It was clear that Bismarck expected some demand. He had almost asked that it should be made. We wish to avoid any injury to the balance of power, Goltz said. We will either moderate our demands or discuss those of France. It appeared absurd not to accept this offer. Napoleon was still reluctant to do so, but he was in a paroxysm of pain. "Leave me in peace," was his only answer to his minister's request, and the minister took it as an assent. Bismarck, when Benedetti informed him of the demand that was to be made, at once answered that he was quite ready to consider the proposal. Benedetti then suggested that it would probably concern certain strips of territory on the left bank of the Rhine. On this, Bismarck stopped him. "Do not make any official announcement of that kind to me today." He went away. The conference was concluded. The preliminaries were signed and ratified. France had been too late, and when the demand was renewed, Bismarck was able to adopt a very different tone. Let us complete the history of these celebrated negotiations. The discussion, which had been broken off so suddenly at Nicolsburg, was continued at Berlin. During the interval, the matter had been further discussed in Paris, and it had been determined firmly to demand compensation. Benedetti had warned the government that Bismarck would not surrender any German territory. It was no good even asking for this unless the demand was supported by urgent and threatening language. The result of the considerations was that he was instructed categorically to require the surrender to France of the Palatinate and Mayence. Benedetti undertook the task with some reluctance. In order to avoid being present at the explosion of anger which he might expect, he addressed the demand to Bismarck on August 5th by letter. 2 days he waited for an answer, but received none. On the evening of the 7th, he himself called on the Count, and a long discussion took place. Bismarck adopted the tone of indignation. The whole affair makes us doubt Napoleon and threatens to destroy our confidence. The pith of it was contained in the last words. "Do you ask this from us under threat of war?" said Bismarck. "Yes," said Benedetti. "Then it will be war." Benedetti asked to have an interview with the king. It was granted, and he received the same answer. This was the result he had anticipated, and the next evening he returned to Paris to consider with the government what was to be done. Bismarck meanwhile had taken care that some information as to these secret negotiations should become known. With characteristic cleverness, he caused it to be published in a French paper, Le Siècle, that France had asked for the Rhine country and been refused. Of course, the German press took up the matter. With patriotic fervor, they supported the king and minister. Napoleon found himself confronted by the danger of a union of all Germany in opposition to French usurpation, and his own diplomatic defeat had become known in a most inconvenient form. He at once traveled to Paris, consulted Benedetti, returned to his former policy, and asked that the demand of August 5th might be forgotten. It was withdrawn, and things were to be as if it had never been made. Were they, however, still to give up all hope of some increase of French territory? The demand for German soil had been refused. It was not at all clear that Bismarck would not support the acquisition of at least part of Belgium. In conversation with Benedetti on August 7th, he had said, "Perhaps we will find other means of satisfying you." Goltz was still very sympathetic. He regarded the French desire as quite legitimate in principle. It was determined, therefore, now to act on these hints and suggestions which had been repeated so often during the last 12 months. Benedetti was instructed to return with a draft treaty. The French demands were put in three forms. First of all, he was to ask for the Saar Valley, Landau, Luxembourg, and Belgium. If this was too much, he was to be content with Belgium and Luxembourg, and if it seemed desirable, he should offer that Antwerp be made a free city. By this, perhaps the extreme hostility of England would be averted. With this demand, on August 20th, he again appeared before Bismarck. Of course, the minister, as soon as Saarbrück and Landau was mentioned, drew himself up to his full height, adopted an angry air, and reminded Benedetti of his repeated declaration that they were not going to give up a single German village. Benedetti, therefore, in accordance with his instructions, withdrew this clause. The rest of the treaty he and Bismarck discussed together carefully. They took it line by line and clause by clause, Bismarck dealing with the matter in a serious and practical manner. After this had been finished, a revised draft was written out by Benedetti, Bismarck dictating to him the alterations which had been made. This revised draft consists of 5 articles. 1. The emperor recognized the recent acquisitions of Prussia. 2. The King of Prussia should bind himself to assist France in acquiring Luxembourg from the King of Holland by purchase or exchange. 3. The emperor bound himself not to oppose a union of the North German Federation with the South German states and the establishment of a common parliament. 4. If the emperor at any time wished to acquire Belgium, the King of Prussia was to support him and give him military assistance against the interference of any other power. 5. A general treaty of alliance. It will be seen that this treaty consisted of two parts. The first refers to what has already taken place. The Emperor of the French, in return for past assistance, is to have Luxembourg. This part would naturally come into operation immediately. The next two clauses referred to the future. The union of all Germany would, in the natural course of events, not be long delayed. This would seriously alter the balance of power and weaken France. Napoleon would naturally in the future use all his efforts to prevent it, as he had done during this year, and by an alliance with Austria he would probably be able to do so. He would, however, withdraw his opposition if he was allowed to gain a similar increase of territory for France. After all, the acquisition of at least part of Belgium by France might be justified by the same arguments by which the dethronement of the King of Hanover was defended. Many of the Belgians were French. There was no natural division between Belgium and France. Probably the people would offer no opposition. Bismarck had to remember that he could not complete the union of Germany without considering Napoleon. There were only two ways of doing the work. 1. By war with France. 2. By an alliance. Need we be surprised that he at least considered whether the latter would not be the safer, the cheaper, and the more humane? Was it not better to complete the work by the sacrifice of Belgian independence rather than by the loss of 300,000 lives? Benedetti sent the revised draft to Paris. It was submitted to the emperor, accepted in principle, and returned with some small alterations and suggestions. Benedetti sent in the revision to Bismarck and said he would be ready at any time to meet the minister and finish the negotiations. He himself left Berlin for Karlsbad and there awaited the summons. It never came. Week after week went by. Bismarck retired to his Pomeranian estate. He did not return to Berlin till December, and he never renewed the negotiations. The revised draft in Benedetti's handwriting was in his hands. 4 years later, when war had been declared against France, he published it in order to destroy whatever sympathy for Napoleon there might be in England. Bismarck did not continue the negotiations, for he had found a better way. Till August 23rd, his relations to Austria were still doubtful. He always had to fear that there was some secret understanding between France and Austria, that a coalition of the two states had been completed, and that Prussia might suddenly find herself attacked on both sides. He had therefore not wished to offend France. Moreover, his relations to Russia were not quite satisfactory. The Tsar took a very serious view of the annexations in North Germany. "I do not like it," he said. "I do not like this dethronement of dynasties." It was necessary to send General Manteuffel on a special mission to St. Petersburg. The Tsar did not alter his opinion, but Bismarck found it possible at least to quiet him. We do not know all that passed, but he seems to have used a threat and a promise. If the Tsar attempted to interfere in Germany, Bismarck hinted, as he had already done, that he might have to put himself at the head of the revolution and proclaim the Constitution of 1849. Then what would happen to the monarchical principles? He even suggested that a revolution which began in Germany might spread to Poland. The Tsar explained that he was discontented with many clauses in the Treaty of Paris. There was an understanding, if there was no formal compact, that Prussia would lend her support when the time came for the Tsar to declare that he was no longer willing to observe this treaty. By the end of August, Bismarck had therefore removed the chief dangers which threatened him. Russia was quieted, France was expectant, Austria was pacified. He had, however, done more than this. He had already laid the foundation for the union of the whole of Germany, which Napoleon thought he had prevented. The four southern states had joined in the war against Prussia. In a brilliant and interesting campaign, a small Prussian army had defeated the Federal forces and occupied the whole of South Germany. The conquest of Germany by Prussia was complete. These states had applied at Nikolsburg to be allowed to join in the negotiations. The request was refused, and Bismarck at this time treated them with deliberate and obtrusive brutality. Baron von der Porten, the Bavarian minister, had himself traveled to Nikolsburg to ask for peace. He was greeted by Bismarck with the words, "What are you doing here? You have no safe conduct. I should be justified in treating you as a prisoner of war." He had to return without achieving anything. Frankfurt had been occupied by the Prussian army. The citizens were required to pay a war indemnity of £1,000,000. Manteuffel, who was in command, threatened to plunder the town, and the full force of Prussian displeasure was felt by the city where Bismarck had passed so many years. It was arranged with Austria and France that the southern states should participate in the suspension of hostilities, that they should preserve their independence, and should be allowed to enter into any kind of federal alliance with one another. The result of this would have been that South Germany would be a weak, disunited confederation, which would be under the control partly of France and partly of Austria. This would have meant the perpetuation in its worst form of French influence over South Germany. When this clause was agreed on, the terms of peace between these states and Prussia had not yet been arranged. The King of Prussia wished that they should surrender to him some parts of their territory. Bismarck, however, opposed this. He was guided by the same principles which had influenced him all along. Some states should be entirely absorbed in Prussia, the others treated so leniently that the events of this year should leave no feeling of hostility. If Bavaria had to surrender Bayreuth and Ansbach, he knew that the Bavarians would naturally take part in the first coalition against Prussia. With much trouble he persuaded the king to adopt this point of view. The wisdom of it was soon shown. At the beginning of August, he still maintained a very imperious attitude and talked to the Bavarians of large annexations. Porten, in despair, had cried, "Do not drive us too far. We shall have to go for help to France." Then was Bismarck's turn. He told the Bavarian minister of Napoleon's suggestions, showed him that it was Prussia alone who had prevented Napoleon from annexing a large part of Bavaria, and then appealed to him through his German patriotism. Ought not Bavaria to join Prussia in an alliance? Porten was much moved. The Count and the Baron embraced one another, and by the end of August Bismarck had arranged with all the four southern states a secret offensive and defensive alliance. By this, they bound themselves to support Prussia if she was attacked. Prussia guaranteed to them their territory. In case of war, they would put their army under the command of the King of Prussia. He was now sure, therefore, of an alliance of all Germany against France. He no longer required French assistance. The unity of Germany, when it was made, would be achieved by the unaided forces of the United German States. The draft treaty with Napoleon might now be put aside. These negotiations marked indeed a most important change in Bismarck's own attitude. Hitherto, he had thought and acted as a Prussian. He had deliberately refused on all occasions to support or adopt the German program. He had done this because he did not wish Germany to be made strong until the ascendancy of Prussia was secured. The Battle of Königgrätz had done that. North Germany was now Prussian. The time had come when he could begin to think and act as a German, for the power of Prussia was founded on the rock of bronze. This change was not the only one which dates from the great victory. The constitutional conflict had still to be settled. The parliament had been dissolved just before the war. The new elections had taken place on the 3rd of July, after the news of the first victory was known. The result was shown in a great gain of seats to the government and to the moderate Liberal Party. The great question, however, was how would Bismarck use his victory over the House? For a victory it was. It was the Cannon of Königgrätz which decided the parliamentary conflict. The House had refused the money to reorganize the army, and it was this reorganized army which had achieved so unexampled a triumph. Would the government now press their victory and use the enthusiasm of the moment permanently to cripple the Constitution? This is what the Conservative Party, what Rohn and the army wished to do. It was not Bismarck's intention. He required the support of the patriotic liberals for the work he had to do. He proposed, therefore, that the government should come before the House and ask for an indemnity. They did not confess that they had acted wrongly. They did not express regret, but they recognized that in spending the money without a vote of the House, there had been an offense against the Constitution. This could now only be made good if a bill was brought in approving of what had happened. He carried his opinion, not without difficulty. The bill of indemnity was introduced and passed. He immediately had his reward. The Liberal Party, which had hitherto opposed him, broke into two portions. The extreme radicals and progressives still continued their opposition. The majority of the party formed themselves into a new organization, to which they gave the name of National Liberals. They pledged themselves to support the national and German policy of the government, while they undertook, so far as they were able, to maintain and strengthen the constitutional rights of Parliament. By this, Bismarck had a parliamentary majority, and he more and more depended upon them rather than his old friends, the conservatives. He required their support because henceforward he would have to deal not with one parliament but two. The North German Confederation was to have its parliament elected by universal suffrage. Bismarck foresaw that the principles he had upheld in the past could not be applied in the same form to the whole of the Confederation. The Prussian Conservative Party was purely Prussian. It was particularist. Had he continued to depend upon it, then all the members sent to the new Reichstag, not only from Saxony, but also from the annexed states, would have been thrown into opposition. The Liberal Party had always been not Prussian but German. now that he had to govern so large a portion of Germany, that which had in the past been the great cause of difference would be the strongest bond of union. The National Liberal Party was alone able to join him in the work of creating enthusiasm for the new institutions and new loyalty. How often had he in the old days complained of the Liberals that they thought not as Prussians, that they were ashamed of Prussia, that they were not really loyal to Prussia. Now he knew that just for this reason they would be most loyal to the North German Confederation. Bismarck's moderation in the hour of victory must not obscure the importance of his triumph. The question had been tried, which should rule, the crown or the parliament? The crown had won not only a physical but a moral victory. Bismarck had maintained that the House of Representatives could not govern Prussia. The foreign affairs of the state, he had always said, must be carried on by a minister who was responsible not to the House but to the king. No one could doubt that had the House been able to control him, he would not have won these great successes. From that time, the confidence of the German people in parliamentary government was broken. Moreover, it was the first time in the history of Europe in which one of these struggles had conclusively ended in the defeat of parliament. The result of it was to be shown in the history of every country in Europe during the next 30 years. It was the most serious blow which the principle of representative government has yet received. By the end of August, most of the labor was completed. There remained only the arrangement of peace with Saxony. This he left to his subordinates and retired to Pomerania for the long period of rest which he so much required. During his absence, a motion was brought before Parliament for conferring a donation on the victorious generals. At the instance of one of his most consistent opponents, Bismarck's name was included in the list on account of his great services to his country. A protest was raised by Virchow on the ground that no minister while in office should receive a present, and that of all men Bismarck least deserved one. But scarcely 50 members could be found to oppose the vote. The donation of 40,000 thalers he used in purchasing the estates of Varzin in Pomerania, which was to be his home for the next 20 years. End of section 18. Section 19 of Bismarck and the Foundation of the German Empire by James Headlam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Manicured by Shaw, Portugal. Chapter 12. The Formation of the North German Confederation, 1866 to 1867. Part 1. We have hitherto seen Bismarck in the character of a party leader, parliamentary debater, a keen and accomplished diplomatist. Now he comes before us in a new role, that of creative statesman. He adopts it with the same ease and complete mastery with which he had borne himself in the earlier stages of his career. The constitution of the North German Confederation was his work, and it showed the same intellectual resource, the originality, and practical sense which mark all he did. By a treaty of August 18, 1866, all the North German states which had survived entered into a treaty with one another and with Prussia. They mutually guaranteed each other's possessions, engaged to place their forces under the command of the King of Prussia, and promised to enter into a new federation. For this purpose, they were to send envoys to Berlin who should agree on a constitution, and they were to allow elections to take place by universal suffrage for a North German parliament, before which was to be laid the draft constitution agreed upon by the envoys of the states. These treaties did not actually create the new federation. They only bound the separate states to enter into negotiations, and as they expired on August 30, 1867, it was necessary that the new constitution should be completed and ratified by that date. The time was short, for in it had to be compressed both the negotiations between the states and the debates in the Assembly. But all past experience had shown that the shorter the time allowed for making a constitution, the more probable was it that the work would be completed. Bismarck did not intend to allow the precious months when enthusiasm was still high and new party factions had not seized hold of men's minds to be lost. He had spent the autumn in Pomerania and did not return to Berlin till the 21st of December. Not a week remained before the representatives of the North German states would assemble in the capital of Prussia. To the astonishment and almost dismay of his friends, he had taken no steps for preparing a draft. As soon as he arrived, two drafts were laid before him. He put them aside, and the next day dictated the outlines of the new constitution. This document had not been published, but it was the basis of the discussion with the envoys. Bismarck allowed no prolonged debates. They were kept for some weeks in Berlin, but only 3 formal meetings took place. They made suggestions and criticisms, some of which were accepted, but they were of course obliged to assent to everything on which Bismarck insisted. The scheme, as finally agreed upon by the conference, was then laid before the Assembly, which met in Berlin on February 24th. A full analysis of this constitution, for which we have no space here, would be very instructive. It must not be compared with those elaborate constitutions drawn up by political theorists, of which so many have been introduced during this century. Bismarck's work was like that of Augustus. He found most of the institutions of government to his hand, but they were badly coordinated. What he had to do was to bring them into better relations with each other, and to add to them where necessary. Many men would have swept away everything which existed, made a clear field, and begun to build up a new state from the foundations. Bismarck was much too wise to attempt this, for he knew that the foundations of political life cannot be securely laid by one man or in one generation. He built on the foundations which others had laid, and for this reason it is probable that his work will be as permanent as that of the founder of the Roman Empire. We find in the new state old and new mixed together in an inseparable union. We find the complete indifference to theory or symmetry. Each point is decided purely by reference to the political situation at the moment. Take, for instance, the question of diplomatic representation. Bismarck wished to give the real power to the King of Prussia, but at the same time to preserve the external dignity and respect due to the allied princes. He arranged that the King of Prussia, as President of the Confederation, appointed envoys and ambassadors to foreign states. From this time there ceased to be a Prussian diplomatic service, and in this matter Prussia is entirely absorbed in Germany. It would have been only natural that the smaller allied states should also surrender their right to enter into direct diplomatic relations with foreign powers. This Bismarck did not require. Saxony, for instance, continued to have its own envoys. England and France, as in the old days, kept the minister in Dresden. Bismarck was much criticized for this, but he knew that nothing would so much reconcile the King of Saxony to his new position, and it was indeed no small thing that the princes thus preserved in a formal way a right which showed to all the world that they were not subjects but sovereign allies. When it was represented to Bismarck that this right might be the source of intrigues with foreign states, he answered characteristically that if Saxony wished to intrigue, nothing could prevent her doing so. It was not necessary to have a formal embassy for this purpose. His confidence was absolutely justified. A few months later, Napoleon sent to the King of Saxony a special invitation to a European Congress. The king at once sent on the invitation to Berlin and let it be known that he did not wish to be represented apart from the North German Confederation. The same leniency was shown in 1870. Nothing is better proof of Bismarck's immense superiority, both in practical wisdom and in judgment of character. The liberal press in Germany had never ceased to revile the German dynasties. Bismarck knew that their apparent disloyalty to Germany arose not from their wishes, but was a necessary result of the faults of the old constitution. He made their interest coincide with the interest of Germany, and from this time they have been the most loyal supporters, first of the Confederation, and afterwards of the Empire. This he was himself the first to acknowledge. Both before and after the foundation of the Empire, he has on many occasions expressed his sense of the great services rendered to Germany by the dynasties. They, he said once, were the true guardians of German unity, not the Reichstag and its parties. The most important provisions of the Constitution were those by which the military supremacy of Prussia was secured. In this chapter, every detail is arranged and provided for. The armies of all the various states were henceforth to form one army, under the command of the King of Prussia, with common organization and similar uniform in every state. In every state, the Prussian military system was to be introduced, and all the details of Prussian military law. Now let us compare with this the navy. The army represented the old Germany, the navy the new. The army was arranged and organized as Prussian, Saxon, Mecklenburg. The navy, on the other hand, was German and organized by the new federal officials. There was a federal minister of marine, but no federal minister of war. The army continued the living sign of Prussian supremacy among a group of sovereign states. The navy was the first fruit of the united German institutions, which were to be built up by the united efforts of the whole people. A curious resemblance to the manner in which Augustus also added an imperial navy to the older republican army. The very form in which the Constitution was presented is characteristic. In the parliamentary debates, men complained that there was no preamble, no introduction, no explanation. Bismarck answered that this was omitted for two reasons. First, there had not been time to draw it up, and secondly, it would be far more difficult to agree on the principles which the Constitution was to represent than on the details themselves. There is no attempt at laying down general principles, no definitions, and no enumeration of fundamental rights. All these works, on which so often in Germany, as in France, precious months had been wasted, were entirely omitted. And now let us turn to that which, after the organization of the army, was of most importance: the arrangement of the administration and legislation. Here it is that we see the greatest originality. German writers have often explained that it is impossible to classify the new state in any known category, and in following their attempts to find the technical definition for the authority on which it rests, one is led almost to doubt whether it really exists at all. There are two agents of government: the Federal Council, or Bundesrat, and the Parliament, or Reichstag. Here again we see the blending of the old and new, for while The parliament was now created for the first time. The council was really nothing but the old federal diet. Even the old system of voting was retained. Not that this was better than any other system, but as Bismarck explained, it was easier to preserve the old than to agree on a new. Any system must have been purely arbitrary, for had each state received a number of votes proportionate to its population, even the appearance of a federation would have been lost, and Bismarck was very anxious not to establish an absolute unity under Prussia. It will be asked, why was Bismarck now so careful in his treatment of the smaller states? The answer will be found in words which he had written many years ago. I do not wish to see Germany substituted for Prussia on our banner until we have brought about a closer and more practical union with our fellow countrymen. Now the time had come, and now he was to be the first and most patriotic of Germans, as in old days he had been the strictest of Prussians. Do not let us, in welcoming the change, condemn his earlier policy. It was only his loyalty to Prussia which had made Germany possible, for it is indeed true that he could never have ruled Germany had he not first conquered it. The real and indisputable supremacy of Prussia was still preserved, and Prussia was now so strong that she could afford to be generous. It was wise to be generous, for the work was only half completed. The southern states were still outside the Union. He wished to bring them into the fold, but to do so not by force of arms, but of their own free will, and they certainly would be more easily attracted if they saw that the North German states were treated with good faith and kindness. Side by side with the council, we have the Reichstag. This was in accordance with the proposal made in the spring of 1866 to be elected by universal suffrage. And now we see that this proposal, which a few months ago had appeared merely as a despairing bid for popularity by a statesman who had sacrificed every other means of securing his policy, had become a device convincing in its simplicity. At once, all possibility of discussion or opposition was prevented. Not indeed that there were not many warning voices raised, but as Bismarck, in defending this measure, asked what was the alternative. Any other system would have been purely arbitrary, and any arbitrary system would at once have opened the gate to a prolonged discussion and political struggle on questions of the franchise. In a modern European state, when all men can read and write, and all men must serve in the army, there is no means of limiting the franchise in a way which will command universal consent. In Germany, there was not any old historical practice to which men could appeal or which could naturally be applied to the new parliament. Universal suffrage at least gave something clear, comprehensible, final. Men more easily believed in the permanence of the new state when every German received, for the first time, the full privilege of citizenship. We must notice, however, that Bismarck had always intended that voting should be open. The Parliament, in revising the Constitution, introduced the ballot. He gave his consent with much reluctance. Voting seemed to him to be a public duty, and to perform it in secret was to undermine the roots of political life. He was a man who was constitutionally unable to understand fear. We have then the Council and the Parliament, and we must now inquire as to their duties. In nearly every modern state, the popular representative assembly holds the real power. Before it, everything else is humbled. The chief occupation of lawgivers is to find some ingenious device by which it may at least be controlled and moderated in the exercise of its power. It was not likely that Bismarck would allow Germany to be governed by a democratic assembly. He was not satisfied with creating an artificial upper house which might perhaps be able for 1 year or two to check the extravagancies of a popular house, or with allowing to the king a veto which could only be exercised with fear and trembling. Generally, the lower house is the predominant partner. It governs. The upper house can only amend, criticize, moderate. Bismarck completely reversed the situation. The true government, the full authority in the state was given to the council. The parliament had to content itself with the limited opportunity for criticism, with the power to amend or veto bills and to refuse its assent to new taxes. In England, the government rests in the House of Commons. In Germany, it is in the Federal Council, and for the same reason that the Council has both executive and legislative power. Constitutions have generally been made by men whose chief object was to weaken the power of the government, who believed that those rulers do least harm who have least power, with whom suspicion is the first of political virtues, and who would condemn to permanent inefficiency the institutions they have invented. It was not likely Bismarck would do this. The ordinary device is to separate the legislative and executive power, to set up two rival and equal authorities which may check and neutralize each other. Bismarck, deserting all the principles of the books, united all the powers of government in the council. The whole administration was subjected to it. All laws were introduced in it. The debates were secret. It was an assembly of the ablest statesmen in Germany. The decisions at which it arrived were laid in their complete form before the Reichstag. It was a substitute for a second chamber, but it was also a council of state. It united the duties of the Privy Council and the House of Lords. It reminds us in its composition of the American Senate, but it would be a Senate in which the President of the Republic presided. Bismarck never ceased to maintain the importance of the Federal Council. He always looked on it as the key to the whole new constitution. Shortly after the war with France, when the liberals made an attempt to overthrow its authority, he warned them not to do so. I believe, he said, that the Federal Council has a great future, great as Prussia is. We have been able to learn much from the small, even from the smallest member of it. They, on their side, have learned much from us. From my own experience, I can say that I have made many considerable advances in my political education by taking part in the sittings of the council and by the life which comes from the friction of 25 German centers with one another. I beg you not to interfere with the council. I consider it a kind of palladium for our future, a great guarantee for the future of Germany in its present form. Now, from the peculiar character of the council arose a very noticeable omission. Just as there was no upper house, though the Prussian conservatives strongly desired to see one, so also there was no federal ministry. In every modern state, there is a council formed of the heads of different administrative departments. This was so universal that it was supposed to be essential to a constitution. In the German Empire, we search for it in vain. There is only one responsible minister, and he is the chancellor, the representative of Prussia and chairman of the council. The liberals could not reconcile themselves to this strange device. They passed it with reluctance in the stress of the moment, but they have never ceased to protest against it. Again and again, both in public and in private, we hear the same demand. Till we have a responsible ministry, the Constitution will never work. 2 years later, a motion was introduced and passed through the Reichstag, demanding the formation of a federal ministry. Bismarck opposed the motion and refused to carry it out. He had several reasons for omitting what was apparently almost a necessary institution. The first was respect for the rights of the federal states. If a ministry responsible for parliament had existed, the executive power would have been taken away from the Bundesrat, and the princes of the smaller states would really have been subjected to the new organ. The ministers must have been appointed by the president. They would have looked to him and to the Reichstag for support, and would soon have begun to carry out their policy, not by agreement with the governments arrived at by technical discussions across the table of the council room, but by orders and decrees based on the will of the parliament. This would inevitably have aroused just what Bismarck wished to avoid. It would have produced a struggle between the central and local authorities. It would again have thrown the smaller governments into opposition to national unity. It would have frightened the southern states. His other reasons for opposing the introduction of a ministry were that he did not wish to give more power to the parliament, and above all, he disliked the system of collegiate responsibility. You wish, he said, to make the government responsible and do it by introducing a board. I say the responsibilities will disappear as soon as you do so. Responsibility is only there when there is a single man who can be brought to task for any mistakes. I consider that, in and for itself, a constitution which introduces joint ministerial responsibility is a political blunder from which every state ought to free itself as soon as it can. Anyone who has ever been a minister and at the head of a ministry and has been obliged to take resolutions upon his own responsibility ceases at last to fear this responsibility, but he does shrink from the necessity of convincing 7 people that that which he wishes is really right. That is a very different work from governing a state. These reasons are very characteristic of him. The feeling became more confirmed as he grew older. In 1875, he says, "Under no circumstances could I any longer submit to the thankless role of Minister President of Prussia in a ministry with joint responsibility, if I were not accustomed from my old affection to submit to the wishes of my king and master. So thankless, so powerless, and so little responsible is that position. One can only be responsible for that which one does of one's own will. A board is responsible for nothing." He always said himself that he would be satisfied with the position of an English prime minister. He was thinking, of course, of the constitutional right which the prime minister has to appoint and dismiss his colleagues, which, if he has strength of character, will, of course, give him the real control of affairs, and also of the right which he enjoys of being the sole means by which the views of the ministers are represented to the sovereign. In Prussia, the minister president had not acquired, by habit, these privileges, and the power of the different ministers were much more equal. In the new federation, he intended to have a single will directing the whole machine. End of section 19. Section 20 of Bismarck and the Foundation of the German Empire by James Headlam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, manuscript by Shaw, Portugal. Chapter 12. The Formation of the North German Confederation, 1866 to 1867. Part 2. The matter is of some interest because of the light it throws on one side of his character. He was not a man with whom others found it easy to work. He did not easily brook opposition, and he disliked having to explain and justify his policy to anyone besides the king. He was not able to keep a single one of his colleagues throughout his official career. Even Horn found it often difficult to continue working with him. He complained of the hermits of Varzin, who wishes to do everything himself and nevertheless issues the strictest prohibition that he is never to be disturbed. What suited him best was the position of almost absolute ruler, and he looked on his colleagues rather as subordinates than as equals. But it will be objected, if there was to be a single will governing the whole, the government could not be left to the council. A board comprising the representatives of 20 states could not really administer, and in truth, the council was but a veil. Behind it is the all-pervading power of the King of Prussia and his minister. The ruler of Germany was the chancellor of the Federation. It was he alone that united and inspired the whole. Let us enumerate his duties. He was sole minister to the President of the Confederation, after 1870 to the Emperor. The President, who was King of Prussia, could declare peace and war, sign treaties, and appointed all officials, but all his acts required the signature of the Chancellor, who was thereby Foreign Minister of the Confederation and had the whole of the patronage. More than this, he was at the head of the whole internal administration. From time to time, different departments of state were created: marine, post office, finance. But the men who stood at the head of each department were not coordinated with the chancellor. They were not his colleagues, but were subordinates to whom he delegated the work. They were not immediately responsible to the emperor, council, or Reichstag, but to him. He, whenever he wished, could undertake the immediate control of each department. He could defend its actions and was technically responsible to the council for any failure. Of course, as a matter of fact, the different departments generally were left to work alone, but if at any time it seemed desirable, the chancellor could always interfere and issue orders which must be obeyed. If the head of the department did not agree, then he had nothing to do but resign, and the chancellor would appoint his successor. The chancellor was then the working head of the government, but it will be said that his power would be so limited by the interference of the emperor, the council, the parliament, that he would have no freedom. The contrary is the truth. There were 5 different sources of authority with which he had to deal: the President of the Federation, the Emperor, who was King of Prussia, the Council, the Prussian Parliament, the German Parliament, and the Prussian Ministry. Now in the Council he presided, and also represented the will of Prussia, which was almost irresistible, for if the constitution was to work well, there must be harmony of intention between Prussia and the federal government. Here, therefore, he could generally carry out his policy, but in the Prussian ministry he spoke as sole minister of the Federation, and the immense authority he thus enjoyed raised him at once to a position of superiority to all his colleagues. More than this, he was now free from the danger of parliamentary control. It was easier to deal with one parliament than 2. They had no locus standi for the constitutional opposition to his policy. The double position he held enabled him to elude all control. Policy was decided in the council. When he voted there, he acted as representative of King of Prussia, and was bound by the instructions he received from the Prussian Minister of Foreign Affairs. The Reichstag had nothing to do with Prussian policy and had no right to criticize the action of the Prussian minister. It did not matter that Bismarck himself was not only Chancellor of the Diet, but also Minister-President of Prussia and Foreign Minister, and was really acting in accordance with the instructions he had given to himself. The principle remained: each envoy to the Diet was responsible not to the Reichstag, but to the government he represented. When, however, he appeared in the Reichstag to explain and defend the policy adopted by the Council, then he stood before them as representative not necessarily of his own policy, but of that which had been decided on by a vote in which he had possibly been outvoted. The Reichstag could reject the proposal if it were law or tax. They could criticize and debate, but there was no ground on which they could constitutionally demand the dismissal of the minister. Of course, Bismarck did not attempt to evade the full moral responsibility for the policy which he advocated, but he knew that so long as he had the confidence of the King of Prussia and the majority of the Allied states, all the power of Parliament could not injure him. What probably not even he foresaw was that the new constitution so greatly added to the power of the minister that even the authority of the king began to pale before it. As before, there was only one department of state where his authority ceased: the army. It will be easily understood that this constitution, when it was laid before the Assembly, was not accepted without much discussion and many objections. There were some, the representatives of conquered districts, Poles, Hanoverians, and the deputies from Schleswig-Holstein, who wished to overthrow the new federation, which was built up on the destruction of the states to which they had belonged. Theirs was an enmity which was open, honorable, and easy to meet. More insidious and dangerous was the criticism of those men who, while they professed to desire the ends which Bismarck had attained, refused to approve of the Constitution because they would have to renounce some of the principles of the parties to which they belonged. There were some to whom it seemed that he gave too much freedom to the individual states. They wished for a more complete unity, but now Bismarck, for the first time, was strong enough to show the essential moderation of his character. He knew what the liberals were ready to forget, that moderation, while foolish in the moment of conflict, is the proper adornment of the conqueror. When they asked him to take away many of the privileges reserved to the smaller states, he reminded them that though Mecklenburg and the Saxon duchies were helpless before the increased power of the Prussian crown, they were protected by Prussian promises, and that a king of Prussia, though he might strike down his enemies, must always fulfill in spirit and in letter his obligations to his friends. The basis of the new alliance must be the mutual confidence of the allies. He had taught them to fear Prussia, now they must learn to trust her. The Prussian conservatives feared that the power of the Prussian king and the independence of the Prussian state would be affected. But Bismarck's influence with them was sufficient to prevent any open opposition. More dangerous was the progressives, who apprehended that the new constitution would limit the influence of the Prussian parliament. On many points, they refused to accept the proposals of the government. They feared for liberty. For them, Bismarck had no sympathy and no words but contempt, and he put curtly before them the question: did they wish to sacrifice all he had attained to their principles of parliamentary government? They demanded, for instance, that as the Constitution of Prussia could not be altered without the consent of the Prussian parliament, the new federal constitution must be laid before the Prussian parliament for discussion and ratification. It is curious to notice that this is exactly the same claim which Bismarck in 1852 had supported as against Radowitz. He had, however, learned much since then. He pointed out that the same claim which was made by the Prussian parliament might be made by the parliament of each of the 22 states. It was now his duty to defend the unification of Germany against this new particularism. In old days, particularism found its support in the dynasties. Now it is, he said, in the parliaments. Do you really believe, he said, that the great movement which last year led the peoples to battle from the Belt to the Sicilian Sea, from the Rhine to the Prut and the Dniester, in the draw of the iron dice when we played for the crowns of kings and emperors, that the millions of German warriors who fought against one another and bled on the battlefields from the Rhine to the Carpathians, that the thousands and 10,000s who were left dead on the battlefield and struck down by pestilence, who by their death have sealed the national decision, that all this can be pigeonholed by a resolution in Parliament. Gentlemen, in this case, you really do not stand on the height of the situation. I should like to see the gentlemen who consider this possibility answer an invalid from Königgrätz when he asks for the result of this mighty effort. You would say to him, yes, indeed, for the German unity nothing is achieved. The occasion for that will probably come, that we can have easily, we can come to an understanding any day. But we have saved the budget right of the Chamber of Deputies. We have saved the right of the Prussian Parliament every year to put the existence of the Prussian army in question, and therewith the invalid must console himself for the loss of his limbs, and the widow as she buries her husband. It is interesting to compare this speech with the similar speech he made after Olmütz. How great is the similarity in thought and expression! How changed is the position of the speaker! He had no sympathy with these doubts and hesitations. Why so much distrust of one another? His constitution might not be the best. It might not be perfect. But at least let it be completed. Gentlemen, he said, let us work quickly. Let us put Germany in the saddle. It will soon learn to ride. He was annoyed and irritated by the opposition he met. If one has struggled hard for 5 years to achieve that which now lies before us, if one has spent one's time, the best years of one's life, and sacrificed one's health for it, if one remembers the trouble it had cost to decide quite a small paragraph, even a question of punctuation, with 22 governments. If at last we have agreed on that as it here lies before us, then gentlemen who have experienced little of all these struggles and know nothing of the official proceedings which have gone before, come forward in a manner which I can only compare to that of man who throws a stone at my window without knowing where I stand. He knows not where he hits me. He knows not what business he impedes. He compared himself with Hotspur when after the battle he met the courtier who came to demand his prisoners, and when wounded and tired from the fight, had to hear a long lecture over instruments of slaughter and internal wounds. The debates were continued for 2 months with much spirit and ability. Again and again, a majority of the parliament voted amendments against which Bismarck had spoken. When they had completed the revision of the constitution, these had again to be referred to the separate governments. 40 were adopted. On too early, Bismarck informed the parliament that their proposals could not be accepted. One of these were the arrangements for the army budget. So soon did a fresh conflict on this matter threaten. A compromise was agreed upon. In consideration of the immediate danger, it was just the time when a war with France regarding Luxembourg appeared imminent. The House voted the money required for the army for the next 4 years. In 1871, a new arrangement would have to be made, but for this time, the government was able to maintain the army at the strength which they wished for. The other matter was of less immediate importance. The majority of the House had voted that members of the parliament should receive payment for their services. Bismarck had spoken strongly against this. Now he made it a question of confidence and warned them that the government would not accept it. The House had no alternative except to withdraw their vote. The Constitution, as finally agreed on, exists to this day as that of the German Empire. Notwithstanding the evil forebodings made at the time, it has worked well for over 30 years. From the moment that the new state had been created and the new constitution adopted, a great change took place in Bismarck's public position. He was no longer merely the first and ablest servant of the Prussian king. He was no longer one in the distinguished series of Prussian ministers. His position was, let us recognize it clearly, greater than that of the king and emperor, for he was truly the father of the state. It was his will which had created and his brain which had devised it. He watched over it with the affection of a father for his son. No one quite understood it but himself. He alone could authoritatively expound the laws of the Constitution. A criticism of it was an attack upon himself. Opposition to him was scarcely to be distinguished from the treason to the state. It is not inevitable that as years went on, we should find an increasing intolerance of all rivals who wished to alter what he had made or to take his place as captain of his ship, and at the same time a most careful and strict regard for the loyal fulfillment of law and spirit of the Constitution. From this time, all other interests are laid aside. His whole life is absorbed in the prosperity of Germany. Of course, Germany could not at once settle down to political rest. There were many difficulties to be overcome on which we cannot enter here. The most serious arose from the regulation of the affairs in the conquered provinces and especially in the Kingdom of Hanover. The annexation to Prussia was very unpopular among all classes except the tradesmen and middle classes of the towns. The Hanoverian deputies to both the Prussian Parliament and the Parliament of the North German Confederation on principle opposed all measures of the government. The king himself, though in exile, kept up a close connection with his former subjects. There were long negotiations regarding his private property. At last, it was agreed that this should be paid over to him. The king, however, used the money for organizing a legion to be used when the time came against Prussia. It was therefore necessary to cease paying him funds which could be used for this purpose. This is the origin of notorious Welfenfund. The money was to be appropriated for secret service and especially for the purpose of the press. The party of the Guelphs, of course, maintained a bitter feud against the government in their papers. Bismarck, who had had ample experience of this kind of warfare, met them on their own ground. He defended this proposal by drawing attention to one of the weaknesses of Germany. What other country, he asked, was there where a defeated party would look forward to the help of foreign armies. There are unfortunately, he said, many Coriolanis in Germany. Only the Volskis are wanting. If they found their Volsky, they would soon be unmasked. Everyone knew that the Volsky from over the Rhine would not be slow to come when the occasion offered. It was, he said, a melancholy result of the centuries of disunion. There were traitors in the country. They did not hide themselves. They carried their heads erect. They found public defenders even in the walls of Parliament. Then he continued, everywhere where corruption is found, there a form of life begins which no one can touch with clean kid gloves. In view of these facts, you speak to me of espionage. In my nature, I am not born to be a spy, but I believe we deserve your thanks if we condescend to follow malignant reptiles into their cave to observe their actions. This is the origin of the expression, the reptile press, for the name was given by the people, not to those against whom the efforts of the government were directed, but to the paid organs to which, if report is true, so large a portion of the Guelph fund was given. But we must pass on to the events by which the work of 1866 was to be completed. End of section 20. Section 21 of Bismarck and the Foundation of the German Empire by James Headlam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Manique Baixo, Portugal. Chapter 13. The Outbreak of War with France, 1867 to 1870. Part 1. Ever since the conclusion of peace, the danger of a conflict between France and Germany had been apparent. It was not only the growing discontent and suspicion of the French nation and the French army, who truly felt that the supremacy of France had been shaken by the growth of this new power. It was not only that the deep-rooted hatred of France which prevailed in Germany had been stirred by Napoleon's action, and that the Germans had received confidence from the consciousness of their own strength. Had there been nothing more than this, year after year might have gone by, and, as has happened since and had happened before, a war always anticipated might have been always deferred. We may be sure that Bismarck would not have gone to war unless he believed it to be necessary and desirable, and he would not have thought this unless there was something to be gained. He has often shown, before and since, that he was quite as well able to use his powers in the maintenance of peace as in creating causes for war. There was, however, one reason which made war almost inevitable. The unity of Germany was only half completed. The southern states still existed in a curious state of semi-isolation. This could not long continue. Their position must be regulated. War arises from the state of uncertainty which is always present when a political community has not found a stable and permanent constitution. In Germany, men were looking forward to the time when the southern states should join the north. The work was progressing. The treaties of offensive and defensive alliance had been followed by the creation of new customs union, and it was a further step when, at Bismarck's proposal, a parliament consisting of members elected throughout the whole of Germany was summoned at Berlin for the management of matters connected with the tariff. Further than this, however, he was not able to go. The new constitution was working well. They could risk welcoming the states of the South into it, but this could not be done without a war with France. Bismarck had rejected the French proposal for an alliance. He knew, and everyone else knew, that France would oppose by the sword any attempt to complete the unity of Germany, and which was more serious, unless great caution was used, that she would be supported by Austria and perhaps by the anti-Prussian party in Bavaria. There were some who wished to press it forward at once. Bismarck was very strongly pressed by the national liberals to hasten the union with the South. At the beginning of 1870, the Grand Duke of Baden, himself a son-in-law of the King of Prussia and always the chief supporter of Prussian influence in the South, formally applied to be admitted into the Federation. The request had to be refused, but Bismarck had some difficulty in defending his position against his enthusiastic friends. He had to warn them not to hurry. They must not press the development too quickly. If they did so, they would stir the resentment of the anti-Prussian party. They would play into the hands of Napoleon and Austria. But if there was danger in haste, there was equal danger in delay. The prestige of Prussia would suffer. It is clear that there was one way in which the union might be brought about almost without resistance, and that was if France were to make an unprovoked attack upon Germany, an attack so completely without reason and excuse that the strong national passion it provoked might, in the enthusiasm of war, sweep away all minor differences and party feelings. There was another element which we must not omit. These years witnessed the growth in determination and in power of the ultramontane party. We can find their influence in every country in Europe. Their chief aim was the preservation of the temporal power of the Pope and the destruction of the newly created Kingdom of Italy. They were also opposed to the unity of Germany under Prussia. They were very active and powerful in South Germany, and at the elections in 1869 had gained the majority. Their real object must be to win over the Emperor of the French to a complete agreement with themselves, to persuade him to forsake his earlier policy and to destroy what he had done so much to create. They had a strong support in the person of the Empress, and they joined with the injured vanity of the French to press the Emperor towards war. In 1867, war had almost broken out on the question of Luxembourg. Napoleon had attempted to get at least this small extension of territory. Relying on the support of Prussia, he entered into negotiations with the King of Holland. The king agreed to surrender the Grand Duchy to France, making, however, a condition that Napoleon should secure the assent of Prussia to this arrangement. At the very last moment, when the treaty was almost signed, Bismarck made it clear that the national feeling in Germany was so strong that if the transaction took place, he would have to declare war against France. At the same time, he published the secret treaties with the Southern states. These events destroyed the last hope of maintaining the old friendly relations with Napoleon. "I have been duped," said the Emperor, who at once began reorganizing and rearming his forces. For some weeks there was great danger of war concerning the right of garrisoning Luxembourg. This had hitherto belonged to Prussia, but of course, with the dissolution of the German Confederation, the right had lapsed. The German nation, which was much excited and thought little of the precise terms of treaties, wished to defend the right. Bismarck knew that in this matter the Prussian claim could not be supported. Moreover, even if he had wished to go to war with France, he was not ready, for some time must elapse before the army of the North German Confederation could be reorganized on the Prussian model. He therefore preserved the peace, and the matter was settled by a European Congress. In the summer of 1867, he visited Paris with the king. Externally, the good relations between the two states were restored, but it was in reality only an armed peace. It is difficult to decipher Napoleon's wishes. He seems to have believed that war was inevitable. There is no proof that he desired it. He made preparations. The army was reorganized, the numbers increased, and the new weapon introduced. At the same time, he looked about for allies. Negotiations were carried on with Austria. In 1868, a meeting was arranged between the two emperors. Beust, who was now Chancellor of the Austrian Empire, was anxious to make an attempt to overthrow the power of Prussia in Germany. In 1870, negotiations were entered into for a military alliance. A special envoy, General Lebrun, was sent to Vienna to discuss the military arrangements in case of war. No treaty was signed, but it was an almost understood thing that sooner or later an alliance between the two emperors should be formed against Prussia. It will be seen then that at the beginning of 1870 everything was tending towards war, and that under certain circumstances war was desirable both for France and for Germany. Much seemed to depend on the occasion of the outbreak. If Prussia took the offensive, if she attempted by force to win the southern states, she would be faced by a coalition of France and Austria, supported only too probably by Bavaria, and this was a coalition which would find much sympathy among the discontented in North Germany. On the other hand, it was for the advantage of Prussia not to delay the conflict. The king was growing old. Bismarck could never be sure how long he would remain in office. Moreover, the whole forces of North Germany had now been completely reorganized and were ready for war. But with the year 1871, it was to be foreseen that a fresh attempt would be made to reduce their numbers. It was desirable to avoid a fresh conflict on the military budget. Everything shows that 1870 was the year in which it would be most convenient for Prussia to fight. Prussia at this time had no active allies on whom she would depend. Bismarck indeed had secured the neutrality of Russia, but he did not know that the Tsar would come actively to his help. We may feel sure that he would prefer not to have to call upon Russia for assistance, for as you have seen in older days, a war between France and Russia, in which Germany joined, would be very harmful to Germany. It was in these circumstances that an opportunity showed itself of gaining another ally who would be more subservient than Russia. One of the many revolutions which had harassed Spain during this century had broken out. Queen Isabella had lost the throne, and General Prim found himself obliged to look about for a new sovereign. He applied in vain to all the Catholic courts. Nobody was anxious to accept an honor coupled with such danger as ruling over the Spanish people. Among others, he applied to Leopold, hereditary Prince of Hohenzollern, eldest son of that Prince of Hohenzollern who a few years before had been president of the Prussian ministry. The choice seemed a good one. The prince was an amiable, courageous man. He was a Catholic. He was, moreover, connected with the Napoleonic family. His brother had 3 years before been appointed King of Romania with Napoleon's goodwill. The proposal was probably made in all good faith. Under ordinary circumstances, the prince, had he been willing to accept, would have been a very proper candidate. It was, however, known from the first that Napoleon would not give his consent, and according to the Committee of Europe, he had the right to be consulted. Nor can it say that Napoleon was not justified in opposing the appointment. It has indeed been said that the prince was not a member of the Prussian royal house, and that his connection with Napoleon was really closer than that with the King of Prussia. This is true, but to lay stress on it is to ignore the very remarkable voluntary connection which united the two branches of the House of Hohenzollern. The prince's father had done what no sovereign prince in Germany has ever done before or since. Out of loyalty to Prussia, he had surrendered his position as sovereign ruler and presented his dominions to the King of Prussia. He had on this occasion been adopted into the royal family. He had formally recognized the king as head of the house and subjected himself to his authority. More than this, he had even condescended to accept the position of the Prussian minister. Was not Napoleon justified if he feared that the son of a man who had shown so great an affection to Prussia would not be an agreeable neighbor on the throne of Spain? It was in the early spring of 1869 that the first proposals were made to the prince. Our information as to this is very defective, but it seems that they were at once rejected. Benedetti's suspicions were, however, aroused. He heard that a Spanish diplomatist, who had formerly been ambassador at Berlin, had again visited the city and had had two interviews with Bismarck. He feared that perhaps he had some mission with regard to the Hohenzollern candidature, and in accordance with instructions from his government, inquired first of Thiele, and after a visit to Paris, saw Bismarck himself. The Count was quite ready to discuss the matter. With great frankness, he explained all the reasons why, if the throne were offered to the prince, the king would doubtless advise him not to accept it. Benedetti was still suspicious, but for the time the matter dropped. From what happened later, though we have no proof, we must, I think, share his suspicion that Bismarck was already considering the proposal and was prepared to lend it his support. In September of the same year, the affair began to advance. Prim sent Salazar, a Spanish gentleman, to Germany with a semi-official commission to invite the prince to become a candidate, and gave him a letter to a German acquaintance who would procure him an introduction to the prince. This German acquaintance was no other than Herr von Werther, Prussian ambassador at Vienna. If we remember the very strict discipline which Bismarck maintained in the diplomatic service, we must feel convinced that Werther was acting according to instructions. He brought the envoy to the Prince of Hohenzollern. The very greatest caution was taken to preserve secrecy. The Spaniard did not go directly to the castle of Weinburg, but left the train at another station, waited in the town till it was dark, and only approached the castle when hidden from observation by night and the thick mist. He first of all asked Prince Charles himself to accept the throne, and when he refused, offered it to Prince Leopold, who also, though he did not refuse point blank, left no doubt that he was disinclined to the proposal. He could only accept, he said, if the Spanish government procured the assent of the Emperor Napoleon and the King of Prussia. Notwithstanding the reluctance of the family to take the proffered dignity, Herr von Werther, and we must look on him as Bismarck's agent, a fortnight later, traveled from Munich in order to press on the Prince of Romania that he should use his influence not to allow the House of Hohenzollern to refuse the throne. For the time, however, the subject seems to have dropped. A few months later, For the third time, the offer was repeated, and now Bismarck uses the whole of his influence in its favor. At the end of February, Salazar came on an official mission to Berlin. He had 3 letters, one to the king, one to Bismarck, one to the prince. The king refused to receive him. Prince Leopold did not waver in his refusal and was supported by his father. Their attitude was that they should not consider the matter seriously unless higher reasons of state required it. With Prince Bismarck, however, the envoy was more successful. He had several interviews with the minister and then left the city in order that suspicions might not be aroused or the attention of the French government directed to the negotiations. Bismarck pleaded with great warmth for the acceptance of the offer. In a memoir to the king, he dwelt on the great importance which the summons of a Hohenzollern prince to the Spanish throne would have for Germany. It would be politically invaluable to have a friendly land in the rear of France. It would be of the greatest economic advantage for Germany and Spain if this thoroughly monarchical country developed its resources under a king of German descent. In consequence of this, a conference was held at Berlin, at which there were present, besides the king, the crown prince, Prince Karl Anton, and Prince Leopold, Bismarck, Hoorn, Moltke, Schleinitz, Thiele, and Delbrück. By summoning the advice of these men, the matter was taken out of the range of a private and family matter. It is true that it was not officially brought before the Prussian ministry, but those consulted were the men by whom the policy of the state was directed. The unanimous decision of the councillors was for acceptance on the ground that it was the fulfillment of patriotic duty to Prussia. The Crown Prince saw great difficulties in the way and warned his cousin, if he accepted, not to rely on Prussian help in the future, even if, for the attainment of a definite end, the Prussian government furthered the project for the moment. The king did not agree with his ministers. He had many serious objections and refused to give any definite order to the prince that he should accept the offer. He left the final decision to him. He eventually refused. Bismarck, however, was not to be beaten. He insisted that the Hohenzollerns should not let the matter drop, and as he could not persuade the king to use his authority, acted directly upon the family with such success that Prince Karl Anton telegraphed to his third son, Frederick, to ask if he would not accept instead of his brother. Bismarck had now declared that the acceptance by one of the princes was a political necessity. This he said repeatedly and with the greatest emphasis. At the same time, he dispatched the Prussian officer of the General Staff and his private secretary, Lothar Bucher, to Spain in order that they might study the situation. It was important that, as far as possible, the official representative of Prussia should have no share in the arrangement of this matter. Prince Frederick came to Berlin, but, like his brother, he refused unless the king gave a command. At the end of April, the negotiations seemed again to have broken down. Bismarck, who was in ill health, left Berlin for Varzin, where he remained for 6 weeks. We are, however, not surprised, since we know that Bismarck's interest was so strongly engaged that he was able, after all, to carry the matter through. He seems to have persuaded Prince Karl Anton. He then wrote to Prim, telling him not to despair. The candidature was an excellent thing, which was not to be lost sight of. He must, however, negotiate not with the Prussian government, but with the prince himself. When he wrote this, he knew that he had at last succeeded in breaking down the reluctance of the prince, and that the king, though he still was unwilling to undertake any responsibility, would not refuse his consent if the prince voluntarily accepted. Prince Leopold was influenced not only by his interest in the Spanish race, but also by a letter from Bismarck in which he said that he ought to put aside all scruples and accept in the interest of Prussia. The envoys had also returned from Spain and brought back a favorable report. They received an extraordinarily hearty welcome. We may perhaps suspect with the king that they had allowed their report to receive too rosy a color. No doubt, however, they were acting in accordance with what they knew were the wishes of the men who had sent them out. In the beginning of June, the decision was made. Prince Leopold wrote to the king that he accepted the crown which had been offered to him, since he thereby hoped to do a great service to his fatherland. King William immediately answered that he approved of the decision. Bismarck then at last was successful. A few days later, Don Salazar again traveled to Germany. This time he brought a formal offer which was formally accepted. The Cortes were then in session. It was arranged that they should remain at Madrid till his return. The election would then be at once completed, for a majority was assured. The secrecy had been strictly maintained. There were rumors, indeed, but no one knew of all those secret interviews. Men might suspect, but they could not prove that it was an intrigue of Bismarck. If the election had once been made the solemn act of the whole nation, Napoleon would have been confronted with the fait accompli. To have objected would have been most injurious. He would have had to, not with Prussia, which apparently was not concerned, but with the Spanish nation. The feeling of France would not allow him to acquiesce in the election, but it would have deeply offended the dignity and pride of Spain had he claimed that the king who had been formally accepted should, at his demand, be rejected. He could scarcely have done so without bringing about a war. The war with Spain would have crippled French resources and diverted their attention from Prussia. Even if a war did not ensue, permanent ill feeling would be created. It is not difficult to understand the motives by which Bismarck had been influenced. At the last moment, the plan failed. A cipher telegram from Berlin was misinterpreted in Madrid, and in consequence, the Cortes, instead of remaining in session, was prorogued till the autumn. All had depended on the election being carried out before the secret was disclosed. A delay of some weeks must take place, and some indiscreet word of Salazar disclosed the truth. General Prim had no course left him but to send to the French ambassador, to give him official information as to what had been done and try to calm his uneasiness. What were Bismarck's motives in this affair? It is improbable that he intended to use it as a means of bringing about a war with France. He could not possibly have foreseen the very remarkable series of events which were to follow, and but for them a war arising out of this would have been very unwise, for German public opinion and the sympathy of all the neutral powers would have been opposed to Prussia had it appeared that the government was disturbing the peace of Europe simply in order to put a Prussian prince on the throne of Spain, contrary to the wishes of France. He could not ignore German public opinion now, as he had done in old days. He did not want to conquer South Germany. He wished to attract it. It seems much more probable that he had no very clear conception of the results which would follow. He did not wish to lose what might be the means of gaining an ally to Germany and weakening France. It would be quite invaluable if, supposing there were to be war, arising from this or other causes, Spain could be persuaded to join in the attack on France and act the part which Italy had played in 1866. What he probably hoped for more than anything else was that France would declare war against Spain. Then Napoleon would waste his strength in a New Mexico. He would no longer be a danger to Germany, and whether Germany joined in the war or not, should gain a free hand by the preoccupation of France. If none of these events happened, it would be an advantage that some commercial gain might be secured for Germany. On the whole, the affair is not one which shows his strongest points as a diplomatist. It was too subtle and too hazardous. The news aroused the sleeping jealousy of Prussia among the French people. The suspicion and irritation of the government was extreme, and this feeling was not ill-founded. They assumed that the whole matter was an intrigue of Bismarck's, though, owing to the caution with which the negotiations had been conducted, they had no proofs. They might argue that a Prussian prince could not accept such an offer without the permission of his sovereign, and they had a great cause of complaint that this permission had been given without any communication with Napoleon, whom the matter so nearly concerned. The arrangement itself was not alone the cause of alarm. The secrecy with which it had been surrounded was interpreted as a sign of malevolence. Of course, they must interfere to prevent the election being completed. Where, however, were they to address themselves? With a just instinct, they directed their remonstrance not to Madrid but to Berlin. They would thereby appear not to be interfering with the independence of the Spaniards, but to be acting in self-defense against the insidious advance of German power. They could not, however, approach Bismarck. He had retired to Varzin to recruit his health. The other ministers were also absent. The king was at Ems. It was convenient that at this sudden crisis they should be away, for it was imperative that the Prussian government should deny all complicity. Bismarck must not let it appear that he had any interest in or knowledge of the matter. He therefore remained in the seclusion of Pomerania. End of section 21. Section 22 of Bismarck and the Foundation of the German Empire by James Headlam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. Chapter 13. The Outbreak of War with France, 1867 to 1870. Part 2. Benedetti also was absent in the Black Forest. On the 4th of July, therefore, the French chargé d'affaires, Monsieur de Soult, called at the Foreign Office and saw Herr von Thiele. Visibly embarrassed, he writes, he told me that the Prussian government was absolutely ignorant of the matter and that it did not exist for them. This was the only answer to be got. In a dispatch sent on the 11th to the Prussian agents in Germany, Bismarck repeated the assertion: "The matter has nothing to do with Prussia. The Prussian government has always considered and treated this affair as one in which Spain and the selected candidates are alone concerned." This was literally true, for it had never been brought before the Prussian ministry, and no doubt the records of the office would contain no allusion to it. The majority of the ministers were absolutely ignorant of it. Of course, Monsieur de Soult did not believe Herr von Thiele's statements, and his government was not satisfied with the explanation. The excitement in Paris was increasing. It was fomented by the agents of the ministry, and in answer to an interpellation in the chamber, the Duc de Gramont on the 6th declared that the election of the prince was inadmissible. He trusted to the wisdom of the Prussian and the friendship of the Spanish people not to proceed in it. But if his hope were frustrated, they would know how to do their duty. They were not obliged to endure that a foreign power, by setting one of its princes on the throne of the Charles V, should destroy the balance of power and endanger the interest and honor of France. He hoped this would not happen. They relied on the wisdom of the German and the friendship of the Spanish people to avoid it. But if it were necessary, then strong in the support of the nation and the Chamber, they knew how to fulfill their duty without hesitation or weakness. The French ministry hereby publicly declared that they held the Prussian government responsible for the election, and they persisted in demanding the withdrawal not from Spain but from Prussia. Prim had suggested that as the Foreign Office refused to discuss the matter, Gramont should approach the king personally. Benedetti received instructions to go to the king at Ems and request him to order or advise the prince to withdraw. At first, Gramont wished him also to see the prince himself. On second thoughts, he forbade this, for, as he said, it was of the first importance that the messages should be conveyed by the king. He was determined to use the opportunity for the humiliation of Germany. If it was the desire of the French in this way to establish the complicity of Prussia, it was imperative that the Prussian government should not allow them to do so. They were indeed in a disagreeable situation. They could not take up the French challenge and allow war to break out. Not only would the feeling of the neutral powers of England and of Russia be against them, but that of Germany itself would be divided. With what force would the anti-Prussian party in Bavaria and Württemberg be able to oppose a war undertaken apparently for the dynastic interests of the Hohenzollern? If, however, the prince now withdrew, the French would be able to proclaim that he had done so in consequence of the open threats of France. Supposing they were able to connect the king in any way with him, then they might assert that they had checked the ambition of Prussia. Prussian prestige would be seriously injured at home, and distrust of Prussian good faith would be aroused abroad. The king therefore had a difficult task when Benedetti asked for an interview. He had been brought into this situation against his own will, and his former scruples seemed fully justified. He complained of the violence of the French press and the ministry. He repeated the assertion that the Prussian government had been unconnected with the negotiations and had been ignorant of them. He had avoided associating himself with them, and had only given an opinion when Prince Leopold, having decided to accept, asked his consent. He had then acted, not in his sovereign capacity as King of Prussia, but as head of the family. He had neither collected nor summoned his council of ministers, though he had informed Count Bismarck privately. He refused to use his authority to order the prince to withdraw, and said that he would leave him full freedom as he had done before. These statements were, of course, verbally true. Probably the king did not know to what extent Bismarck was responsible for the acceptance by the prince. They did not make the confidence of the French any greater. It was now apparent that the king had been asked and had given his consent without considering the effect on France. They could not acquiesce in this distinction between his acts as sovereign and his acts as head of the family, for, As Benedetti pointed out, he was only head of the family because he was sovereign. All this time, Bismarck was still at Varzin, while Paris was full of excitement, while there were hourly conferences of the ministers, and the city was already talking of war. The Prussian ministers ostentatiously continued to enjoy their holidays. There was no danger in doing so. The army was so well prepared that they could afford quietly to await what the French would do. What Bismarck's plans and hopes were, we do not know. During these days he preserved silence. The violence of the French gave him a further reason for refusing to enter into any discussion. When, however, he heard of Benedetti's visit to Ems, he became uneasy. He feared that the king would compromise himself. He feared that the French would succeed in their endeavor to inflict a diplomatic defeat on Prussia. He proposed to go to Ems to support the king, and on the 12th left Varzin. That night he arrived in Berlin. There he received the news that the Prince of Hohenzollern, on behalf of his son, had announced his withdrawal. The retirement was probably the spontaneous act of the prince and his father. The decisive influence was the fear lest the enmity of Napoleon might endanger the position of the Prince of Romania. Everyone was delighted. The cloud of war was dispelled. Two men only were dissatisfied, Bismarck and Grammont. It was the severest check which Bismarck's policy had yet received. He had persuaded the prince to accept against his will. He had persuaded the king reluctantly to keep the negotiations secret from Napoleon. However, others might disguise the truth. He knew that they had had to retreat from an untenable position, and retreat before the noisy insults of the French press and the open menace of the French government. His anger was increased by the fact that neither the king nor the prince had in this crisis acted as he would have wished. We have no authoritative statement as to the course he himself would have pursued. He had, according to his own statement, advised the king not to receive the French ambassador. Probably he wished that the prince should declare that as the Spaniards had offered him the crown and he had accepted it, he could not now withdraw unless he were asked to do so by Spain. The attempt of Grammont to fasten a quarrel on Prussia would have been deprived of any responsible pretext. He would have been compelled to bring pressure to bear on the Spaniards with all the dangers that that course would involve. We may suspect that he had advised this course and that his advice had been rejected. However this may be, Bismarck felt the reverse so keenly that it seemed to him impossible he could any longer remain minister, unless he could obtain redress for the insults and menaces of France. What prospect was there now of this? It was no use now going on to Ems. He proposed to return next day to Varzin, and he expected that when he did so, he would be once more a private man. He was to be saved by the folly of the French. Grammont, vain, careless, and inaccurate, carried away by his hatred of Prussia, hot-headed and blustering, did not even see how great an advantage he had gained. When Guizot, now a very old man living in retirement, heard that the prince had withdrawn, he exclaimed, "What good fortune these people have! This is the finest diplomatic victory which had been won in my lifetime. This indeed the truth. How easy it would have been to declare that France had spoken and her wishes had been fulfilled. The government need have said no more. But every Frenchman would have always told the story how Bismarck had tried to put Hohenzollern on the throne of Spain, had been foiled by the word of the emperor, and had been driven from office. Gramont prepared to complete the humiliation of Prussia, and in doing so he lost all and more than all he had won. He had at first declared that the withdrawal of the prince was worthless when it was officially communicated to him by Prussia. Now he extended his demands. He suggested to the Prussian ambassador at Paris that the king should write to the emperor a letter in which he should express his regret for what had happened and his assurance that he had had no intention of injuring France. To Benedetti, he telegraphed imperative orders that he was to request from the king a guarantee for the future and the promise that he would never again allow the prince to return to the candidature. It was to give himself over to an implacable foe. As soon as Bismarck heard from Walter of the first suggestion, he telegraphed to him a stern reprimand for having listened to demands so prejudicial to the honor of his master, and ordered him, under the pretext of ill health, to depart from Paris and leave a post for which he had shown himself so ill suited. That same morning he saw Lord Augustus Loftus, and he explained that the incident was not yet closed. Germany, he said, did not wish for war, but they did not fear it. They were not called on to endure humiliations from France. After what had happened, they must have some security for the future. The Duc de Gramont must recall or explain the language he had used. France had begun to prepare for war, and that would not be allowed. It is clear, writes the English ambassador, that Count Bismarck and the Prussian ministry regret the attitude which the king had shown to Count Benedetti, and feel, in regard to public opinion, the necessity of guarding the honor of the nation. To the Crown Prince, who had come to Berlin, Bismarck was more open. He declared that war was necessary. This very day there were taking place at Ems events which were to give him the opportunity for which he longed. On Benedetti had fallen the task of presenting the new demands to the king. It was one of the most ungrateful of the many unpleasant duties which had been entrusted to him during the last few years. In the early morning he went out in the hope that he might see someone of the court. He met the king himself, who was taking the waters. The king at once beckoned to him, entered into conversation, and showed him a copy of the Cologne Gazette containing the statement of the prince's withdrawal. Benedetti then, as in duty bound, asked permission to inform his government that the king would undertake that the candidature should not be resumed at any time. The king, of course, refused, and when Benedetti pressed the request, repeated the refusal with some emphasis, and then, beckoning to his adjutant, who had withdrawn a few paces, broke off conversation. When a few hours later the king received a letter from the Prince of Hohenzollern confirming the public statement, he sent a message to Benedetti by his aide-de-camp, Count Radziwill, and added to it that there would now be nothing further to say, as the incident was closed. Benedetti twice asked for another interview, but it was refused. He had done his duty. He had made his request, as he expected, in vain, but between him and the king there had been no departure by word or gesture from the ordinary courtesy which we should expect from these two accomplished gentlemen. All the proceedings indeed had been unusual, for it was not the habit of the king, as it was of Napoleon, to receive foreign envoys except on the advice of his ministers, and the last conversation had taken place on the public promenade of the fashionable watering place. But the exception had been explained and justified by the theory that the king's interest in the affair was domestic and not political. Both were anxious to avoid war, and the king, to the last, treated Benedetti with marked graciousness. He had, while at Ems, invited him to the royal table, and even now, the next morning before leaving Ems, granted him an audience at the station to take leave. Nevertheless, he had been seriously annoyed by these fresh demands. He was pained and surprised by the continuance of the French menaces. He could not but fear that there was a deliberate intention to force a quarrel on him. He determined, therefore, to return to Berlin and ordered Abecken, secretary to the Foreign Office, who was with him, to telegraph to Bismarck an account of what had taken place, with the suggestion that the facts should be published. It happened that Bismarck, when the telegram arrived, was dining with Horn and Moltke, who had both been summoned to Berlin. The three men were gloomy and depressed. They felt that their country had been humiliated, and they saw no prospect of revenge. This feeling was increased when Bismarck read aloud the telegram to his two colleagues. These repeated an impatient demand, this intrusion on the king's privacy, this ungenerous playing with his kindly and pacific disposition, stirred their deepest indignation. To them it seemed that Benedetti had been treated with the consideration he did not deserve. The man who came with these proposals should have been repulsed with more marked indignation. But in the suggestion that the facts should be published, Bismarck saw the opportunity he had wished. He went into the next room and drafted a statement. He kept to the very words of the original telegram, but he left out much and arranged it so that it should convey to the reader the impression not of what had really occurred, but of what he would have wished should happen. With this he returned, and as he read it to them, Horn and Moltke brightened. Here at last was an answer to the French insults. Before it sounded like a chamade, a retreat. Now it is a fanfare, said Moltke. That's better, said Horn. Bismarck asked a few questions about the army. Horn assured him that all was prepared. Moltke, that though no one could ever foretell with certainty the result of a great war, he looked to it with confidence. They all knew that with the publication of this statement, the last prospect of peace would be gone. It was published late that night in a special edition of the North German Gazette, and at the same time a copy was sent from the Foreign Office to all German embassies and legations. It is not altogether correct to call this, as has often been done, a falsification of the telegram. Under no circumstances could Bismarck have published in its original form the confidential message to him from his sovereign. All he had to do was to communicate to the newspapers the facts of which he had been informed, or so much of the facts as it seemed to him desirable that the public should know. He, of course, made the selection in such a form as to produce upon public opinion the particular effect which, for the purpose of his policy, he wished. What to some extent justifies the charge is that the altered version was published under the heading Ems. The official statement was supplemented by another notice in the North German Gazette, which was printed in large type, and stated that Benedetti had so far forgotten all diplomatic etiquette that he had allowed himself to disturb the king in his holidays, to intercept him on the promenade, and to attempt to force demands upon him. This was untrue, but on this point the telegram to Bismarck had been itself incorrect. Besides this, Bismarck doubtless saw to it that the right instructions should be given to the writers for the press. But indeed, this was hardly necessary. The statement itself was a call to arms. During all these days, the German people had been left almost without instruction or guidance from the government. They had heard with astonishment the sudden outbreak of Gallic wrath. They were told, and were inclined to believe it, that the Prussian government was innocent of the hostile designs attributed to it, and the calm of the government had communicated itself to them. They remained quiet, but they were still uneasy. They knew not what to think. Now all doubt was removed. It was then true that with unexampled eagerness the French had fastened an alien quarrel upon them, had without excuse or justification advanced from insult to insult and menace to menace. And now, to crown their unparalleled acts, they had sent this foreigner to intrude on the reserve of the aged king, and to insult him publicly in his own country. Then false reports came from Ems. It was said that the king had publicly turned his back on Benedetti on the promenade, that the ambassador had followed the king to his house, and had at last been shown to the door. But then, even then, he had not scrupled again to intrude on the king at the railway station. From one end of Germany to another, a storm of indignation arose. They had had enough of this French annoyance. If the French wished for war, then war should they have. Now there could be no longer be talk of Prussian ambition. All differences of North and South was swept away. Wherever the German tongue was spoken, men felt that they had been insulted in the person of the king, that it was theirs to protect his honor, and from that day he reigned in their hearts as uncrowned emperor. The telegram was as successful in France as in Germany. There the question of peace and war was still in debate. There was a majority for peace, and indeed there was no longer an excuse for war which would satisfy even a Frenchman. Then there came in quick succession the recall and disavowal of the Prussian ambassador, news of the serious language Bismarck had used to Lord A. Loftus, and then dispatches from other courts that an official message had been sent from Berlin carrying the record of the insult offered to the king by the French ambassador. Add to this the changed tone of the German press, the enthusiasm with which the French challenge had been taken up. They could have no doubt that they had gone too far. They would now be not the accuser, but the accused. Had they wished, they did not dare retreat with the fear of the Paris mob before them. And so they decided on war, and on the 15th the official statement was made and approved in the chamber. It was on this same day that the king traveled from Ems to Berlin. When he left Ems, he still refused to believe in the serious danger of war. But as he traveled north and saw the excited crowd that thronged to meet him at every station, his own belief was almost overthrown. To his surprise, when he reached Brandenburg, he found Bismarck and the Crown Prince awaiting him. The news that they had come to meet the king was itself looked on almost as a declaration of war. All through the return journey, Bismarck unsuccessfully tried to persuade his master to give the order for mobilization. When they reached Berlin, they found the station again surrounded by a tumultuous throng. Through it pressed one of the secretaries of the Foreign Office. He brought the news that the order for mobilization had been given in France. Then, at last, the reluctance of the king was broken down. He gave the order, and at once the Crown Prince, who was standing near, proclaimed the news to all within earshot. The North German parliament was summoned, and 5 days later Bismarck was able to announce to them that he had received the declaration of war from France, adding as he did so that this was the first official communication which, throughout the whole affair, he had received from the French government, a circumstance for which there was no precedent in history. What a contrast is there between the two countries! On the one hand, a king and a minister who by 7 years of loyal cooperation have learned to trust and depend upon one another, who together have faced danger, who have not shrunk from extreme unpopularity, and who, just for this reason, can now depend on the absolute loyalty of the people. On the other side, the emperor broken in health, his will shattered by prolonged pain and sickness, trying by the introduction of liberal institutions to free himself from the burden of government and weight of responsibility which he had voluntarily taken upon his shoulders. At Berlin, Bismarck's severity and love of power had brought it about that the divergent policy and uncertainty of early years had ceased. There was one mind and one will directing this state. The unauthorized interference and amateur criticism of courtiers were no longer permitted. In France, all the evils from which Prussia had been freed by Bismarck were increasing. Here there was no single will. The ministry were divided. There was no authority over them. No one could foresee by whom the decision of the emperor would be determined. The deliberate results of long and painful negotiations might be overthrown in 10 minutes by the interference of the empress or the advice of Prince Napoleon. The emperor would pursue half a dozen inconsistent policies in as many hours. And then, below all, there was this fatal fact that Napoleon could not venture to be unpopular. He knew the folly of the course into which he was being driven, but he did not dare to face the mob of Paris or to defy the Chamber of Deputies. He owed his throne to universal suffrage, and he knew that the people who had set him up could quickly overthrow him. No man can ever govern who fears unpopularity. Bismarck did not. Napoleon did. Before the campaign began, two events took place which we must record. The first was the publication in the Times of the text of the treaty with France regarding Belgium. We need not add anything further to what you have said regarding it. Published at this moment, it had a great effect on English public opinion. The other arose out of the opposition which the exiled King of Hanover had continued to maintain. He had used the very large sums of money which he possessed to keep together a Hanoverian legion, recruited from former officers and soldiers of the Hanoverian army. He had hoped that war would break out before this and would be accompanied by a rising in Hanover. His means had now come to an end, and the unfortunate men were living in Paris almost without support. They were now exposed to a terrible alternative. They could not return to Germany. They did not wish to take part in a war on the French side. Their only hope was emigration to America. Bismarck heard of their position. He offered to pardon them all and to pay to them from the Prussian funds the full pension which they would have received had they continued to serve in the Hanoverian army. It was a timely act of generosity, and it had the effect that the last element of hostility in Germany was stilled, and the whole nation could unite as one man in this foreign war. End of section 22. Section 23 of Bismarck and the Foundation of the German Empire by James HEADLAM. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. Chapter 14: The War with France and Foundation of the Empire, from 1870 to 1871. Part 1. On July 31, 1870, Bismarck left Berlin with the king for the seat of war, for, as in 1866, he was to accompany the army in the field. For the next few months, indeed, Germany was to be governed from the soil of France, and it was necessary for the minister to be constantly with the king. Bismarck never forgot that he was a soldier. He was more proud of his general's uniform than of his civil rank, and though not a combatant, it was his pride and pleasure that he should share something of the hardship and dangers of war. He was, as a matter of fact, never so well as during the campaign. The early hours, the moderate and at times meager food, the long hours in the saddle and the open air, restored the nerves and health which had been injured by the annoyances of office, late hours, and prolonged sedentary work. He was accompanied by part of the staff of the Foreign Office, and many of the distinguished strangers who followed the army were often guests at his table. He especially showed his old friendliness for Americans. General Sheridan and many others of his countrymen found a hearty welcome from the Chancellor. It was not till the 17th of August that the headquarters came up with the fighting front of the army. But the next day, during the decisive battle of Gravelotte, Bismarck watched the combat by the side of the king, and as at Königgrätz, they more than once came under fire. At one period, Bismarck was in considerable danger of being taken prisoner. His two sons were serving in the army. They were dragoons in the cuirassiers of the Guards, serving in the ranks in the same regiments whose uniform their father was entitled to wear. They both took part in the terrible cavalry charge at Mars-la-Tour, in which their regiment suffered so severely. The eldest, Count Herbert, was wounded and had to be invalided home. Bismarck could justly boast that there was no nepotism in the Prussian government when his two sons were serving as privates. It was not till the war had gone on some weeks and they had taken part in many engagements that they received their commissions. This would have happened in no other country or army. This was the true equality, so different from the exaggerated democracy of France, an equality not of privilege but of obligation. Every Pomeranian peasant who sent his son to fight and die in France knew that the sons of the most powerful men in the country and in Europe were fighting with them not as officers but as comrades. Bismarck was more fortunate than his friends in that neither of his sons nor any of his near relatives lost his life. Worm's second son fell at Sedan, and the bloody days of Mars-la-Tour and Gravelotte placed in mourning nearly every noble family in Prussia. From Gravelotte to Sedan he accompanied the army, and he was by the king's side on that fatal day when the white flag was hoisted on the citadel of Sedan, and the French general came out of the town with the message that Napoleon, having in vain sought death at the head of his troops, placed his sword in the hands of the King of Prussia. The surrender of Sedan was a military event, and the conditions had to be arranged between Moltke and Wimpfen, who had succeeded McMahon in command. But Bismarck was present at the conference, which was held in his quarters, in case political questions arose. As they rode down together to Doncheroy, he and Moltke had agreed that no terms could be offered except the unconditional surrender of the whole army, the officers alone being allowed to retain their sword. Against these conditions Wimpfen and his companions struggled long, but in vain. Moltke coldly assured them that they could not escape and that it would be madness to begin the fight again. They were surrounded. If the surrender were not complete by 4 o'clock the next morning, the bombardment of the town would begin. Wimpfen suggested that it would be more politic of the Germans to show generosity. They would thereby earn the gratitude of France, and this might be made the beginning of a lasting peace. Otherwise, what had they to look forward to but a long series of wars? Now was the time for Bismarck to interfere. It was impossible, he declared, to reckon on the gratitude of nations. At times, men might indeed build with confidence on that of a sovereign and his family, but, I repeat, nothing can be expected from the gratitude of a nation. Above all was this true of France. The government there have so little power, the changes are so quick and so unforeseen, that there is nothing on which one can rely. Besides, it would be absurd to imagine that France would ever forgive us our successes. You are an irritable and jealous people, envious and jealous to the last degree. You have not forgiven us Sadova, and would you forgive us Sedan? Never. They could not therefore modify the terms in order to win the gratitude and friendship of France. They might have done so had there been prospect of immediate peace. One of the officers, General Castelnau, announced that he had a special message from Napoleon, who had sent his sword to the king and surrendered in the hope that the king would appreciate the sacrifice and grant a more honorable capitulation. Whose sword is it that the Emperor Napoleon has surrendered? Asked Bismarck. Is it the sword of France or his own? If it is the sword of France, the conditions can be greatly softened. Your message would have an extraordinary importance. He thought and he hoped that the Emperor wished to sue for peace, but it was not so. It is only the sword of the Emperor, answered the general. All then remains as it was, said Moltke. He insisted on his demands. Wimpfen asked at least that time might be allowed him to return to Sedan and consult his colleagues. He had only come from Algeria 2 days before. He could not begin his command by signing so terrible a surrender. Even this Moltke refused. Then Wimpfen declared the conference ended. Rather than this they would continue the battle, he asked that his horses might be brought. A terrible silence fell on the room. Moltke, with Bismarck on his side, stood cold and impenetrable. Facing the three French officers, their faces were lighted by two candles on the table. Behind stood the stalwart forms of the German officers of the staff, and from the walls of the room looked down the picture of Napoleon I. Then again Bismarck interfered. He begged Wimpfen, not in a moment of pique, to take a step which must have such horrible consequences. He whispered a few words to Moltke and procured from him a concession. Hostilities should not be renewed till 9 o'clock next morning. Wimpfen might return to Sedan and report to the Emperor and his colleagues. It was past midnight when the conference broke up. Before daybreak, Bismarck was aroused by a messenger who announced that the Emperor had left Sedan and wished to see him. He hastily sprang up, and as he was, unwashed, without breakfast, in his undress uniform, his old cap, and his high boots, showing all the marks of his long day in the saddle, he mounted his horse and rode down to the spot near the high road where the Emperor, in his carriage, accompanied by three officers and attended by three more on horseback, awaited him. Bismarck rode quickly to him, dismounted, and as he approached, saluted and removed his cap, though this was contrary to etiquette, but it was not a time when he wished even to appear to be wanting in courtesy. Napoleon had come to plead for the army. He wished to see the king, for he hoped that in a personal interview he might extract from him more favorable terms. Bismarck was determined just for this reason that the sovereigns should not meet until the capitulation was signed. He answered, therefore, that it was impossible, as the king was 10 miles away. He then accompanied the emperor to a neighboring cottage. There, in a small room, 10 feet square, containing a wooden table and 2 rush chairs, they sat for some time talking. Afterwards, they came down and sat smoking in front of the cottage. A wonderful contrast to our last meeting in the Tuileries, wrote Bismarck to his wife. Our conversation was difficult. If I was to avoid matters which would be painful to the man who had been struck down by the mighty hand of God. He first lamented this unhappy war, which he said he had not desired. He had been forced into it by the pressure of public opinion. I answered that with us also no one, least of all the king, had wished for the war. We had looked on the Spanish affair as Spanish and not as German. The emperor asked for more favorable terms of surrender, but Bismarck refused to discuss this with him. It was a military question which must be settled between Moltke and Wimpfen. On the other hand, when Bismarck inquired if he were inclined for negotiations for peace, Napoleon answered that he could not discuss this. He was a prisoner of war and could not treat. He referred Bismarck to the government in Paris. This meeting had therefore no effect on the situation. Bismarck suggested that the emperor should go to the neighboring Chateau Bellevue, which was not occupied by wounded. There he would be able to rest. Thither Bismarck, now in full uniform, for he had hurried back to his own quarters, accompanied him, and in the same house the negotiations of the previous evening were continued. Bismarck did not wish to be present at them, for, as he said, the military man could be harsher, and so gave orders that after a few minutes he should be summoned out of the room by a message that the king wished to see him. After the capitulation was signed, he rode up with Moltke to present it to the king, who received it on the heights whence he had watched the battle, surrounded by the headquarters staff and all the princes who were making the campaign. Then, followed by a brilliant cavalcade, he rode down to visit the captive sovereign. Bismarck would at this time willingly have made peace, but there was no opportunity of opening negotiations, and it is doubtful whether even his influence would have been able successfully to combat the desire of the army to march on Paris. On September 4th, the march, which had been interrupted 10 days before, was begun. Immediately afterwards, news came which stopped all hopes of a speedy peace. How soon was his warning as to the instability of French governments to be fulfilled? A revolution had broken out in Paris. The dethronement of the emperor had been proclaimed, and the provisional government instituted. They at once declared that they were a government of national defense. They would not rest till the invaders were driven from the land. They appealed to the memories of 1792. They were indeed ready to make peace, for the war, they said, had been undertaken not against France, but against the emperor. The emperor had fallen. A free France had arisen. They would make peace, but they would not yield an inch of their country or a stone of their fortress. With great energy, they prepared the defense of Paris and the organization of new armies. Monsieur Thiers was instructed to visit the neutral courts and to beg for the support of Europe. Under these circumstances, it was Bismarck's duty to explain the German view. He did so in two circular notes of September 13th and September 16th. He began by expounding those principles he had already expressed to Wimpfen, principles which had already been communicated by his secretaries to the German press and been repeated in almost every paper of the country. The war had not been caused by the emperor. It was the nation which was responsible for it. It had arisen from the intolerance of the French character, which looked on the prosperity of other nations as an insult to themselves. They must expect the same feeling to continue. We cannot seek guarantees for the future in French feeling. We must not deceive ourselves. We must soon expect a new attack. We cannot look forward to a lasting peace, and this is quite independent of the conditions we might impose on France. It is their defeat which the French nation will never forgive. If now we were to withdraw from France without any accession of territory, without any contribution, without any advantage but the glory of our arms, there would remain in the French nation the same hatred, the same spirit of revenge for the injury done to their vanity and to their love of power. Against this, they must demand security. The demand was addressed not to any single government, but to the nation as a whole. South Germany must be protected from the danger of French attack. They would never be safe so long as Strasbourg and Metz were in French hands. Strasbourg was the gate of Germany. Restored to Germany, these cities would regain their defensive character. 20 times had France made war on Germany, but from Germany no danger of disturbance to the peace of Europe was to be feared. For the first time, he hereby officially stated that Germany would not make peace without some accession of territory. That this would be the case, everyone had known since the beginning of the war. At the Council of War directly after Gravelotte, it was determined to require Alsace. After Sedan, the terms naturally rose. The demand for at least some territory was indeed inevitable. The suggestion that, from confidence in the peaceful and friendly character of the French nation, they should renounce all the advantages gained by unparalleled victories, scarcely deserved serious consideration. Had the French been successful, they would have taken all the left bank of the Rhine. This was actually specified in the draft treaty which General Lebrun had presented to the Emperor of Austria. What claim had France to be treated with the leniency which she has never shown to any conquered enemy? Bismarck had to meet the assumption that France was a privileged and special land, that she had freedom to conquer, pillage, and divide the land of her neighbors, but that every proposal to win back from her what she had taken from others was a crime against humanity. So long as the provisional government adopted the attitude that they would not even consider peace on the basis of some surrender of territory, there was no prospect of any useful negotiations. The armies must advance, and beneath the walls of Paris the struggle be fought out to its bitter end. Bismarck meanwhile treated government with great reserve. They had no legal status. As he often pointed out, the emperor was still the only legal authority in France, and he would be quite prepared to enter into negotiations with him. When by the medium of the English ambassador they asked to be allowed to open negotiations for an armistice and discuss the terms of peace, he answered by the question, what guarantee was there that France or the armies in Metz and Strasbourg would recognize the arrangements made by the present government in Paris, or any that might succeed it? It was a quite fair question, for as events were to show, the commanders of the army in Metz refused to recognize them, and wished to restore the emperor to the throne, and the government themselves had declared that they would at once be driven from power if they withdrew from their determination not to accept the principle of accession of territory. They would be driven from power by the same authority to which they owed their existence, the mob of Paris. It was the mob of Paris which, from the beginning, was really responsible for the war. What use was there in the negotiations in which the two parties had no common ground? Nonetheless, Bismarck consented to receive Monsieur Jules Favre, who held the portfolio of foreign affairs, and who, at the advice of Lord Lyon, came out from Paris, even at the risk of a rebuff, to see if, by a personal interview, he might not be able to influence the German Chancellor. It is well at least to see what sort of man he is, was the explanation which Bismarck gave. But as the interview was not strictly official, he did not, by granting it, bind himself to recognize Favre's authority. Jules Favre met Bismarck on September 18th. They had a long conversation that evening, and it was continued the next day at Ferdinand, Baron Rothschild's house, in which the king was at that time quartered. The French envoy did not make a favorable impression. A lawyer by profession, he had no experience in diplomatic negotiations. Vain, verbose, rhetorical, and sentimental, his own report of the interview, which he presented to his colleagues in Paris, is sufficient evidence of his incapacity for the task he had taken upon himself. He spoke to me as if I were at public meeting, said Bismarck afterwards, using an expression which in his mouth was peculiarly contemptuous, for he had a platonic dislike of long speeches. But let us hear Favre himself. Although 58 years of age, Count Bismarck appeared to be in full vigor. His tall figure, his powerful head, his strongly marked features gave him an aspect both imposing and severe, tempered, however, by a natural simplicity amounting to good nature. His manners were courteous and grave, and quite free from stiffness or affectation. As soon as the conversation commenced, he displayed a communicativeness and goodwill which he preserved while it lasted. He certainly regarded me as a negotiator unworthy of him, and he had the politeness not to let this be seen, and appeared interested by my sincerity. I was struck with the clearness of his ideas, his vigorous good sense, and his originality of mind. His freedom from all pretensions was no less remarkable. It is interesting to compare with this the account given by another Frenchman of one of the later interviews between the two men. The negotiations began seriously and quietly. The Chancellor said simply and seriously what he wanted with astonishing frankness and admirable logic. He went straight to the mark, and every turn he disconcerted Jules Favre, who was accustomed to legal quibbles and diplomatic jobbery, and did not in the least understand the perfect loyalty of his opponent or his superb fashion of treating questions, so different from the ordinary method. The Chancellor expressed himself in French with a fidelity I have never met with except among the Russians. He made use of expressions at once elegant and vigorous, finding the proper word to describe an idea or define a situation without effort or hesitation. I was at the outset struck by the contrast between the two negotiators. Count Bismarck wore the uniform of the white cuirassiers, white tunic, white cap, and yellow band. He looked like a giant. In his tight uniform, with his broad chest and square shoulders, and bursting with health and strength, he overwhelmed the stooping, thin, tall, miserable-looking lawyer with his frock coat wrinkled all over and his white hair falling over his collar. A look, alas, at the pair will sufficient to distinguish between the conqueror and the conquered, the strong and the weak. This, however, was 4 months later, when Jules Favre was doubtless much broken by the anxieties of his position, and perhaps also by the want of sufficient food. And Confederation is not an impartial witness, for, though a patriotic Frenchman, he was an enemy of the minister. Bismarck, in granting the interview, had said that he would not discuss an armistice, but only terms of peace. For the reason we have explained, Favre refused to listen even to the proposition of the only terms which Bismarck was empowered to bring forward. The Chancellor explained those ideas with which we are already acquainted. Strasbourg, he said, is the key of our house, and we must have it. Favre protested that he could not discuss conditions which were so dishonorable to France. On this expression, we need only quote Bismarck's comment. I did not succeed in convincing him that conditions, the fulfillment of which France had required from Italy and demanded from Germany without having been at war, conditions which France would undoubtedly have imposed upon us had we been defeated, and which had been the result of nearly every war, even in the latest time, could not have anything dishonorable in themselves for a country which had been defeated after a brave resistance, and that the honor of France was not a different kind to that of other countries. It was impossible to refuse to discuss terms of an armistice, as in 1866 the military authorities objected to any kind of armistice because, from a military point of view, any cessation of hostilities must be an advantage to France. It would enable them to continue their preparations and get together new armies, while Germany would have the enormous expense of maintaining 500,000 men in a foreign country. Bismarck himself, from a political point of view, also knew the advantage of bringing the war to a rapid close, while the moral effect of the great victories had not been dissipated. However, France had no government. A legal government could not be created without elections, and Favre refused to consider holding elections during the progress of hostilities. After a long discussion, Bismarck, other suggestions being rejected, offered an armistice on condition that the war should continue around Metz and Paris, but that Tours and Strasbourg should be surrendered and the garrison of Strasbourg made prisoners of war. The towns would anyhow fall into our hands, he said. It is only a question of engineering. At these words, said Favre, I sprang into the air from pain and cried out, You forget that you speak to a Frenchman. To sacrifice an heroic garrison, which is the object of our admiration and that of the world, would be a cowardice. I do not promise even to say that you have offered such a condition. Bismarck said that he had no wish to offend him. If the king allowed it, the article might be modified. He left the room, and after a quarter of an hour returned, saying that the king would accept no alteration on this point. My powers were exhausted, writes Favre. I feared for the moment that I should fall down. I turned away to overcome the tears which choked me, and while I excused myself for this involuntary weakness, I took leave with a few simple words. He asked Bismarck not to betray his weakness. The Count, who seems really to have been touched by the display of emotion, attempted in some sort of way to console him, but a few days later his sympathy was changed into amusement when he found that the tears which he had been asked to pass over in silence were paraded before the people of Paris to prove the patriotism of the man. He may have meant it, said Bismarck, but people ought not bring sentiment into politics. The terms which Bismarck had offered were, as a matter of fact, not at all harsh. A week later, the garrison of Strasbourg had become prisoners of war. Had the French accepted the armistice and begun negotiations for peace, they would probably, though they could not have saved Strasbourg and Alsace, have received far better terms than those to which they had to assent 4 months later. Bismarck, in refusing to recognize the provisional government, always reminded them that the emperor was still the only legitimate government in France. He professed that he was willing to negotiate with the emperor and often talked of releasing him from his confinement in Germany, coming to terms with Bazaine, and allowing the emperor at the head of the army at Metz to regain his authority in France. We do not quite know to what extent he was serious in using this language, for he often threatened more than he intended to perform. It is at least possible that he only used it as a means for compelling the provisional government quickly to come to terms and thereby to bring the war to an end. It is, however, certain that negotiations went on between him and the Empress and also with Bazaine. They came to nothing because the Empress absolutely refused to negotiate if she was to be required to surrender any French territory. In this, she adopted the language of the provisional government in Paris and was supported by the emperor. End of section 23. Section 24 of Bismarck and the Foundation of the German Empire by James Headlam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. Chapter 14. The War with France and Foundation of the Empire, from 1870 to 1871. Part 2. The negotiations with the provisional government were more than once renewed. Soon after the investiture of Paris had begun, General Burnside and another American passed as unofficial messengers between the French and German governments, and at the beginning of November, Thiers came as the official agent of the government in Tours. These attempts were, however, always without result. The French would not accept an armistice on the only conditions which Bismarck was authorized by the king and the military authorities to offer. During the rest of the year, there was little direct communication with the French authorities. Bismarck, however, was not idle. In his quarters at Versailles, he had with him many of the Foreign Office staff. He had not only to conduct important diplomatic negotiations, but also to maintain control over the nation, to keep in touch with the press, to communicate to the newspapers both events and comments on them. At this crisis, he could not leave public opinion without proper direction. He had to combat the misstatements of the French, who had long had the ear of Europe and were still carrying their grievances to the courts of the neutral powers, and found often eager advocates in the press of the neutral countries. He had to check the proposal of the neutral powers to interfere between the two combatants, to inform the German public of the demands that were to be made on France and the proposals for the unity of the country, and to justify the policy of the government. All this was done not only by official notes, but by articles written at his dictation or under his instruction, and by information or suggestions conveyed by his secretaries to his newspapers. In old days, the Prussian government had been inarticulate. It had never been able to defend itself against the attacks of foreign critics. It had suffered much by misrepresentation. It had lost popularity at home and prestige abroad. In the former struggles with France, the voice of Germany had scarcely been heard. Europe, which was accustomed to listen to every whisper from Paris, ignored the feelings and the just grievances of Germany. Bismarck changed all this. Now he saw to it that the policy of the government should be explained and defended in Germany itself. For though he despised public opinion when it claimed to be the canon by which the government should be directed, he never neglected this, as he never neglected any means by which the government might be strengthened. Speaking now from Versailles, he could be confident that Europe would listen to what Germany said, and it was no small benefit to his nation that it had as its spokesman a man whose character and abilities ensured that no word that he uttered would be neglected. The neutral powers really gave him little concern. There was no intention of supporting France either in England, Russia, or Austria. He showed great activity, however, in defending the Germans from the charges so freely made against them by the French press, of conducting the war in cruel manner, charges which were untrue, for according to the unanimous testimony of foreign observers who accompanied the army, the moderation of the German soldiers was as remarkable as their successes. Bismarck was not content with rebutting unjust accusations. He carried on the war into the enemy's camp. He was especially indignant at the misuse made by the French of irregular troops. He often maintained that the German soldiers ought never to imprison the franc-tireurs, but shoot them at once. He feared that if civilians were encouraged to take part in the war, it would necessarily assume a very cruel character. At Mons, he came upon a number of franc-tireurs who had been taken prisoners. "You are assassins, gentlemen," he said to them. "You will all be hung." And indeed, these men who fired secretly on the German troops from behind hedges and in forests, and had no kind of uniform, could not claim to be treated as prisoners of war. When the bombardment of Paris began, he took great pains to defend the measure, which was much attacked in other countries. He had used all his influence that the bombardment should not be delayed, and often spoke with great annoyance of the reluctance of the military authorities to begin. He wished every measure to be taken which would bring the war to an end as soon as possible. The long delay before Paris seems to have affected his nerves and spirits. There were many anxious hours, and it was always difficult for him to wait patiently the result of what others were doing. The military authorities were, as always, very jealous of all attempts by him to interfere in their department, and he was not always satisfied with their decisions. Like all the Germans, he was surprised and angry at the unexpected resistance of Paris, and the success of Gambetta's appeal to the nation. He was especially indignant at the help which Garibaldi gave. "This," he said, "is the gratitude of the Italians." He declared that he would have the general taken prisoner and paraded through the streets of Berlin. During the long weeks at Versailles, Bismarck was much occupied with German affairs. The victory of Sedan was the foundation of German unity. Bismarck's moderation and reserve now earned its reward. He had always refused to press the Southern states into the Federation. Now the offer to join came from them. Baden asked, as she already done at the beginning of the year, to be received into the Union. The settlement with Württemberg, and above all with Bavaria, was less simple. At the request of the Bavarian government, Delbrück was sent to Munich for an interchange of opinion, and the negotiations which were begun there were afterwards continued at Versailles and Berlin. There were many difficulties to be overcome. The Bavarians were very jealous of their independence and were not prepared to put themselves into the position which, for instance, Saxony occupied. But the difficulties on the Prussian side were equally great. The Liberal Party wished that the constitution should be revised and those points in it which they had always disliked altered. They would have made the government of the federal authorities more direct, have created a federal ministry and the federal upper house, and so really changed the federation into a simple state, thereby taking away all the independence of the dynasties. It was quite certain that Bavaria would not accept this, and there was some considerable danger that their exaggerated demands might lead to a reaction in South Germany. Probably under any circumstances, the unification of Germany would have been completed, but it required all Bismarck's tact to prevent outbreak of a regular party struggle. The most extreme line was taken by the Crown Prince of Prussia. He desired the immediate creation of an emperor who should have sovereign authority over the whole of the over the whole of over the whole of Germany, and he even went so far as to suggest that if the Bavarians would not accept this voluntarily, they might be compelled to do so. He had repeated conversation with Bismarck on this, and on one occasion at least it ended in an angry scene. The Crown Prince wished to threaten the South Germans. "There is no danger," he said. "Let us take a firm and commanding attitude. You will see I was right in maintaining that you are not nearly sufficiently conscious of your own power." It is almost incredible that he should have used such language, but the evidence is conclusive. He was at this time commanding the Bavarian troops against the French. Bavaria had with great loyalty supported Prussia through the war and performed very valuable services, and now he proposed to reward their friendship by compelling them to accept terms by which the independence of the king and the very existence of the state would be endangered. The last request which the King of Bavaria had sent to the Crown Prince as he left Munich to take command of the Bavarian army was that nothing might be done to interfere with Bavarian independence. Of course, Bismarck refused to listen to these suggestions. Had he done so, the probable result would have been that the Bavarian army would have been withdrawn from France, and then all the result of the victories would have been lost. What Bismarck did was in accordance with his usual practice to make no greater alteration in existing institutions than was absolutely necessary. He did not, therefore, undertake any reform of the federal constitution, but simply proposed treaties by which the southern states, each separately, entered into the existing alliance. Certain special conditions were allowed. The King of Bavaria was to maintain the command over his troops in time of peace. A voice was given to Bavaria in the management of foreign affairs. She retained her own post and telegraph, and there were certain special privileges with regard to finance to meet the system of taxation on beer. And then the Prussian military code was not to apply to Bavaria, and Bavaria was to retain her own special laws with regard to marriage and citizenship. These concessions were undoubtedly very considerable, but Bismarck granted them, for, as he said to the Bavarian envoys, "We do not want a discontented Bavaria. We want one which will join us freely." The liberal publicists in Germany, with characteristic intolerance, complained that when they hoped to see the constitution made simpler and the central government stronger, it had really become more federal. They did not see that this federalism was merely the expression of existing facts which could not be ignored. They prophesied all kinds of difficulties which have not been fulfilled, for they forgot that harmonious working in an alliance voluntarily made would be a firmer bond of union than the most stringent articles of treaties which were looked on as an unjust burden. Bismarck's own words, spoken the evening after the agreement was signed, give the true account of the matter. The newspapers will not be satisfied. The historian may very likely condemn our conventions. He may say, the stupid fellow might easily have asked for more. He would have got it. They would have had to give it him. His might was his right. I was more anxious that these people should go away heartily satisfied. What is the use of treaties when men are forced to sign? I know that they went away satisfied. I do not wish to press them or to take full advantage of the situation. The convention has its defects, but it is all the stronger on account of them. He could afford now to be generous because in 1866 he had been so stern. He had refused to take in Bavaria when it would have weakened the association of the North. Now that the nucleus had been formed, he could allow the Catholic South greater freedom. He was right. The concession granted to Bavaria have not been in any way a danger to the empire. As soon as he had signed the convention, he looked into the room where his secretaries were and said, "The work is done. The unity of Germany is completed, and with it Kaiser and Reich." Up to this time, he had taken no open steps towards the proclamation of the empire. But it was unanimously demanded by almost the whole nation, and especially by the South Germans. But here he kept himself in the background. He refused to make it appear as though he were to make the emperor or found the empire. He allowed the natural wish of the people to work itself out spontaneously. There was indeed some reluctance to assume the title at the Prussian court. The king himself was not anxious for a new dignity which would obscure the title which he and his ancestors had made so honorable. This feeling was shared by many of the nobility and the officers. We find it strongest in Horn, who in this represents the genuine feeling of the older Prussian nobility. They disliked the change, which must mean that the Prussia to which they were so devotedly attached was to become merged in a greater Germany. There was also some apprehension that with the new title the old traditions of the Prussian court, traditions of economy, almost of parsimony, might be forgotten, and that a new career might begin in which they would attempt to imitate the extravagance and pomp of less prudent sovereigns. With this perhaps Bismarck himself had some sympathy. The king would of course only assume the new title if it was offered to him by his fellow princes. There was some danger lest the Reichstag, which had been summoned to ratify the treaties, might ask him to assume it before the princes did. Had they done so, he would probably have refused. The Crown Prince, who was very eager for the new title, and the Grand Duke of Baden used all their influence with their fellow princes. The initiative must come from the King of Bavaria. He was in difficulty as to the form in which the offer should be made. Bismarck, who throughout the whole negotiations worked behind the scenes, smoothing away difficulties, thereupon drafted a letter which he sent by special messenger to the King of Bavaria. The king at once adopted it, copied it out and signed it, and at the same time wrote another letter to the other princes, asking them to join in the request which he had made to the King of Prussia to assume the title of Emperor, which had been in abeyance for over 60 years. So it came about that the letter by which the offer to the king was made had really emanated from his own chancellor. It shows to what good purpose Bismarck used the confidence which, by his conduct in the previous negotiations, the King of Bavaria had been led to place in him. On the 18th of January 1871, in the Palace of Versailles, the king publicly assumed the new title. A few days later, Bismarck was raised to the rank of prince. A few days later, Paris fell. The prolonged siege was over and the power of resistance exhausted. Then again, as 3 months before, Favre asked for an audience, this time to negotiate the capitulation of the city. We need not here dwell on the terms of the capitulation. We need only quote what Favre himself says of Bismarck's attitude. I should be unfaithful to truth if I did not recognize that in these mournful discussions I always found the Chancellor eager to soften in form the cruelty of his requirements. He applied himself as much as was possible to temper the military harshness of the General Staff, and on many points he consented to make himself the advocate of our demands. A few weeks were allowed for elections to be held and an assembly to meet at Bordeaux. And then once more Monsieur Thiers appeared to negotiate the terms of peace. He knew that the demands would be very heavy. He anticipated that they would be asked to surrender Alsace, including Belfort, and of Lorraine, at least the department of the Moselle, with Metz. He expected a large war indemnity, 5,000 million francs. The terms Bismarck had to offer were almost identical with this, except that the indemnity was placed at 6,000 million francs. The part Thiers had to play was a very difficult one. He knew that if Germany insisted on her full demands, he must accept. He was too experienced a politician to be misled by any of the illusions under which Favre had labored. He, as all other Frenchmen, had during the last 3 months learned a bitter lesson. Had we made peace, he said, before the fall of Metz, we might at least have saved Lorraine. He hoped against hope that he might still be able to do so. With all the resources of his intellect and his eloquence, he tried to break down the opposition of the Count. When Metz was refused to him, then he pleaded for Belfort. Let us hear what Favre, who was present at the decisive interview, tells us. We may use his authority with more confidence than he was a silent and passive auditor. One must have been present at this pathetic scene to have an idea of the superhuman resources which the illustrious statesman displayed. I still see him, pale, agitated, now sitting, now springing to his feet. I hear his voice broken by grief, his words cut short, his tones in turn suppliant and proud. I know nothing grander than the sublime passion of this noble heart bursting out in petitions, menaces, prayers, now caressing, now terrible, growing by degrees more angry in face of this cruel refusal, ready for the last extremities, impervious to the counsel of reason, so violent and sacred were the sentiments by which he was governed. Bismarck remained obdurate. He would surrender neither Metz nor Belfort. Then Thiers cried out, "Well, let it be as you will. These negotiations are a pretense. We appear to deliberate. We have only to pass under your yoke. We ask for a city absolutely French. You refuse it to us. It is to avow that you have resolved to wage against us a war of extremity. Do it. Ravish our provinces, burn our houses, cut the throats of their unoffending inhabitants. In a word, complete your work. We will fight to the last breath. We will succumb at last, but we will not be dishonored. It was a burst of passion, all the more admirable that Thiers knew his threats were vain. But it was not ineffective. Bismarck was troubled. He said he understood what they suffered. He would be glad to make a concession. But, he added, I can promise nothing. The king has commanded me to maintain the conditions. He alone has the right to modify them. I will take his orders. I must consult with Monsieur de Moltke. It was nearly an hour before he could find Moltke. Then he returned to give the answer to the Frenchman. You had refused that we should enter Paris. If you will agree that the German troops occupy Paris, then Belfort shall be restored to you. There could be no doubt as to the answer, and some hours later the assent of the king was given to this alteration in the conditions. Before this, the indemnity had been reduced to 5,000 million francs. Below that, all the efforts of the French were not able to bring it. There were many other exciting scenes during the progress of the negotiations. On one occasion, Thiers threatened Bismarck with interposition of the neutral powers. If you speak to me of Europe, I'll speak of the Emperor, was Bismarck's answer. He threatened to open negotiations with him and to send him back to France at the head of Bazaine's army. On another occasion, it was during the discussion of finance, another scene took place which Favre describes. As the discussion continued, he grew animated. He interrupted Thiers at every word, accused him of wishing to spoil everything. He said that he was ill, at the end of his powers. He was incapable of going further in a work that we were pleased to make of no use. Then, allowing his feelings to break out, walking up and down the little room in which we were deliberating, with great strides, he cried, "It is very kind of me to take the trouble to which you condemn me. Our conditions are ultimatums. You must accept or reject them. I will not take part in it any longer. Bring an interpreter tomorrow. Henceforward, I will not speak French any longer." And he began forthwith to talk German at a great rate, a language which of course neither of the Frenchmen understood. It is interesting to compare with this Bismarck's own account of the same scene. When I addressed a definite demand to Thiers, although he generally could command himself, he sprang up and cried, "Mais c'est une indignité." I took no notice, but began to talk German. For a time he listened, but obviously did not know what to think of it. Then, in a plaintive voice, he said, "But, Count, you know that I do not understand German." I answered him now in French. "When just now you spoke of indignité, I found that I did not understand French enough, and preferred to speak German. Here I know what I say and hear." He understood what I meant and at once agreed to that which he had just refused as an indignité. Bismarck's part in these negotiations was not altogether an easy one, for it is probable that, in part at least, he secretly sympathized with the arguments and protests of the French. He was far too loyal to his master and his country not to defend and adopt the policy which had been accepted. But there is much reason to believe that had he been completely master, Germany would not have insisted on having Metz, but would have made the demand only to withdraw it. The arguments for the annexation of Alsace were indeed unanswerable, and again Bismarck had pointed out that Germany could never be safe so long as France held Strasbourg, and the French army, supported on the strong basis of the Vosges, could use Strasbourg as a gate whence to sally forth into Germany. No one indeed who has ever stood on the slopes of the Black Forest and looked across the magnificent valley, sheltered by the hills on either side, through which the Rhine flows, can doubt that this is all one country, and that the frontier must be sought, not in the river, which is not a separation, but a cheap means of communication, but on the top of the hills on the further side. Every argument, however, which is used to support German claims to Strasbourg may be used with equal force to support French claims to Metz. If Strasbourg in French hands is the gate of Germany, Metz in German hands is, and always will remain, a military post on the soil of France. No one who reads Bismarck's argument on this point can fail to notice how they are all nearly conclusive as to Strasbourg, but that he scarcely takes the trouble to make it even appear as though they apply to Metz. Even in the speech before the Reichstag, in which he explains and justifies the terms of peace, he speaks again and again of Strasbourg, but hardly a word of Metz. He told how 14 years before, the old king of Württemberg had said to him, at the time of the Crimean trouble, that Prussia might count on his voice in the Diet as against the Western powers, but only till war broke out. Then the matter takes another form. I am determined as well as any other to maintain the engagement I have entered into, but do not judge me unjustly. Give us Strasbourg, and we shall be ready for all eventualities. But so long as Strasbourg is a sally port for a power which is always armed, I must fear that my country will be overrun by foreign troops before my confederates can come to my help. The king was right. Germany would never be secure so long as Strasbourg was French. But can France ever be secure so long as Metz is German? The demand for Metz was based purely on military considerations. It was supported on the theory, which we have already learned, that Germany could never take the offensive in a war with France, and that the possession of Metz would make it impossible, as indeed is the case, for France to attack Germany. It was not, however, Bismarck's practice to subordinate political considerations to military. It may be said that France would never acquiesce in the loss of either province, but while we can imagine a generation of Frenchmen arising who would learn to recognize the watersheds of the Vosges as a permanent boundary between the two nations, it is difficult to believe that the time will ever come when a single Frenchman will regard with contentment the presence of the Germans on the upper Moselle. Even after the preliminaries of peace were settled, fresh difficulties arose. The outbreak of the Commune in Paris made it impossible for the French to fulfill the arrangements. Bismarck, who did not trust the French, treated them with much severity, and more than once he threatened again to begin hostilities. At last, Favre asked for a fresh interview. The two statesmen met at Frankfurt, and then the final treaty of peace was signed. End of section 24. Section 25 of Bismarck and the Foundation of the German Empire by James Headlam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. Chapter 15. The New Empire, 1871 to 1878. Part 1. With the Peace of Frankfurt, Bismarck's work was completed. Not 9 years had passed since he had become minister. In that short time, He completed the work which so many statesmen before him had in vain attempted. 9 years ago he had found the king ready to retire from the throne. Now he had made him the most powerful ruler in Europe. Prussia, which then had been divided in itself and without influence in the councils of Europe, was the undisputed leader in a united Germany. Fate, which always was so kind to Bismarck, was not to snatch him away, as it did Carver, in the hour of his triumph. 20 years longer he was to preside over the state which he had created and to guide the course of the ship which he had built. A weaker or more timid man would quickly have retired from public life. He would have considered that nothing that he could do could add to his fame, and that he was always risking the loss of some of the reputation he had attained. Bismarck was not influenced by such motives. The exercise of power had become to him a pleasure. He was prepared if his king required it to continue in office to the end of his days, and he never feared to hazard fame and popularity if he could thereby add to the prosperity of the state. These latter years of Bismarck's life we cannot narrate in detail. Space alone would forbid it. It would be to write the history of the German Empire, and though events are not so dramatic, they are no less numerous than in the earlier period. Moreover, we have not the material for a complete biographical narrative. There is indeed a great abundance of public records, but as to the secret reasons of state by which, in the last resort, the policy of the government was determined, we have little knowledge. From time to time, indeed, some illicit disclosure, the publication of some confidential documents, throws an unexpected light on a situation which is obscure. But these disclosures, so hazardous to the good repute of the men who are responsible and the country in which they are possible, must be treated with great reserve. Prompted by motives of private revenge or public ambition, they disclose only half the truth, and a portion of the truth is often more misleading than complete ignorance. In foreign policy he was henceforward sole, undisputed master. In Parliament and in the press scarcely a voice was raised to challenge his preeminence. He enjoyed the complete confidence of the allied sovereigns and the enthusiastic affection of the nation. Even those parties which often opposed and criticized his internal policy supported him always on foreign affairs. Those only opposed him who were hostile to the empire itself, those whose ideals or interests were injured by this great military monarchy, Poles and Ultramontanes, Guelphs and Socialists. In opposing Bismarck, they seemed to be traitors to their country, and he and his supporters were not slow to divide the nation into the loyal and the Reichsfeindlich. He deserved the confidence which was placed in him. He succeeded in preserving to the newly founded empire all the prestige it had gained. He was enabled to soothe the jealousy of the neutral powers. He did so by his policy of peace. Now, he pursued peace with the same decision with which, but 2 years before, he had brought about war. He was guided by the same motive. As war had then been for the benefit of Germany, so now was peace. He had never loved war for the sake of war. He was too good a diplomatist for this. War is the negotiation of diplomacy, and the statesman who had recourse to it must for the time give over the control to other hands. It is always a clumsy method. The love of war for the sake of war will be found more commonly among autocratic sovereigns who are their own generals than among skilled and practiced ministers, and generally war is the last resource by which a weak diplomatist attempts to conceal his blunders and to regain what he has lost. There had been much anxiety in Europe how the new empire would deport itself. Would it use this power, which had been so irresistible, for fresh conflicts? The excuse might easily have been found. Bismarck might have put on his banner the union of all Germans in one state. He might have recalled and reawakened the enthusiasm of 50 years ago. He might have reminded the people that there were still in Holland and in Switzerland, in Austria and in Russia, Germans who were separated from their country and languishing under a foreign rule. Had he been an idealist, he would have done so, and raised in Germany a cry like that of the Italian irredentists. Or he might have claimed for his country its natural boundaries. After freeing the upper waters of the Rhine from foreign dominion, he might have claimed that the great river should flow to the sea, German. This is what French had done under similar circumstances, but he was not the man to repeat the crimes and blunders of Louis and Napoleon. He knew that Germany desired peace. A new generation must grow up in the new order of things. The old wounds must be healed by time, the old divisions forgotten. Long years of common work must cement the alliances that he had made, till the jealousy of the defeated was appeased, and the new empire had become as firm and indissoluble as any other state in Europe. The chief danger came from France. In that unhappy country, the cry for revenge seemed the only link with the pride which had been so rudely overthrown. The defeat and the disgrace could not be forgotten. The recovery of the lost provinces was the desire of the nation and the program of every party. As we have seen, the German statesmen had foreseen the danger and deliberately defied it. They cared not for the hostility of France, now that they need not fear her power. Ordering dum metuant. Against French demands for restitution, they presented a firm and unchangeable negative. It was kinder so and juster to allow no opening for hope, no loophole for negotiation, no intervention by other powers. Alsace-Lorraine were German by the right of the 100,000 German soldiers who had perished to conquer them. Any appearance of weakness would have led to hopes which could never be realized, discussions which could have had no result. The answer to all suggestions was to be found in the strength of Germany. The only diplomacy was to make the army so strong that no French statesman, not even the mob of Paris, could dream of undertaking single-handed a war of revenge. This was not enough. It was necessary besides to isolate France. There were many men in Europe who would have wished to bring about a new coalition of the armies by whose defeat Germany had been built up, France and Austria, Denmark and the Poles. Then it was always to be expected that Russia, who had done so much for Germany in the past, would cease to regard with complacency the success of her protégé. After all, the influence of the Tsar in Europe had depended upon the divisions of Germany as much as had that of France. How soon would the Russian nation wake up, as the French had done, to the fact that the sympathies of their emperor had created a great barrier to Russian ambition and Russian diplomacy? It was especially the clerical party who wished to bring about some coalition. For them, the chief object was the overthrow of Italy, and the world still seemed to center in Rome. They could not gain the assistance of Germany in this work, and they therefore looked on the great Protestant empire as an enemy. They would have liked, by monarchical reaction, to gain control of France. by the success of the Carlist movement to obtain that of France, and then assisted by Austria to overthrow the new order in Europe. Against this, Bismarck's chief energies were directed. We shall see how he fought the Ultramontanes at home. With regard to France, he was inclined to support the Republic, and refused all attempts which were made by some German statesmen, and especially by Count Arnim, the ambassador at Paris, to win German sympathy and support to the monarchical party. In Spain, his support and sympathy were given to the government, which with difficulty maintained itself against the Carlists. A visit of Victor Emmanuel to Berlin confirmed the friendship with Italy, over which the action of Garibaldi in 1870 had thrown a cloud. The greatest triumph of Bismarck's policy was, however, the reconciliation with Austria. One of the most intimate of his counselors, when asked which of Bismarck's actions he admired most, specified this: it was peculiarly his own. He had long worked for it. Even while the war of 1866 was still being waged, he had foreseen that a day would come when Germany and Austria, now that they were separated, might become, as they never had been when joined by an unnatural union, honest allies. It was probably to a great extent brought about by the strong regard and confidence which the Austrian Emperor reposed in the German Chancellor. The beginnings of approximation were laid by the dismissal of Beust, who himself now was to become a personal friend of the statesman against whom he had for so long, and with such ingenuity, waged an unequal conflict. The union was sealed when, in December 1872, the Tsar of Russia and Francis Joseph came to Berlin as guests of the Emperor. There was no signed contract, no written alliance, but the old union of the Eastern monarchies, under which a generation before Europe had groaned, was now restored, and on the continent there was no place to which France could look for help or sympathy. The years that followed were those in which foreign affairs gave Bismarck least anxiety or occupation. He even began to complain that he was dull. After all these years of conflict and intrigue, he found the security which he now enjoyed uninteresting. Now and again, the shadow of war passed over Europe, but it was soon dispelled. The most serious was in 1875. It appears that the French reforms of the army and some movements of French troops had caused alarm at Berlin. I say alarm, though it is difficult to believe that any serious concern could have been felt. There was, however, a party who believed that war must come sooner or later, and it was better, they said, not to wait till France was again powerful and had won allies. Surely the wisest thing was, while she was still weak and friendless, to take some excuse, and how easy would it be to find the excuse, fall upon her and crush and destroy, so that she could never again raise her head, treat her as she had in old days treated Germany. How far this plan was deliberately adopted we do not know, but in the spring of this year the signs became so alarming that both the Russian and the English governments were seriously disturbed and interfered. So sober a statesman as Lord Derby believed that the danger was real. The Tsar, who visited Berlin at the beginning of April, dealt with the matter personally. The Queen of England wrote a letter to the German Emperor in which she said that the information she had could leave no doubt that an aggressive war on France was meditated, and used her personal influence with the sovereign to prevent it. The Emperor himself had not sympathized with the idea of war, and it is said did not even know of the approaching danger. It did not require the intervention of other sovereigns to induce him to refuse his assent to a wanton war, but this advice from foreign powers, of course, caused great indignation in Bismarck. It was just the kind of thing which always angered him beyond everything. He maintained that he had had no warlike intentions, that the reports were untrue. The whole story had its origin, he said, in the intrigues of the Ultramontanes and the vanity of Gorchakov. The object was to make it appear that France owed her security and preservation to the friendly interference of Russia, and thereby prepare the way for an alliance between the two powers. It is almost impossible to believe that Bismarck had seriously intended to bring about a war. He must have known that the other powers of Europe would not allow a second and unprovoked attack on France. He would not be likely to risk all he had achieved and bring about a European coalition against him. On the other hand, his explanation is probably not the whole truth. Even German writers confessed that the plan of attacking France was meditated, and it was a plan of a nature to recommend itself to the military party in Prussia. Yet this may have been the beginning of a divergence with Russia. The Union had depended more on the personal feelings of the Tsar than on the wishes of the people or their real interests. The rising Pan-Slavonic Party was anti-German. Their leader was General Ignatieff, but Gorchakov, partly perhaps from personal hostility to Bismarck, partly from a just consideration of Russian interests, sympathized with their anti-Teutonic policy. The outbreak of disturbance in the East roused that national feeling which had slept for 20 years. In truth, the strong patriotism of modern Germany naturally created a similar feeling in the neighboring countries, just as the Germans were proud to free themselves from the dominant culture of France, so the Russians began to look with jealousy on the Teutonic influence, which, since the days of Peter the Great, had been so powerful among them. In internal matters, the situation was very different. Here, Bismarck could not rule in the same undisputed manner. He had rivals, critics, and colleagues. The power of the Prussian parliament and the Reichstag was indeed limited, but without their assent, no new law could be passed. Each year, their assent must be obtained to the budget. Though they had waived all claims to control the foreign policy, the parties still criticized and often rejected the laws proposed by the government. Then, in Prussian affairs, he could not act without the goodwill of his colleagues. In finance, in legal reform, the management of church and schools, the initiative belonged to the ministers responsible for each department. Some of the difficulties of government would have been met had Bismarck identified himself with a single party, formed a party ministry, and carried out their program. This he always refused to do. He did not wish in his old age to become a parliamentary minister, for had he depended for his support on a party, then if he lost their confidence or they lost the confidence of the country, he would have had to retire from office. The whole work of his earlier years would have been undone. What he wished to secure was a government party, a Bismarck party sans phrase, who would always support all his measures in internal as well as external policy. In this, however, he did not succeed. He was therefore reduced to another course. In order to get the measures of the government passed, he executed a series of alliances, now with one, now with another party. In these, however, he had to give as well as to receive. And it is curious to see how easily his pride was offended and his anger roused by any attempt of the party with which at the time he was allied to control and influence his policy. No one of the alliances lasted long, and he seems to have taken peculiar pleasure in breaking away from each of them in turn when the time came. The alliance with the conservatives, which he had inherited from the older days, had begun to break directly after 1866. Many of them had been disappointed by his policy in that year. The grant of universal suffrage had alarmed them. They had wished that he would use his power to check and punish the Parliament for its opposition. Instead of that, he asked for an indemnity. They felt that they had borne with him the struggle for the integrity of the Prussian monarchy. No sooner was the victory won than he held out his hand to the liberals, and it was to them that the prize went. They were hurt and disappointed, and this personal feeling was increased by Bismarck's want of consideration, his brusqueness of manner, his refusal to consider complaints and remonstrances. Even the success of 1870 had not altogether reconciled them. These Prussian nobles, the men to whom in earlier days he himself had belonged, saw with regret the name of King of Prussia hidden behind the newer glory of the German Emperor. It is curious to read how even Horn speaks with something of contempt and disgust of this new title. I hope, he writes, Bismarck will be in a better temper now that the Kaiser egg had been safely hatched. It was, however, the struggle with the Catholic Church which achieved the separation, the complete subjection of the Church to the state, the new laws for school inspection, the introduction of compulsory civil marriage, were all opposed to the strongest and the healthiest feelings of the Prussian conservatives. These did not seem to be matters in which the safety of the empire was concerned. Bismarck had simply gone over to and adopted the program of the liberals. He was supporting that all-pervading power of the Prussian bureaucracy which he in his earlier days had so bitterly attacked. Then came a proposal for change in the local government which would diminish the influence of the landed proprietors. The conservatives refused to support these measures. The conservative majority in the House of Lords threw them out. Bismarck's own brother, all his old friends and comrades, were now ranged against him. He accepted opposition from them as little as from anyone else. The consent of the king was obtained to the creation of new peers, and by these means the obnoxious measures were forced through the unwilling House. Bismarck, by his speeches, intensified the bitterness. He came down himself to make an attack on the conservatives. The government is disappointed, he said. We had looked for confidence from the Conservative Party. Confidence is a delicate plant. If it is once destroyed, it does not grow again. We shall have to look elsewhere for support. A crisis in his relations to the party came at the end of 1872. Up this time, Owen had still remained in the government. Now, in consequence of the manner in which the creation of peers had been decided upon, he requested permission to resign. The king, who could not bear to part with him, and who really, in many matters of internal policy, had more sympathy with him than with Bismarck, refused to accept the resignation. The crisis which arose had an unexpected ending. Bismarck himself resigned the office of Minister-President of Prussia, which was transferred to Hoorn, keeping only that of Foreign Minister and Chancellor of the Empire. A letter to Hoorn shows the deep depression under which he labored at this time, chiefly the result of ill health. It was, he said, an unheard of anomaly that the foreign minister of a great empire should be responsible also for internal affairs. And yet he himself had arranged that it should be so. The desertion of the Conservative Party had, he said, deprived him of his footing. He was dispirited by the loss of his old friends and the illness of his wife. He spoke of his advancing years and his conviction that he had not much longer to live. The king scarcely knows how he is riding a good horse to death. He would continue to do what he could in foreign affairs, but he would no longer be responsible for colleagues over whom he had no influence except by requests and for the wishes of the emperor which he could not share. The arrangement lasted for a year, and then Horn had again to request, and this time received permission to retire into private life. His health would no longer allow him to endure the constant anxiety of office. His retirement occasioned genuine grief to the king, and of all the severances which he had to undergo, this was probably that which affected Bismarck most. For none of his colleagues could he ever have the same affection he had had for Horn. He it was who had brought him into the ministry, and had gone through with him all the days of storm and trouble. It will be lonely for me, he writes, in my work, even more so. The old friends become enemies, and one makes no new ones, as God will. In 1873, he again assumed the presidency. The resignation of Horn was followed by a complete breach with the party of the Kreuzzeitung. The more moderate of the conservatives split off from it and continued to support the government. The remainder entered the campaign of factious opposition. End of section 25. Section 26 of Bismarck and the Foundation of the German Empire by James Headlam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. Chapter 15. The New Empire, 1871 to 1878. Part 2. The quarrel was inevitable, for quite apart from the question of religion, it would indeed have been impossible to govern Germany according to their principles. We may, however, regret that the quarrel was not conducted with more amenity. These Prussian nobles were of the same race as Bismarck himself. They resembled him in character, if not in ability. They believed that they had been betrayed, and they did not easily forgive. They were not scrupulous in the weapons they adopted. The press was used for anonymous attacks on his person and his character. They accused him of using his public position for making money by speculation and of sacrificing to that the alliance with Russia. More than once he had recourse to the law of libel to defend himself against these unworthy insults. When he publicly, in the Reichstag, protested against the language of the Kreuzzeitung, the dishonorable attacks and the scandalous lies it spread abroad, a large number of the leading men among the Prussian nobility signed the declaration, formally defending the management of the paper as true adherents of the monarchical and conservative banner. These declaranten, as they were called, were henceforward enemies whom he could never forgive. At the bottom of the list we read, not without emotion, the words, signed with deep regret, A. von Taden. So far apart were now the two knights-errants of the Christian monarchy. It was in reality the end of the old conservative party. It had done its work. Bismarck was now thrown on the support of the National Liberals. Since 1866, they had grown in numbers and in weight. They represented at this time the general sense of the German people. It was with their help that during the years down to 1878, the new institutions for the empire were built up. In the elections of 1871, they numbered 120. In 1874, their numbers rose to 152. They had not an absolute majority, but in all questions regarding the defense of the empire, foreign policy, and the army, they were supported by the moderate conservatives. In the conflict with the Catholics and internal matters, they could generally depend on the support of the progressives, so that as long as they maintained their authority, they gave the government the required majority in both the Prussian and the German parliament. There were differences in the party which afterwards were to lead to a secession, but during this time, which they looked upon as the golden era of the empire, they succeeded in maintaining their unity. They numbered many of the ablest leaders, the lawyers and men of learning who had opposed Bismarck at the time of the conflict. Their leader was Bennigsen, himself a Hanoverian. He had brought no feelings of hostility from the old days of conflict. Moderate, tactful, restrained, patriotic, he was the only man who, when difficulties arose, was always able to approach the chancellor, sure of finding some tenable compromise. Different was it with Lasker, the ablest of parliamentary orators, whose subordination to the decisions of the party was often doubtful, and whose criticism, friendly as it often was, always aroused Bismarck's anger. As a matter of fact, the alliance was, however, never complete. It was always felt that at any moment some question might arise on which it would be wrecked. This was shown by Bismarck's language as early as 1871. In a debate on the army, he explained that what he demanded was full support. Members, he said, were expressly elected to support him. They had no right to make conditions or withdraw their support. If they did so, he would resign. The party, which was very loyal to him, constantly gave up its own views when he made it a question of confidence, but the strain was there and was always felt. The great question now, as before, was that of the organization of the army. It will be remembered that under the North German Confederation, a provisional arrangement was made by which the numbers of the army in peace were to be fixed at 1% of the population. This terminated at the end of 1871. The government, however, did not then consider it safe to alter the arrangement, and with some misgiving, the Reichstag accepted the proposal that this system should be applied to the whole empire for 3 years. If, however, the numbers of the army were absolutely fixed in this way, the Reichstag would cease to have any control over the expenses. All other important taxes and expenses came before the individual states. In 1874, the government had to make their proposal for the future. This was that the system which had hitherto been provisionally accepted should become permanent, and that the army should henceforward, in time of peace, always consist of the same number of men. To agree to this would be permanently to give up all possibility of exercising any control over the finance. It was impossible for the National Liberal Party to accept the proposal without giving up at the same time all hope of constitutional development. Bismarck was ill and could take no part in defending the law. They voted against it. It was thrown out, and it seemed as though a new conflict was going to arise. When the Reichstag adjourned in April for the Easter holidays, the agitation spread over the country, but the country was determined not again to have a conflict on the budget. There was a regular fanaticism for unconditional acceptance of the law. Those even on the left refused to hear anything of constitutional considerations, writes one member of the National Liberal Party after meeting his constituents. If The Reichstag persisted in their refusal, and a dissolution took place. There was no doubt that there would be a great majority for the government. It was the first time since 1870 that the question of constitutional privileges were raised, and now it was found, as ever afterwards was the case, that for the German people, whatever might be the opinion of their elected representatives, the name of Bismarck alone outweighed all else. Bennigsen arranged a compromise, and the required number of men was agreed to, not indeed permanently, but for 7 years. For 4 years more, the alliance was continued. At this time, all other questions were thrown into the shade by the great conflict with the Roman Catholic Church on which the government had embarked. Looking back now, it is still difficult to judge or even to understand the causes which brought it about. Both sides claimed that they were acting in self-defense. Bismarck has often explained his motives, but we cannot be sure that those he puts forward were the only considerations by which he was moved. He, however, insisted that the struggle was not religious but political. He was not moved by Protestant animosity to the Catholic Church, but by his alarm lest in the organization of the Roman hierarchy a power might arise within the empire which would be hostile to the state. But even if the Chancellor himself was at first free from Protestant hatred to Catholicism, and this is not quite clear, he was forced into alliance with a large party who appealed at once to the memories of the Reformation, who stirred up all that latent hatred of Rome, which is as strong a force in North Germany as in England, and with others who saw in this an opportunity for more completely subduing all, Protestant and Catholic alike, to the triumphant power of the state, and making one more step towards the dissociation of the state from any religious body. The immediate cause of the struggle was the proclamation of the infallibility of the Pope. It might be thought that this change or development in the constitutions of the Roman Church was one which concerned chiefly Roman Catholics. This is the view which Bismarck seems to have taken during the meetings of the Vatican Council. The opposition to the decrees was strongest among the German bishops, and Prince Hohenlohe, the Prime Minister of Bavaria, supported by his brother the Cardinal, was anxious to persuade the governments of Europe to interfere, and, as they could have done, to prevent the Council from coming to any conclusion. Bismarck refused on behalf of the Prussian government to take any steps in this direction. The conclusion of the council and the proclamation of the decrees took place just at the time of the outbreak of war with France. For some months, Bismarck, occupied as he was with other matters, was unable to consider the changes which might be caused. It was, moreover, very important for him during the negotiations with Bavaria, which lasted all through the autumn, not to do anything which would arouse the fears of the ultramontanes or intensify their reluctance to enter the empire. In the winter of 1870, the first sign of the dangers ahead was to be seen. They arose from the occupation of Rome by the Italians. The inevitable result of this was that the Roman Catholics of all countries in Europe were at once given a common cause of political endeavor. They were bound each of them in his own state to use his full influence to procure interference either by diplomacy or by arms, and to work for the rescue of the prisoner of the Vatican. The German Catholics felt this as strongly as their co-religionists, and while he was still at Versailles, a cardinal and bishop of the church addressed a memorial to the King of Prussia on this matter. This attempt to influence the foreign policy of the new empire and to use it for a purpose alien to the direct interest of Germany was very repugnant to Bismarck and was quite sufficient to arouse feelings of hostility towards the Roman Catholics. These were increased when he heard that the Roman Catholic leaders were combining to form a new political party. In the elections for the first Reichstag, this movement was very successful, and 50 members were returned whose sole bond of union was religion. This he looked upon as a mobilization of the church against the state. The formation of a political party founded simply on unity of confession was, he said, an unheard of innovation in political life. His distrust increased when he found that their leader was Windthorst, a former minister of the King of Hanover, and as a patriotic Hanoverian, one of the chief opponents of a powerful and centralized government. The influence the Church had in the Polish provinces was a further cause of hostility, and seemed to justify him in condemning them as anti-German. During the first session, the new party prominently appeared on two occasions. In the debate on the address to the Crown, they asked for the interference of Germany on behalf of the Pope. In this, they stood alone, and the division found no supporters. Then they demanded that in the constitution of the empire, certain clauses from the Prussian constitution should be introduced, which would ensure freedom to all religious denominations. Here they gained considerable support from some other parties. An impartial observer will find it difficult to justify from these acts the charge of disloyalty to the empire. But a storm of indignation arose in the press, especially in the organs of the National Liberal Party, and it was supported by those of the government. The desire for conflict was awakened. Meetings were held in the autumn of 1871 to defend the Protestant faith, which hardly seemed to have been attacked, and the clearer cause for dispute soon occurred. It was required by the authorities of the Church that all bishops and priests should declare their assent to the new Vatican decrees. The majority did so, but a certain number refused. They were, of course, excommunicated. A secession from the Roman Catholic Church took place, and the new communion formed, to which the name of Old Catholics was given. The bishops required that all the priests and religious teachers at the universities and schools who had refused to obey the orders of the Pope should be dismissed from their office. The Prussian government refused their assent. The legal question involved was a difficult one. The government held that as the Roman Catholic Church had changed its teachings, those who maintained the old doctrine must be supported in the offices conferred on them. The church authorities denied there had been any essential change. On the whole, we may say that they were right. A priest of the Catholic Church held his position not only in virtue of his assent to the actual doctrines taught, but was also bound by his vow of obedience to accept any fresh teaching which, in accordance with the constitution of the Church and by the recognized organ of government, should in the future also be declared to be of faith. The duty of every man to obey the laws applies not only to the laws existing at any moment, but to any future laws which may be passed by the proper agent of legislation. Even though the doctrine of infallibility were a new doctrine, which is very doubtful, it had been passed at the council, and the proceedings of the council, even if in some details they were irregular, were not more so than those of any other council in the past. The action of the government in supporting the old Catholics may, however, be attributed to another motive. The Catholics maintained that Bismarck desired to take this opportunity of creating a national German church and reunite Protestants and Catholics. To have done so, had it been possible, would have been indeed to confer on the country the greatest of all blessings. We cannot doubt that the thought had often come into Bismarck's mind. It would be the proper and fitting conclusion to the work of creating a nation. It was, however, impossible. Under no circumstances could it have been done by a Protestant statesman. The impulse must have come from Bavaria, and the opposition of the Bavarian bishops to the Vatican decrees had been easily overcome. Twice an opportunity had presented itself of making a national German church, once at the Reformation, once after the Revolution. On both occasions it was lost, and it will never recur. The result, however, was that a bitter feeling of opposition was created between church and state. The secessionist priests were maintained in their positions by the government. They were excommunicated by the bishops. Students were forbidden to attend their lectures and the people to worship in the churches where they ministered. It spread even to the army when the Minister of War required the army chaplain at Cologne to celebrate Mass in a church which was used also by the old Catholics. He was forbidden to do so by his bishop, and the bishop was in consequence deprived of his salary and threatened with arrest. The conflict having once begun soon spread. A new minister of culture was appointed. In the Reichstag, a law was proposed expelling the Jesuits from Germany, and a number of important laws, the so-called May laws, were introduced into the Prussian parliament, giving to the state great powers with regard to the education and appointment of priests. It was, for instance, ordered that no one should be appointed to a cure of souls who was not a German and had not been brought up and educated in the state schools and universities of Prussia. Then other laws were introduced, to which we have already referred, making civil marriage compulsory so as to cripple the very strong power which the Roman Catholic priests could exercise not only by refusing their consent to mixed marriages, but also by refusing to marry old Catholics. A law was introduced taking the inspection of elementary schools out of the hands of the clergy, and finally a change was made in those articles of the Prussian constitution which ensured to each denomination the management of its own affairs. Bismarck was probably not responsible for the drafting of all these laws. He only occasionally took part in the discussion and was often away from Berlin. The contrast between these proposals and the principles he had maintained in his earlier years was very marked. His old friend Kleist recalled the eloquent speech which in former years he had made against civil marriage. Bismarck did not attempt to defend himself against the charge of inconsistency. He did not even avow that he had changed his personal opinions. He had, however, he said, learned to submit his personal convictions to the requirements of the state. He had only done so unwillingly and by a great struggle. This was to be the end of the doctrine of the Christian state. With Gneist, Lasker, Virchow, he was subduing the church to this new idol of the state. He was doing that against which, in the old days, he had struggled with the greatest resolution and spoken with the greatest eloquence. Not many years were to go by before he began to repent of what he had done, for as he saw the new danger from social democracy, he, like many other Germans, believed that the true means of defeating it was to be found in increased intensity of religious conviction. It was, however, then too late. He, however, especially in the Prussian upper house, threw all the weight of his authority into the conflict. It was, he said, not a religious conflict, but a political one. They were not actuated by hatred of Catholicism, but they were protecting the rights of the state. The question at issue, he said, is not a struggle of an evangelical dynasty against the Catholic Church. It was the old struggle, a struggle for power as old as the human race, between king and priest, a struggle which is much older than the appearance of our Redeemer in this world, a struggle which has filled German history of the Middle Ages till the destruction of the German Empire, and which found its conclusion when the last representative of the glorious Swabian dynasty died on the scaffold under the axe of a French conqueror who stood in alliance with the Pope. We are not far from an analogous solution of the situation, always translated into the customs of our time. He assured the House that now, as always, he would defend the empire against internal and external enemies. Rest assured, we will not go to Canossa, he said. In undertaking this struggle with the Church, he had two enemies to contend with, the Pope and the government of the Church on the one side, on the other, the Catholic population of Germany. He tried to come to some agreement with the Pope and to separate the two. It seemed, in fact, as if the real enemy to be contended against was not the foreign priesthood, but the Catholic democracy in Germany. All Bismarck's efforts to separate the two and to procure the assistance of the Pope against the party of the center were to be unavailing. For some years, all official communication between the German government and the Papal See was broken off. It was not till the death of Pius IX and the accession of more liberal-minded Pope that communication was restored. Then we are surprised to find Bismarck appealing to the Pope to use his influence on the center in order to persuade them to vote for a proposed increase in the German army. This is a curious comment on the boast. Will not go to Canossa. The truth is that in undertaking the conflict and associating himself with the anti-clerical party, Bismarck had stirred up an enemy whom he was not able to overcome. He soon found that the priests and the Catholics were men of a different caliber to the liberals. They dared to do what none of the progressives had ventured on. They disobeyed the law. With them, it was not likely that the conflict would be confined to parliamentary debates. The government attempted to meet this resistance, but in vain. The priests were deprived of their cures. Bishops were thrown into prison. Nearly half the Catholic parishes in Prussia were deprived of their spiritual shepherds. The churches were closed. There was no one to celebrate baptisms or weddings. Against this resistance, what could the government do? The people supported the leaders of the party, and the united body of 100 members under Windthorst, ablest of parliamentary leaders, was committed to absolute opposition to every government measure so long as the conflict continued. Can you be surprised that as the years went on, Bismarck looked with some concern on the result of the struggle he had brought about? He attempted to conceal the failure. The result will be, he said, that we shall have two great parties, one which supports and maintains the state, and another which attacks it. The former will be the great majority, and it will be formed in the school of conflict. These words are the strongest condemnation of his policy. It could not be wise for any statesman to arrange that party conflict should take the form of loyalty and disloyalty to the empire. There can be little doubt that his sense of failure helped to bring about a feeling of enmity towards the National Liberals. Certainly, in the spring of 1877, he sent in his resignation. There were, however, other reasons for doing this. He had become aware that the financial policy of the empire had not been successful. On every side, it seemed that the new blood and new methods were required. In financial matters, he had little experience or authority. He had to depend on his colleagues, and he complained of their unfruitfulness. Influenced perhaps by his perception of this, on the pretext, a genuine pretext of ill health, he asked the emperor to relieve him of his offices. The emperor refused. Never, he wrote on the side of the minute. Instead, he granted to Bismarck unlimited leave of absence. In the month of April, the chancellor retired to Varzin. For 10 months he was absent from Berlin, and when he returned, recruited in health, in February 1878, it was soon apparent that a new period in his career and in the history of the empire was to begin. End of section 26. Section 27 of Bismarck and the Foundation of the German Empire by James Headlam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. Chapter 16. The Triple Alliance and Economic Reform, 1878 to 1887. Part 1. The year 1878 forms a turning point both in internal and in external politics. Up to this year, Prussia has been allied with the two Eastern monarchies. The empire has been governed by the help of the National Liberal Party. The chief enemy has been the clericals. The traditions of the time before the war are still maintained. After this year, the understanding with Russia breaks down. Instead of it, the peace of Europe is preserved by the Triple Alliance with Austria and Italy. In internal affairs, the change is even more marked. The rising power of the socialists is the enemy to be fought against. For this conflict, peace has to be made with the Catholics. The May laws are modified or repealed. The alliance with liberalism breaks down, and the efforts of the government are devoted to a far-reaching scheme of financial reform and social legislation. When in April 1877 the emperor refused to accept Bismarck's resignation, the whole country applauded the decision. In the Reichstag, a great demonstration was made of confidence in the chancellor. Everyone felt that he could not be spared at a time when the complications in the East were bringing new dangers upon Europe, and in the seclusion of Varzin, he did not cease during the next months to direct the foreign policy of the empire. He was able, with the other governments of Europe, to prevent the spread of hostilities from Turkey to the rest of Europe, and when, the next year, the English government refused its assent to the provisional peace of San Stefano, it was the unanimous desire of all the other states that the settlement of Turkey should be submitted to a congress at Berlin, over which he should preside. It was the culmination of his public career. It was the recognition by Europe in the most impressive way of his primacy, among living statesmen. In his management of the Congress, he answered to the expectations formed of him. "We do not wish to go," he had said, "the way of Napoleon. We do not desire to be the arbitrators or schoolmasters of Europe. We do not wish to force our policy on other states by appealing to the strength of our army. I look on our task as a more useful, though a humbler one. It is enough if we can be an honest broker." He succeeded in the task he had set before himself, and in reconciling the apparently incompatible desires of England and Russia. Again and again, when the Congress seemed about to break up without result, he made himself the spokesman of Russian wishes and conveyed them to Lord Beaconsfield, the English plenipotentiary. Nonetheless, the friendship of Russia, which had before wavered, now broke down. A bitter attack on Germany and Bismarck was begun in the Russian press. The new German fiscal policy led to misunderstandings. The Tsar, in private letters to the Emperor, demanded, in the negotiations that were still going on, the absolute and unconditional support of Germany to all Russian demands as the condition of Russian friendship. In the autumn of the next year, matters came near to war. It was in these circumstances that Bismarck brought about that alliance which ever since then has governed European politics. He hastily arranged a meeting with Count Andrassy, the Austrian minister, and in a few days the two statesmen agreed on a defensive alliance between the two empires. Many years later, in 1886, the instrument of alliance was published. It was agreed that if either of the German states was attacked by Russia, the other would join to defend it. If either was attacked by France, the other would observe neutrality. But if the French were supported by Russia, then the first clause would come into force. The Emperor of Austria willingly gave his assent. It was only after a prolonged struggle that Bismarck was able to gain the assent of his own sovereign. This alliance, which in the next year was joined by Italy, again gave Germany the ruling position in Europe. During this crisis in foreign affairs, Bismarck was occupied by another, which threatened to be equally serious, in home politics. In the spring of 1878, an attempt was made on the life of the emperor. A young man named Hobel, a shoemaker's apprentice, shot at him in the streets of Berlin, fortunately without result. The attempt naturally created intense indignation throughout the country. This was increased when it became known that he had been to some extent connected with the Socialist Party, and it seemed as though the motives of the crime were supplied by the violent speeches made at socialist gatherings. Bismarck had long regarded the growth of socialism with concern. He determined to use this opportunity to crush it. He at once brought into the Bundesrat a very severe law forbidding all socialist agitation and propaganda. He succeeded in passing it through the council, but it was thrown out in the Reichstag by a very large majority. No one voted for it except the conservatives. The law, indeed, was so drawn up that one does not see how anyone could have voted for it. The first clause began, "Printed writings and unions which follow the aims of social democracy may be forbidden by the Federal Council." But, as was pointed out, among the aims of the social democracy were many which were good in themselves, and many others which, though they may be considered harmful by other parties, were at least legitimate. Directly afterwards, the Reichstag was prorogued. 10 days later, another attempt was made on the emperor's life. This time, a man of the name of Nobelin, an educated man who had studied at the university, shot at him while driving in the Unter den Linden, and wounded him severely in the head and arms with large shot. The emperor was driven home to his palace almost unconscious, and for some time his life was in danger. This second attempt in so short a time on the life of a man almost 80 years of age, so universally loved and respected, who had conferred such benefits on his country, naturally aroused a storm of indignation. When Bismarck received the news, his first words were, "Now the Reichstag must be dissolved." This was done. The general elections took place while the excitement was still hot, and of course resulted in a great loss to those parties, especially the National Liberals, who had voted against the socialist law. The Center alone retained its numbers. Before this new parliament, a fresh law was laid, drafted with much more skill. It absolutely forbade all speeches or writings in favor of plans for overthrowing the order of society or directed against marriage and property. It enabled the government to proclaim in all large towns a state of siege, and to expel from them, by the mere decree of the police, anyone suspected of socialist agitation. The law, which was easily carried, was enforced with great severity. A state of siege was proclaimed in Berlin and many other places. Socialist papers and even books, for instance the writing of Lassalle, was forbidden. They might not even be read in public libraries. And for the next 12 years the Socialist Party had to carry on their propaganda by secret means. This socialist law is very disappointing. We find the government again having recourse to the same means for checking and guiding opinion which Metternich had used 50 years before. Not indeed that the socialists themselves had any ground for complaint. Their avowed end was the overthrow of government and society. They professed to be at war with all established institutions. If they confined their efforts to legal measures and did not use violence, it was only because the time had not yet come. The men who avowed admiration for the Paris Commune, who were openly preparing for a revolution more complete than any which Europe had hitherto seen, could not complain if the government, while there was yet time, used every means for crushing them. The mistake was in supposing that this measure would be successful. Bismarck would, indeed, had he been able, have made it far more severe. His own idea was that anyone who had been legally convicted of holding socialist opinions should be deprived of the franchise and excluded from the parliament. What a misunderstanding does this show of the whole object and nature of representative institutions! It had been decided that in Germany parliament was not to govern. What was then its function except to display the opinions of the people? If, as was the case, so large a proportion of the German nation belonged to a party of discontent, then it was above all desirable that their wishes and desires should have open expression and be discussed where they could be overthrown. The government had enormous means of influencing opinion. In the old days the men of letters had been unprincipled in opposition. Now Germany was flooded by papers, books, and pamphlets, all devoted to the most extravagant praise of the new institutions. The excuse which was made for these laws was not a sufficient one. It is seldom necessary to meet political assassination by repressive measures, for they must always create a danger which they intend to avert. There was not the slightest ground for supposing that either Hobel or Nobeling had any confederates. There was no plot. It was but the wild and wicked action of an individual. It was as absurd to put a large party under police control for this reason as it was to punish liberals for the action of sand. And it was ineffective, as the events of the next years showed, for the socialist law did not spare Germany from the infection of outrage which in these years overran Europe. The socialist laws was soon followed by other proposals of a more useful kind, and now we had come to one of the most remarkable episodes in Bismarck's career. He was over 60 years of age. His health was uncertain. He had long complained of the extreme toil and the constant annoyance which his public duties brought upon him. It might appear that he had finished his work, and if he could not retire altogether, would give over the management of all internal affairs to others. That he would now take upon himself a whole new department of public duties, that he would, after his prolonged absence, appear again as leader and innovator in parliamentary strife. This no one anticipated. Up to the year 1876, he had taken little active part in finance. His energies had been entirely absorbed by foreign affairs, and he had been content to adopt and support the measures recommended by his technical advisers. When he had interfered at all, it had only been on those occasions when, as with regard to commercial treaties, the policies of his colleagues had impeded his own political objects. In 1864, he had been much annoyed because difference on commercial matters had interfered with the good understanding with Austria, which at that time he was trying to maintain. Since the foundation of the empire, almost the complete control over the commercial policy of the empire had been entrusted to Delbrück, who held the very important post of President of the Imperial Chancery, and was treated by Bismarck with the deference and consideration which no other of his fellow workers received except Moltke and Horn. Delbrück was a confirmed free trader, and the result was that, partly by commercial treaties and partly by the abolition of customs duties, the tariff had been reduced and simplified. The years following the war had, however, not been altogether prosperous. A great outbreak of speculation was followed in 1873 by a serious commercial crisis, and since that year there had been a permanent decrease in the imperial receipts. This was, for political reasons, a serious inconvenience. By the arrangement made in 1866, the proceeds of the customs and of the indirect taxation, with some exceptions, were paid into the exchequer of the Federation, and afterwards of the Empire. If the receipts from these sources were not sufficient to meet the imperial requirements, the deficit had to be made up by contributions paid in proportion to their population by the separate states. During later years, these contributions had annually increased, and it is needless to point out that this was sufficient to make the relations of the state government to the central authorities disagreeable, and to cause some discontent with the new constitution. This meant also an increase of the amount which had to be raised by direct taxation. Now, Bismarck had always much disliked direct taxes. He had again and again pointed out that they were paid with great reluctance and often fell with peculiar hardship on that very large class which could only just by constant and assiduous labor make an income sufficient for their needs. Worst of all was it when they were unable to pay even the few shillings required. They then had to undergo the hardship and disgrace of distraint, and see their furniture seized and sold by the tax collectors. He had therefore always wished that the income derived from customs and indirect taxation should be increased so as by degrees to do away with the necessity for direct taxation, and if this could be done, then instead of the states paying an annual contribution to the empire, they would receive from the central government pecuniary assistance. The dislike of direct taxation is an essential part of Bismarck's reform. He especially disapproved of the Prussian system, the barbarous system, as he called it, according to which every man had to pay a small portion, it might be even a few groschen, in direct taxes. I ascribe, he said, the large part of our emigration to the fact that the emigrant wishes to escape the direct pressure of the taxes and execution, and to go to a land where the Klassensteuer does not exist, and where he will also have the pleasure of knowing that the produce of his labors will be protected against foreign interference. His opinion cannot be called exaggerated if it is true that, as he stated, there were every year over 1,000,000 executions involving the seizure and sale of household goods on account of arrears of taxation. It was not only the state taxes to which he objected. The local rates for municipal expenses, and especially for education, fell very heavily on the inhabitants of large cities such as Berlin. He intended to devote part of the money which was raised by indirect taxation to relieving the rates. His first proposals for raising the money were of a very sweeping nature. He wished to introduce a state monopoly for the sale of tobacco, brandy, and beer. He entered into calculations by which he proved that, were his policy adopted, all direct taxation might be repealed, and he would have a large surplus for an object which he had very much at heart, the provision of old age pensions. It was a method of legislation copied from that which prevails in France and Italy. He pointed out with perfect justice that the revenue raised in Germany from the consumption of tobacco was much smaller than it ought to be. The total sum gained by the state was not a tenth of that which was produced in England by taxing the tobacco, but no one could maintain that smoking was more common in England than in Germany. In fact, tobacco was less heavily taxed in Germany than in any other country in Europe. In introducing a monopoly, Bismarck intended and hoped not only to relieve the pressure of direct taxation, though this would have been a change sufficient in its magnitude and importance for most men, but proposed to use the very large sum which the government would have at its disposal for the direct relief of the working classes. The socialist law was not to go alone. He intended absolutely to stamp out this obnoxious agitation, but it was not from any indifference as to the condition of the working classes. From his earliest days he had been opposed to the liberal doctrine of laissez-faire. It will be remembered how much he had disliked the bourgeois domination of the July monarchy. As a young man he had tried to prevent the abolition of guilds. He considered that much of the distress and discontent arose from the unrestricted influence of capital. He was only acting in accordance with the oldest and best traditions of the Prussian monarchy when he called in the power of the state to protect the poor. His plan was a very bold one. He wished to institute a fund from which there should be paid to every working man who was incapacitated by sickness, accident, or old age, a pension from the state. In his original plan, he intended the working men should not be required to make any contribution themselves towards this fund. It was not to be made to appeal to them as a new burden imposed on them by the state. The tobacco monopoly, he said, he looked on as the patrimony of the disinherited. He did not fear the charge of socialism which might be brought against him. He defended himself by the provisions of the Prussian law. The Code of Frederick the Great contained the words, It is the duty of the state to provide for the sustenance and support of those of its citizens who cannot procure sustenance themselves, and again, work adapted to their strengths and capacity shall be supplied to those who lack means and opportunity of earning a livelihood for themselves and those dependent on them. In the most public way, the new policy was introduced by an imperial message on November 17, 1881, in which the emperor expressed his conviction that the social difficulties could not be healed simply by the repression or exaggeration of the social democracy, but at the same time, the welfare of the workmen must be advanced. This new policy had the warm approval of both the emperor and the crown prince. No one greeted more heartily the change than Windthorst. "Allow me," he once said to Bismarck, "to speak openly. You have done me much evil in my life, but as a German patriot I must confess to you my gratitude that after all his political deeds you have persuaded our imperial master to turn to this path of social reform." There were, he said, difficulties to be met. He approved of the end, but not of all the details. And he continued, "Something of the difficulty, if I may say so, you cause yourself. You're often too stormy for us. You're always coming with something new, and we cannot always follow you in it. But you must not take that amiss. We are both old men, and the emperor is much older than we are. But we should like ourselves in our lifetime to see some of these reforms established. That I wish for all of us and for all our German country, and we will do our best to help in it." Opinions may differ as to the wisdom of Bismarck's social and financial policy. No one can deny their admiration for the energy and patriotism which he displayed. It was no small thing for him, at his age, to come out of his comparative retirement to bring forward proposals which would be sure to excite the bitterest opposition of the men with whom he had been working, to embark again on a parliamentary conflict as keen as any of those which had so taxed his energies in his younger years. Not content with inaugurating and suggesting these plans, he himself undertook the immediate execution of them. In addition to his other offices, in 1880 he undertook that of Minister of Trade in Prussia, for he found no one whom he could entirely trust to carry out his proposals. During the next years he again took a prominent part in the parliamentary debates. Day after day he attended to answer objections and to defend his measures in some of his ablest and longest speeches. By his proposals for a duty on corn he regained the support of the most of the conservatives, but in the Reichstag, which was elected in 1884, he found himself opposed by a majority consisting of the center, socialists, and progressives. Many of the laws were rejected or amended, and it was not until 1890 that, in a modified form, the whole of the social legislation had been carried through. For the monopoly, he gained no support. Scarcely a voice was raised in its favor, nor can you be surprised at this. It was a proposal very characteristic of his internal policy. He had a definite aim in view, and at once took the shortest, boldest, and most direct road towards it, putting aside the thought of all further consequences. In this, others could not follow him. Quite apart from the difficulties of organization and the unknown effects of the law on all those who gained their livelihood by the growth, preparation, and sale of tobacco, there was a deep feeling that it was not safe to entrust the government with so enormous a power. Men did not wish to see so many thousands enrolled in the army of officials, already too great. They did not desire a new check on the freedom of life and occupation, nor that the government should have the uncontrolled use of so great a sum of money, and then the use he proposed to make of the proceeds. If the calculation were correct, if the results were what he foretold, if from this monopoly they would be able to pay not only the chief expenses of the government, but also assign an old age pension to every German workman who reached the age of 70, what would this be except to make the great majority of the nation prospective pensioners of the state? With compulsory attendance at the state schools, with the state universities as the only entrance to public life and professions, when everyone for 3 years had to serve in the army, when so large a proportion of the population earned their livelihood in the railways, the post office, the customs, the administration, the state had already a power and influence which many besides the liberals regarded with alarm. What would it be when every working man looked forward to receiving, after his working days were over, a free gift from the government? Could not this power be used for political measures also? Could not it become a means for checking the freedom of opinions and even for interfering in the liberty of voting? He had to raise the money he wanted in another way, and in 1879 he began the great financial change that he had been meditating for 3 years. He threw all his vigor into overthrowing free trade and introducing a general system of protection. In this he was only doing what a large number of his countrymen desired. The results of free trade had not been satisfactory. In 1876 there was a great crisis in the iron trade. Owing to overproduction, there was a great fall of prices in England, and Germany was being flooded with English goods sold below cost price. Many factories had to be closed, owners were ruined, and men thrown out of work. It happened that, by a law passed in 1873, the last duty on imported iron would cease on the 31st of December 1876. Many of the manufacturers and the large party in the Reichstag petitioned that the action of the law might at any rate be suspended. Free traders, however, still had the majority, for the greater portion of the national liberals belonged to that school, and the law was carried out. It was, however, apparent that not only the iron but other industries were threatened. The building of railways in Russia would bring about an increased importation of Russian corn and threaten the prosperity not only of the large proprietors but also of the peasants. It had always been the wise policy of the Prussian government to maintain and protect by legislation the peasants, who were considered the most important class in the state. Then the trade in Swedish wood threatened to interfere with the profits from the German forest, an industry so useful to the health of the country and the prosperity of the government. But if free trade would injure the market for the natural products of the soil, it did not bring any compensating advantages by helping industry. Germany was flooded with English manufactures, so that even the home market was endangered, and every year it became more apparent that foreign markets were being closed. The sanguine expectations of the free traders had not been realized. America, France, Russia had high tariffs. German manufactured goods were excluded from these countries. What could they look forward to in the future but the ruined peasantry and the crippling of the iron and weaving industries? I had the impression, said Bismarck, that under free trade we were gradually bleeding to death. He was probably much influenced in his new policy by Lothar Bucher, one of his private secretaries, who was constantly with him at Varzin. Bucher, who had been an extreme radical, had in 1849 been compelled to fly from the country and had lived many years in England. In 1865 he had entered Bismarck's service. He had acquired a peculiar enmity to the Cobden Club, and looked on that institution as the subtle instrument of a deep-laid plot to persuade other nations to adopt a policy which was entirely for the benefit of England. He drew attention to Cobden's words: "All we desire is the prosperity and greatness of England." We may in fact look on the Cobden Club and the principles it advocated from two points of view. Either they are, as Bucher maintained, simply English and their only result will be the prosperity of England, or they are merely one expression of a general form of thought which we know as liberalism. It was an attempt to create cosmopolitan institutions and to induce German politicians to take their economic doctrines from England, just as a few years before they had taken their political theories. In either case, these doctrines would be very distasteful to Bismarck, who disliked internationalism in finance as much as he did in constitutional law or socialist propaganda. Bismarck, in adopting protection, was influenced not by economic theory, but by the observation of facts. All nations, he said, which have protective duties enjoy a certain prosperity. What great advantages has America reached since it threatened to reduce duties twice, 5 times, 10 times as high as ours? England alone clung to free trade. And why? Because she had grown so strong under the old system of protection that she could now, as a Hercules, step down into the arena and challenge everyone to come into the lists. In the arena of commerce, England was the strongest. This was why he advocated free trade, for free trade was really a right of the most powerful. English interests were furthered under the veil of the magic word freedom, and by it German enthusiasts for liberty were enticed to bring about the ruin and exploitation of their own country. End of section 27. Section 28 of Bismarck and the Foundation of the German Empire by James Headlam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. Chapter 16. The Triple Alliance and Economic Reform, 1878 to 1887. Part 2. If we look at the matter purely from the economic point of view, it is indeed difficult to see what benefits Germany would gain from a policy of free trade. It was a poor country. If it was to maintain itself in the modern rivalry of nations, it must become rich. It could only become rich through manufactures, and manufacturers had no opportunity of growing unless they had some moderate protection from foreign competition. The effect of Bismarck's attention to finance was not limited to these great reforms. He directed the whole power of the government to the support of all forms of commercial enterprise and to the removal of all hindrances to the prosperity of the nation. To this task he devoted himself with the same courage and determination which he had formerly shown in his diplomatic work. One essential element in the commercial reform was the improvement of the railways. Bismarck's attention had long been directed to the inconveniences which arose from the number of private companies, whose duty it was to regard the dividends of the shareholders rather than the interest of the public. The existence of a monopoly of this kind in private hands seemed to him indefensible. His attention was especially directed to the injury done to trade by the differential rate imposed on goods traffic. On many lines, it was the custom to charge lower rates on imported than on exported goods, and this naturally had a very bad effect on German manufacturers. He would have liked to remedy all these deficiencies by making all railways the property of the empire. We see again his masterful mind, which dislikes all compromise. In this, however, he was prevented by the opposition of the other states, who would not surrender the control of their own lines. In Prussia, he was able to carry out this policy of purchase of all private lines by the state. By the time he laid down the Ministry of Commerce, hardly any private companies remained. The acquisition of all the lines enabled the government greatly to improve the communication, to lower fares, and to introduce through communications. All this, of course, greatly added to the commercial enterprise and therefore the wealth of the country. He was now able to give degrees his encouragement and support to those Germans who for many years in countries beyond the sea had been attempting to lay the foundations for German commerce and even to acquire German colonies. Bismarck's attitude in this matter deserves careful attention. As early as 1874, he had been approached by German travelers to ask for the support of the government in a plan for acquiring German colonies in South Africa. They pointed out that here was a country fitted by its climate for European occupation. The present inhabitants of a large portion of it, the Boers, were anxious to establish their independence of England and would welcome German support. It was only necessary to acquire a port either at Santa Lucia or at Delaware Bay to receive a small subsidy from the government, and then private enterprise would divert the stream of German emigration from North America to South Africa. Bismarck, though he gave a courteous hearing to this proposal, could not promise them assistance, for, as he said, the political situation was not favorable. He must foresee that an attempt to carry out these or similar plans would inevitably bring about very serious difficulties with England, and he had always been accustomed to attach much importance to his good understanding with the English government. During the following years, however, the situation was much altered. First of all, great enterprise had been shown by the German merchants and adventurers in different parts of the world, especially in Africa and in the Pacific. They, in these difficulties which will always occur when white traders settle in half-civilized lands, applied for support to the German government. Bismarck, as he himself said, did not dare to refuse them this support. I approached the matter with some reluctance. I asked myself, how could I justify it if I said to these enterprising men, over whose courage, enthusiasm, and vigor I have been heartily pleased, that is all very well, but the German Empire is not strong enough. It would attract the ill will of other states. I have not the courage as Chancellor to declare to them this bankruptcy of the German nation for transmarine enterprises. It must, however, happen that wherever these German settlers went, they would be in the neighborhood of some English colony, and however friendly were the relations of the governments of the two powers, disputes must occur in the outlying parts of the earth. In the first years of the empire, Bismarck had hoped that German traders would find sufficient protection from the English authorities and anticipated their taking advantage of the full freedom of trade allowed in the British colonies. They would get all the advantages which would arise from establishing their own colonies, while the government would be spared any additional responsibility. He professed, however, to have learnt by experience from the difficulties which came after the annexation of the Fiji Islands by Great Britain that this hope would not be fulfilled. He acknowledged the great friendliness of the Foreign Office, but complained that the Colonial Office regarded exclusively British interests. As a complaint coming from his mouth, this arouses some amusement. The Colonial Office expressed itself satisfied to have received from so high an authority a testimonial to its efficiency, which it had rarely gained from Englishmen. The real change in the policy of the empire must, however, be attributed not to any imaginary shortcomings of the English authorities. It was an inevitable result of the abandonment of the policy of free trade and of the active support which the government was now giving to all forms of commercial enterprise. It was shown first of all in the grant of subsidies to mail steamers, which enabled German trade and German travelers henceforward to be carried by German ships. Before, they had depended entirely on English and French lines. It was not till 1884 that the government saw its way to undertake protection of German colonies. They were enabled to do so by the great change which had taken place in the political situation. Up to this time, Germany was powerless to help or to injure England, but on the other hand, required English support. All this was changed by the occupation of Egypt. Here, England required a support on the continent against the indignation of France and the jealousy of Russia. This could only be found in Germany, and therefore a close approximation between the two countries was natural. Bismarck let it be known that England would find no support, but rather opposition, if she, on her side, attempted, as she so easily could have done, to impede German colonial enterprise. In his colonial policy, Bismarck refused to take the initiative. He refused also to undertake the direct responsibility for the government of their new possessions. He imitated the older English plan and left the government in the hands of private companies, who received the charter of incorporation. He avowedly was imitating the East India Company and the Hudson's Bay Company. The responsibility of the German government were limited to protection of their companies against the attack or interference by any other power, and a general control over their actions. In this way, it was possible to avoid calling on the Reichstag for any large sum or undertaking the responsibility of an extensive colonial establishment for which, at the time, they had neither men nor experience. Another reason against the direct annexation of foreign countries lay in the constitution of the empire. It would have been easier to annex fresh land to Prussia. This could have been done by the authority of the king. There was, however, no provision by which the Bundesrat would undertake this responsibility, and it probably could not be done even with the assent of the Reichstag, unless some changes were made in the constitution. It was, however, essential that the new acquisition should be German and not Prussian. All these changes were not introduced without much opposition. The progressives especially distinguished themselves by their prolonged refusal to assent even to the subsidies for German lines of steamers. In the Parliament of 1884, they were enabled often to throw out government proposals. It was at this time that the conflict between Bismarck and Richter reached its height. He complained, and justly complained, that the policy of the progressives was then, as always, negative. It is indeed strange to notice how we find reproduced in the Germany that same feeling which a few years before had in England nearly led to the loss of the colonies and the destruction of the empire. It is too soon, even now, to consider fully the result of this new policy. The introduction of protection had indeed, if we are to judge by appearances, brought about a great increase in the prosperity of the country. Whether the scheme for old age pensions will appease the discontent of the working men seems very doubtful. One thing, however, we must notice: the influence of the new policy is far greater than the immediate result of the actual laws passed. It has taught the Germans to look to the government not only as a means of protecting them against the attacks of other states, but to see in it a thoughtful, and I think we may say kindly, guardian of their interests. They know that every attempt of each individual to gain wealth or power for his country will be supported and protected by the government. They know that there is constant watchfulness as to dangers to life and health which arise from the conditions of modern civilization. In these laws, in fact, Bismarck, who deeply offended and irretrievably alienated the survivors of his own generation, won over and secured for himself and also for the government the complete loyalty of the rising generation. It might be supposed that this powerful action on the part of the state would interfere with private enterprise. The result shows that this is not the case. A watchful and provident government really acts as an incentive to each individual. Let us also recognize that Bismarck was acting exactly as in the old days every English government acted when the foreign policy was dictated by the interests of British trade and the home policy aimed at preserving, protecting, and assisting the different classes in the community. Bismarck has often been called a reactionary, and yet we find that by the social legislation he was the first statesman deliberately to apply himself to the problem which had been created by the alteration in the structure of society. Even if the solutions which he proposed do not prove in every case to have been the best, he undoubtedly foresaw what would be the chief occupation for the statesmen of the future. In these reforms he had, however, little help from the Reichstag. The liberals were bitterly opposed, the socialists skeptical and suspicious, the Catholics cool and unstable allies. During these years the chronic quarrel between himself and Parliament broke out with renewed vigor. How bitterly did he deplore party spirit, the bane of German life, which seemed each year to gain ground. It has, he said, transferred itself to our modern public life and parliaments. The governments indeed stand together, but in the German Reichstag I do not find the guardian of liberty for which I had hoped. Party spirit has overrun us. This is which I accuse before God and history. If the great work of our people achieved between 1866 and 1870 fall into decay, and in this House we destroy by the pen what has been created by the sword, in future years it will perhaps be regarded as one of his chief claims that he refused to become a party leader. He saved Germany from a serious danger to which almost every other country in Europe which has attempted to adopt English institutions has fallen a victim: the sacrifice of national welfare to the integrity and power of a parliamentary fraction. His desire was a strong and determined government, zealously working for the benefit of all classes, quick to see and foresee present and future evil. He regarded not the personal wishes of individuals, but looked only in each matter he undertook to its effect on the nation as a whole. I will accept help, he said, wherever I may get it. I care not to what party any man belongs. I have no intention of following a party policy. I used to do so when I was a young and angry member of a party, but it is impossible for a Prussian or German minister. Though the Constitution had been granted, He did not wish to surrender the oldest and best traditions of the Prussian monarchy. And even if the power of the king and emperor was limited and checked by two parliaments, it was still his duty, standing above all parties, to watch over the country as 100 years before his ancestors had done. His power, however, was checked by the parliament. Bismarck often sighed for a free hand. He longed to be able to carry out his reforms, complete and rounded, as they lay clear before him in his own brain. How often did he groan under all the delay, the compromise, the surrender which was imposed upon him, when, conscious as he was that he was only striving for the welfare of his country, he had to win over not only the king, not only his colleagues in the Prussian ministry, his subordinates who had much power to check and impede his actions, but above all, the parliaments. It was inevitable that his relation to them should often be one of conflict. It was their duty to submit to a searching criticism the proposals of the government and to amend or reject them, and let us confess that it was better they were there. The modifications they introduced in the bills he proposed were often improvements. Those they rejected were not always wise. The drafting of government bills was often badly done. The first proposals for the socialistic law, the original draft of many of its economic reforms, were all the better when they had been once rejected and were again brought forward in a modified form. More than this, we must confess that Bismarck did not possess that temperament which would make it wise to entrust him with absolute dictatorial power in internal matters. He attempted to apply to legislation habits he had learned in diplomacy. And it is curious to notice Bismarck's extreme caution in diplomacy, where he was a recognized master, and his rashness in legislation, where the ground was often new to him. In foreign affairs, a forced move may easily be withdrawn, a change of alliance quickly made. It often happens that speed is more important than wisdom. In internal affairs, it is different. There, delay is in itself of value. Moreover, forced legislation cannot be imposed with impunity. Laws cannot be imposed and repealed. Bismarck often complained of the conduct of the Reichstag. There were in it two parties, the Socialists and Center, closely organized, admirably disciplined, obedient to leaders who were in opposition by principle. They looked on the parliamentary campaign as a struggle for power, and they maintained the struggle with the persistency and success which had not been surpassed by any parliamentary opposition in any other country. Apart from them, the attitude of all parties was normally that of moderate criticism directed to the matter of the government proposal. There were, of course, often angry scenes. Bismarck himself did not spare his enemies, but we find no events which show violence beyond what is, if not legitimate, at least inevitable in all parliamentary assemblies. The main objects of the government were always attained. The military budgets were always passed, though once not until after a dissolution. In the contest with the clerical party and the socialists, the government had the full support of a large majority. Even in the hostile Reichstag of 1884, in which the socialists, clericals, and progressives together commanded the majority, a series of important laws were passed. Once, indeed, the majority in opposition to the government went beyond the limits of reason and honor when they refused a vote of £1,000 for an additional director in the Foreign Office. It was the expression of a jealousy which had no justification in facts. At the time, the German Foreign Office was the best managed department in Europe. The labor imposed on the secretaries was excessive, and the nation could not help contrasting this vote with the fact that shortly before, a large number of the members had voted that payment should be made to themselves. The nation could not help asking whether it would not gain more benefit from another £1,000 a year expended on the Foreign Office than from a £50,000 a year for payment of members. Even this unfortunate action was remedied a few months later when the vote was passed in the same parliament by a majority of 20. Notwithstanding all their internal differences and the extreme party spirit which often prevailed, the Reichstag always showed determination in defending its own privileges. More than once, Bismarck attacked them in the most tender points. At one time, it was on the privileges of members and their freedom from arrest. Both during the struggle with the clericals and with the socialists, the claim was made to arrest members during the session for political utterances. When Berlin was subject to a state of siege, the president of the police claimed the right of expelling from the capital obnoxious socialist members. On these occasions, the government found itself confronted by the unanimous opposition of the whole House. In 1884, Bismarck proposed that the meetings of the Reichstag should be biennial and the budget voted for 2 years. The proposals were supported on the reasonable grounds that thereby inconvenience and press of work would be averted, which arose from meeting of the Prussian and German parliaments every winter. Few votes, however, could be obtained for a suggestion which seemed to cut away the most important privileges of Parliament. Another of the great causes of friction between Bismarck and the Parliament arose from the question as to freedom of debate. Both before 1866 and since that year, he made several attempts to introduce laws that members should be to some extent held responsible and under certain circumstances be brought before a court of law in consequence of what they had said from their places in parliaments. This was represented as an interference with freedom of speech and was bitterly resented. Bismarck, however, always professed, and I think truly, that he did not wish to control the members in their opposition to the government, but place some check on their personal attacks on individuals. A letter to one of his colleagues, written in 1883, is interesting. I have, he says, long learned the difficulties which educated people who had been well brought up have to overcome in order to meet the coarseness of our parliamentary clubfechter pugilist with the necessary amount of indifference, and to refuse them in one's own consciousness the undeserved honor of moral equality. The repeated and bitter struggles in which you have had to fight alone will have strengthened you in your feeling of contempt for opponents who are neither honorable enough nor deserve sufficient respect to be able to injure you. There was indeed a serious evil arising from the want of the feeling of responsibility in a parliamentary assembly which had no great and honorable traditions. He attempted to meet it by strengthening the authority of the House over its own members. The chairman did not possess any power of punishing breaches of decorum. Bismarck often contrasted this with the very great powers over their own members possessed by the British Houses of Parliament. He drew attention to the procedure by which, for instance, Mr. Plimsoll could be compelled to apologize for hasty words spoken in a moment of passion. It is strange that neither the Prussian nor the German Parliament consented to adopt rules which are really the necessary complement for the privileges of Parliament. The Germans were much disappointed by the constant quarrels and disputes which were so frequent in public life. They had hoped that with the unity of their country, a new period would begin. They found that, as before, the management of public affairs was disfigured by constant personal enmities and the struggles of parties. We must not, however, look on this as a bad sign. It is rather more profitable to observe that the new institutions were not affected or weakened by this friction. It was a good sign for the future that the new state held together as firmly as any old established monarchy, and that the most important question of policy could be discussed and decided without even raising any point which might be a danger to the permanence of the empire. Bismarck himself did much to put his relations with the parliament on a new and better footing. Acting according to his general principle, he felt that the first thing to be done was to induce mutual confidence by unrestrained personal intercourse. The fact that he himself was not a member of the parliament deprived him of those opportunities which an English minister enjoys. He therefore instituted in 1868 a parliamentary reception. During the session, generally one day each week, his house was opened to all members of the House. The invitations were largely accepted, especially by the members of the National Liberal and Conservative parties. Those who were opponents on principle, the Centre, the Progressives, and the Socialists generally stayed away. These receptions became the most marked feature in the political life of the capital, and they enabled many members to come under the personal charm of the Chancellor. What an event was it in the life of the young and unknown deputy from some obscure provincial town, when he found himself sitting perhaps at the same table as the Chancellor, drinking the beer which Bismarck had brought into honor at Berlin, and for which his house was celebrated, and listening, while with complete freedom from all arrogance or pomposity, his host talked as only he could. The weakest side of his administration lay in the readiness with which he had recourse to the criminal law to defend himself against political adversaries. He was indeed constantly subjected to attacks in the press, which were often unjust and sometimes unmeasured, but no man who takes part in public life is exempt from calumny. He was himself never slow to attack his opponents, both personally in the parliament and still more by the hired writers of the press. Nonetheless, to defend himself from attacks, he too often brought his opponents into the police court, and Bismarck beleidigung became a common offense. Even the editor of Kladderadatsch was once imprisoned. He must be held personally responsible, for no action could be instituted without his own signature to the charge. We see the same want of generosity in the use which he made of attempts or reputed attempts at assassination. In 1875, while he was at Kissingen, a young man shot at him. He stated that he had been led to do so owing to the attacks made on the Chancellor by the Catholic party. No attempt, however, was made to prove that he had any accomplices. It was not even suggested that he was carrying out the wishes of the party. It was one of those cases which will always occur in political struggles, when a young and inexperienced man will be excited by political speeches to actions which no one would foresee, and which would not be the natural result of the words to which he had listened. Nevertheless, Bismarck was not ashamed publicly in the Reichstag to taunt his opponents with the action, and to declare that whether they would or not, their party was Kuhlmann's party. "He clings to your coat-tails," he said. A similar event had happened a few years before, when a young man had been arrested on the charge that he intended to assassinate the Chancellor. No evidence in support of the charge was forthcoming, but the excuse was taken by the police for searching the house of one of the Catholic leaders with whom the accused had lived. No incriminating documents of any kind were found, but among the private papers was the correspondence between the leaders in the party of the Center, dealing with questions of party organization and political tactics. The government used these private papers for political purposes and published one of them. The constant use of the police in political warfare belonged, of course, to the system he had inherited, but nonetheless it was to have been hoped that he would have been strong enough to put it aside. The government was now firmly established. It could afford to be generous. Had he definitely cut himself off from these bad traditions, he would have conferred on his country a blessing scarcely less than all the others. The opposition of the parties in the Reichstag to his policy and person did not represent the feelings of the country. As the years passed by and the new generation grew up, the admiration for his past achievements and for his character only increased. His 70th birthday, which he celebrated in 1885, was made the occasion for a great demonstration of regard, in which the whole nation joined. A national subscription was opened, and a present of 2 million marks was made to him. More than half of this was devoted to repurchasing that part of the estate at Schönhausen which had been sold when he was a young man. The rest he devoted to forming an institution for the help of teachers in higher schools. A few years before, the Emperor had presented to him the Sachsenwald, a large portion of the royal domains in the Duchy of Lauenburg. He now purchased the neighboring estate of Friedrichsruh, so that he had a third country residence to which he could retire. It had a double advantage: its proximity to the great forest in which he loved to wander, and also to a railway, making it little more than an hour distant from Berlin. He was able, therefore, at Friedrichsruh to continue his management affairs more easily than he could at Varzin. End of section 28.